Brothers and sisters in faith and in humanity, what's awesome? Peace be upon all those who genuinely seek peace and work for it. My name is Muslim Gamer TV, and I start this stream like anything else I would start, in the name of God and with thanks to Him. This stream is my gameplay of Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, or just simply Cold War Zombies, the Zombies mode, and it's the fifth stream in this sub-series of a much larger series of my gameplay of Call of Duty Cold War, including a little bit of multiplayer gameplay to unlock operators. And this stream is for mature audiences only due to the violent, gory, bloody nature of the game itself and its zombies mode, and the strong language used by the in-game characters. If any of us to come on the stream would not please God, then it may be partially on me. Still, there are things that I might not have been aware of and over which I have no control, like what some game developers may include in their games, what other players say or do in multiplayer and cooperative games, and what the stream audience may say in chat, which should show at the bottom right corner on the streams from now on. All of this is out of my control. Unless the chat messages are too many within a few seconds, I eventually respond to almost all polite chat messages. Still, I'm sometimes distracted by the game itself, so I ask you to please be patient if I don't respond immediately. My usual disclaimer: I am Muslim, but I do not represent Islam as a belief system or Muslims in general. I only represent myself. And unless clearly stated or I'm talking about verifiable facts, historical or scientific, my opinions are my own, and especially my mistakes are my own. I currently do not constantly talk or provide commentary while streaming, so you may sometimes get hours of silent gaming from me, but occasionally on my streams, inspired by something that happens in-game or by your messages, I talk about various subjects like religion, science, health, and, of course, games. And I try to make my talks informative or at least beneficial somehow. If you choose to watch my streaming or archive streams, then I hope I've prepared you very clearly for what you may expect. If you like the sound of all this, I would appreciate a follow from you here on Twitch and a subscription on my YouTube channel, where I permanently archive most of my streams. There's also a Patreon link in the About tab of my Twitch channel and a donations link if you would like to support this stream. And I look forward to chatting with you sometime on stream. Thank you. Now, let's jump to some hopefully fun gaming. I don't know how fun it can be because I'm doing all this until now to grind, to farm some Ethereum, flawless Ethereum, and to also level up a few of the interesting weapons for myself, like the weapons that I find interesting, I mean. But I do try to make them fun for myself somehow. I want to jump to the outbreak mode, as soon as I'm done leveling up the interesting weapons. So yeah, let's see how that goes. And as usual, to not disturb you with my loud, particularly loud optomechanical keyboard, I'll just mute the microphone until I have something to say, or someone gets on chat, says hi, and I have to respond. By the way, I don't know how long I'm going to stream this time. I mean, I sometimes stream 5 hours and even, occasionally more than 10 hours, of course, with breaks, including long breaks. But yeah, this stream might be shorter, like, I don't know, maybe 1 hour and a half, maybe 2 hours max, something like that.
Your team's approaching the rendezvous coordinates. What are your orders, Weaver?
Strike team, the Omega base is nearby. Maxis's contact will help us infiltrate. Ravenoff, are you there?
The dead. Already ravaged the facility.
Frag tagged and bagged.
Ravenoff, you said Maxis was taken to the Omega facility.
Yes, the teleporter on the roof will take you there. At the base, find Peck. That fucking coward is holding Maxis somewhere. I would take you to him, but the ferocity of these beasts' attacks mean I can only observe from my monitors. I hope you show me a good fight.
Undead threat cleared. Goodbye, Schwein.
Double points. Stuck here.
Skull shot.
It's about time you showed up. Wait, you're not Omega. Requiem? Can't say I'm surprised. But I know why you're here, but I'm not gonna just hand her over. You turned the power on. I'll consider that fair payment for one Agent Maxis. Heck, you better have Maxis ready for transport, or there will be consequences.
Picked off a few.
One down, two to go. I'd pick up the pace if I were you, for Max's sake. If you've heard her, Peck, I will end you, personally.
The reactor online. Initiating charge sequence.
Requiem team. The forge machine at my location now has power. You have used before, yes?
Come see me. You'll get what you want.
An actual shapeshifter. Oh, I never thought I'd see such an organism. Which is kind of the idea. You don't see him coming. I mean, are you alright?
This will do for the time being. Frag the zombie. They are loose. Now I'm getting warmed up. Never expired. Smoke the fuse, one shot. Undead neutralized. They just cannot stop me.
Stuck here.
Brain either down. Goodbye, Schwein. Blew its head off. Coup de grace. Zombie eliminated.
That announcement was the last thing we heard before the base fell. Before... They wish to invade our world? Ah, you will stop them. You must protect the reactor. Push them back. Bleed them dry.
Security alert. Dimensional breach at the data center. Unmanned ground support authorized for use upon request.
Raptor 1 is standing by if you need to bug out.
Reactor integrity monitored.
I never doubted your ferocity. Spetsnaz would be honored to have you among their ranks. The Horde will return. Prepare yourself for the next breach.
Under threat clear.
Extraction is a no-go. Stand by for next window.
Goodbye, Schwein. Devil's fire. Multiple hostiles down. Zombie eliminated. Critical wound? No doubt. Keep coming, dead meat. Was that box eliminated? This hit the target. Coup de grace. same. Frag tagged and bagged. Zombie.
Is that big fella equipped with an actual cannon?
A critical wound. No doubt.
Raptor 1 is nearby. Call if needed.
Nailed its cranium.
Exfil window gone. Stay alive till the next one.
Undead neutralized. Knocked out of commission. Bring either down. Zombie eliminated. Right capture back. 5 targets vanquished. Threat cleared. Signal for fuel. Expired. Lost your head. Menace eliminated. Right is on.
You fight bravely. You will break their assault.
Omega Air Support authorized for use upon request. Security alert. National breach at North.
Hostile corpse eliminated. 15 hostiles removed. Frag tagged it back.
If you need to exfil, Raptor 1 standing by.
Zombie eliminated. Mine. Got him. Brain eater down. Picked off a few.
Exfil option expired, strike team.
Under neutralized. 5 targets vanquished. Strike the zombie. Tougher than most, but still you die. Goodbye, shrine. Skull shot. Critical wound. Knocked out. Hostile cogs eliminated.
Stuck here.
With one shot. Under threat cleared. Through the grass. Critical movement. Exactly where I wanted.
Exfil window gone. Stay alive till the next one.
5 down. Zombie eliminated. I intended to do that. Nailed his cranium. Brain either down. Let's go pay dividends. Skull shot. Undead neutralized. Deborah expired. Not bad. Auf Wiedersehen. Five down. Frank, tag you back. Bring it on, Scheiße, confirmed.
Death machine available.
Once more they break through, once more they will die. Make them suffer.
Omega air support authorized for use upon request. Security alert. Massive operation at mission control.
Oh, I'd probably piss my pants if I were you. Sorry, just being honest.
What the fuck? Kill that fucking thing!
Arrangement auf Wiedersehen. Content transferred. Box eliminated. Gas machine deployed. Decoy running. Operating zone. Decoy. Five targets being reached. Camera expired.
Strike team, you have an exfil opportunity.
We're losing. Expired. Undead neutralized. Critical wound, no doubt. Brain eater down. Through the grass. Cranium. Zombie eliminated. This is the target. Hostiles removed. Undead threat clear. One less enemy enforcer. Decoy running. Corpse eliminated. Smoke the few with one shot. Nothing survives a headshot.
Hello there, TBR Voltage. Just saw your message. Sorry, you sent it 5 minutes ago. I was the fight was so hectic, and I'm preparing for exfil after this round. So yeah, things are pretty hectic.
Zombie eliminated. Boss eliminated. Goodbye, shrine. At least 2,000 destroyed. I'm almost unstoppable. Five targets vanquished. Undead neutralized. Special threat installed.
Exfil window is open.
All right, here it comes. The end goal.
Viva, please interrupt the one. Team is ready for operation.
Chopper inbound for extraction.
Hypnotizing. It is. It's kind of. I don't know. It's. I swear I forget the whole world, man. During these moments, I'm like. Sorry about the speaker. Hold on.
Right, back to back. Monkey race.
Raptor 1 in position. Let's dust off before Omega's air defenses lock off. Long strike team. Clear out a landing spot or evac is a no-go.
Monkey bomb in the vial. Set authorizing chopper gunner mission. I intended.
Hostiles mob. Proceed with evac. Holly, fucking hallelujah. Timeline 50% expended. Team is on board. Requiem actual, we are airborne and out of here.
Ah, moment of truth. Thank God.
Strike team. You earned your pay today.
Man. Oh, it's good. It's good. I actually fell down. Like I got down, so I was like scared. All this work to reach 35 rounds would go to waste because I'm farming some sort a resource called Ethereum, flawless Ethereum, and you basically get like a good amount of them if you survive 35 rounds. And obviously to survive 35 rounds you have to go all the way. So if, for example, I reach round 31 or 32 and my character dies, then all this work, oh my god, what the hell, man? Then all this work until that level, until that round 31 or whatever was wasted because you miss out on, well, not all of it was wasted. You get a little bit of other resources, but yeah, you miss out on a chunk of resources that's good, basically. So it's a waste of time. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. It's Cold War is it's a bit of a letdown in terms of its optimization and code, to be honest. Yesterday also I was I couldn't log in for 1.5 hours, like 1.5 hours, and I wasn't playing multiplayer, man. Like, for example, the campaign, if you want to play the campaign, if you want to play against bots just to practice multiplayer, if you want to play solo zombie like I'm doing now offline, on my own machine, you still have to log into the games as a service, a sort of server, Activision server. I don't know why do they force us to get into the server to play offline things like campaigns and bots and solo zombie mode and stuff like that. It's just bizarre. And yeah, when I run around in this circle, just it's like to herd them, to kite them. Obviously it's like half kiting and half herding. You're herding them into a group so that whatever bullets miss, like if you're trying, I don't know, if I'm trying to get headshots on a few of them, if I miss, then hopefully those bullets that miss actually hit someone behind the zombies. So that's why you herd them this way, herding the hordes, basically, and of course kiting them too, because you need to kite them. Oh yeah, good question. Why I don't use throwables at them? If I'm really really in a tight spot, I will use throwables, but I'm not using throwables because I'm leveling up the weapons. Very good question. It's actually, and I'm actually afraid that it's making me acquire a bad habit. Like, for example, yesterday I was playing, and we have this something called field upgrades, like here. Where are they? Field upgrades, Ring of Fire. So this Ring of Fire, basically you pop it and it gives you these advantages here that you see. Yeah, well, this is the main effect. These are upgrades. So the Ring of Fire, for example, says create a ring of ethereal fire that boosts damage for you and allies. Normal enemies who enter gain a burning effect that deals fire damage, lasts 15 seconds, and then you get these upgrades. So this is obviously a very very powerful field upgrade, especially because you also don't need to reload. While inside this Ring of Fire, your weapon, so for example, if you have a light machine gun, slow reloading, you don't need to reload. Your gun takes the the ammo from your reserve rather than from the magazine. So yeah, very powerful thing. I forgot to use it because I'm so focused on just using my weapon. So yeah, sometimes I'm afraid that playing for so long, wanting to level up my weapons, so focusing on just using the weapon that I'm holding, is making me forget about using the throwables sometimes. No, yeah, of course, I'm from Northern Europe, in Finland. Yeah, the good old days. I think actually the older, like the previous Call of Duties were a bit more optimized, and kind of the code was solid, a bit more solid than this. There are quite a few issues. I mean, I've been streaming the game maybe for, I don't know, somewhere from a week to 10 days, and I've seen approximately no less than 15 minimum, a bare minimum of 15 error messages, and a bare minimum of 5 crashes. And yesterday, 1.5 hours locked out of the servers because of the heavy load on the servers. I think maybe it was the last day of the free trial or something. So everyone was trying the game before the end of the trial, so the servers couldn't cope. All of this in just 10 days. So yeah, Cold War definitely needs a lot of work, and it kind of shows from some of the reviews. Like, the honest reviewers would say, they would tell you, Cold War feels rushed out. It was like, it's almost as if it was rushed. It was only, like, for example, the zombies mode was released with only one map, and then now they are like trickling more content for the zombies mode. Some reviewers, at least, I mean, I don't play much multiplayer. I played it just to unlock a few operators, but some also reviewers, independent reviewers especially, would say, you know, the maps are not that fun. Some of the older maps are better for the multiplayer, I mean. So yeah, there are quite a few issues with Cold War. I don't know what happened exactly, but it seems like it was rushed. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, online and offline. It's just bizarre, man. This yesterday, when I was locked out of the game for 1.5 hours, I went into this whole 1.5 hour that I was locked out of the game. I wanted to document. I wanted to prove how long that thing lasted. So it lasted for 1 hour and a half. And during that 1 hour and a half, I was streaming. You know, just to document, just to prove that okay, this lasted that long. I wanted proof out there on the internet, you know, showing that this thing lasted for that long. So, I mean, what am I gonna do? So during the stream, I went into an angry rant, and I actually managed to fill 1 hour and a half of staring at error messages and login screens and all that, you know, to document how long it took. I managed to fill all that time by just angry rant and talking about the games as a service phenomenon itself, and I just I was so upset, man. Not because I couldn't log into the game. It's because that event reminded me of all the bad things that are happening in the gaming scene. I even started talking about, you know, how many publishers, gaming, like well-known AAA publishers, kind of fell from grace by weird announcements and stuff like that. You know, the Fallout 76 fiasco, the Diablo mobile fiasco, and then lately, of course, Cyberpunk 2077, especially on the consoles. Yeah, so many things, so many bad things are happening in the gaming scene. And to top it all, we have this gaming as a service cancer in the gaming scene. This gaming as a service issue, when applied overzealously by, I'm guessing, you know, corporate executives in the gaming scene, they just want gaming as a service to cover everything. And I don't understand why. The thing that really upset me and just baffled me is, why do we need the game your I mean, if especially if your servers are failing, or they can't cope, why do you insist in putting campaigns, single player campaigns, bots, playing against bots to practice, something you don't need servers for? Why do you insist on putting something like the solo, what I was just doing right now, solo zombie mode? Why do you insist on putting these things behind a login wall or a login screen, which is basically your gaming as a service gateway? So this is like the gateway to your service, because we're not playing games anymore. We are using services, you know. So this Call of Duty, it's not a game, it's a service. You are using a service. So yeah, but this is proven by the overzealous way they apply this gaming as a service mechanism, where they hide even campaigns, offline modes, and stuff like that behind this gateway, this gaming as a service gateway. It is just, I think it is just a gaming cancer, man, running in our, you know, in our gaming communities and the gaming scene and the gaming industry itself. And I went into a 1.5 hour rant, basically just talking angrily about all this. Yeah, I lived in a while for, thank you for the compliment, but I lived for a while in the U.S., and I also studied at an international American school, so that's why. I mean, my accent isn't exactly American. You could still like basically native Americans would be able to tell that I'm not exactly American, especially a few words. Like if I say a few words here and there, you know, if I talk long enough, they will, you know, realize, they will eventually see that I'm not American. But yeah, I kind of learned a little bit of the accent living in the US and studying at an American school. I also like to read a lot, so yeah, in English mostly. I read in English mostly, so yeah, um, that's how I basically improved my English. Thank you. Italians, the Mediterranean, definitely. I love the Mediterranean culture, and I'm half Mediterranean myself, so yeah. The Greeks, Italians. Not familiar very much with Spanish people, even though actually I've got like late like very distant grandfather. I think my fourth grandfather is from Spain. At least I'm told in the family. So yeah. Yeah, it is, man. It is so sad. It is so sad what's happening in the gaming industry. It is just, it really upsets me and saddens me at the same time when I think about it. And as I said, this incident yesterday, when I was locked out of offline single player modes because of servers, man, I kept saying it over and over again. Why the heck, man, why the heck are you locking me out of my single player experience because of your server? I don't need your server. Dude, I don't need your server. I'm playing on my machine. what is what is so wrong about playing on just playing on my machine without getting into the server? Oh my god. You're Arab. Can you speak Arabic? Oh, subhanallah. Oh, so your parents are Moroccan. Well, yeah, exactly. That's what I said yesterday. I mean, if you're like super bored, you just watch it on my YouTube channel or here on Twitch. It's the I think it's yesterday's. Let me see. What is it called? No, it's not the most recent one. The one before. So the most recent one is gameplay 4 of zombies, and then the one before is called Muslim Gamer TV's rant on how cancerous and incompetent Activision's Call of Duty games as a service is. I said the same exact thing during this stream. I said it would benefit you if your servers are failing, if your servers cannot cope with the number of players. Guess what? If you just let us play, the campaign mode against bots, multiplayer against bots to practice, and solo zombie mode on our machines without logging into any servers, guess what? It will benefit you because we will not put any stress on your servers. It is bizarre, man. It is just absolutely bizarre that they force us to be online to play these modes because of some sort of, I don't know, games as a service mechanism there, whether it's code based or just corporate executive based or what. Okay. That's all right. Yeah, sure. I can link you the stream for sure. Let me see. Where is it? Here it is. There we go. Yeah. So that's putting it in chat now. That's it. Yeah, I talked about this whole thing. I talked a lot about this and kind of started remembering the downfall of several gaming publishers, like game publishers and developers. As I said, Fallout 76, Bethesda, obviously EA. When Electronic Arts started this microtransactions, and of course, I mean, so they were the first ones that started it, at least on the PC platform. It was always a thing on the mobile platform for many years, but EA kind of moved it to the PC, and then sometimes also applying it in a pay-to-win way, so you pay real life money to get like advantages in the game, not just cosmetic stuff. And then Bethesda with the release of Fallout 76 and some of the weird things they said. Like one of the executives, I think, once said, if someone doesn't like our game, then just don't buy it. Just bizarre, arrogant announcements like that. And Blizzard with his Diablo Mobile, and being so disconnected from their fans, and the real things that their fans are interested in. And another classic announcement that became a meme for probably months. Don't you guys have phones? Something like that. And finally, CD Projekt Red with unfortunate release of Cyberpunk 2077. It was quite acceptable on the PC, at least until patch 1.06, and then for patch 1.1, basically I couldn't play the game anymore on the PC because the frame rate dropped to 10, give or take, things like that. And of course on the console, the reviewers showed a lot of eventually showed a lot of clips about the bugs and stuff like that, especially on the console, on the old consoles. So yeah, a lot of unfortunate things happened in the gaming scene. I talked about all these things. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, I also talked about the excuse that they do this, which is basically fighting piracy. They want to try to avoid piracy of their games and stuff like that, but it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. For example, when we talk about why do you force us to play the campaign online or against bots online or solo zombie mode online? Why do you force us to do that? You already have de novo, you already have your de novo. What is it called? DMR, digital DRM. Sorry, DRM, digital rights management. You already have your de novo DRM or whatever DRM you're using. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just and then thing is, people don't buy Call of Duty to play the campaign or play solo zombie mode mainly or play against bots. This is just stupid to think that you're trying to protect your game from piracy by making these modes, forcing these modes to be online, so that pirates don't pirate your game, and then your game and then some gamers are they're gonna play the campaign and against bots and the solo zombie and zombie mode by themselves on a pirated copy of your game, and that would be so wonderful for them. That is just that's just stupid. People buy Call of Duty games to play against, to get to play with their friends and against, or with just humans against humans. Zombie mode, I'm just playing solo right now just to level up weapons. That's all. I'm trying to farm this flawless Ethereum here and to level up some weapons. But once I'm done with this, I'm gonna move to outbreak mode and definitely play with humans, play with people. Same thing, multiplayer. Call of Duty multiplayer. We buy the game to play against other people or with our friends against other people. We don't buy Call of Duty to play the campaign and solo against bots and zombies. It's just bizarre, man. I don't know what these corporate executives are thinking, but yeah, they're just making their own company's life harder, or their own employees' life harder, and making our as gamers, making our lives harder. And also I talked about how this phenomenon is also killing the modding community. So there's no more mods. Like you cannot mod any, you cannot basically develop any mods for Diablo 3 because everything is online, even if you're playing single player or by yourself. So you can't develop any mods for it. You can't develop any mods for these Call of Duty games. And then I talked about how systematically, if this phenomenon of games as a service, and even Fallout, like that's the thing is, Bethesda, a company well known for many years of moddable games, Skyrim, for God's sake. I mean, why is Skyrim still alive until now? Its lifeline today is solely just mods, nothing more and nothing less. If not for mods, Skyrim would have died a long time ago. But Skyrim is alive until this day and very popular and played heavily just because of the mods, nothing more. So yeah, Bethesda, in all its, I don't know, intelligence, executive intelligence, starts to think about switching to gaming as a service, to basically with Fallout 76. So Fallout 76 is only online and you can't play offline and stuff like that. Are they gonna do the same thing to the next Elder Scrolls, for example, to avoid piracy? And then what? You're avoiding piracy, as I said, at the price of killing the modding scene. There's no more mods, okay? So you don't get these talented people who develop all these mods, and they can become, one day they can become, game designers and game developers. They can work for you. They can work for Bethesda, for Electronic Arts, for Activision Blizzard. They can work for these companies, but by putting all the games behind gaming as a service gateways, online gateways, that you have servers, you have to log into these servers, you are just killing so many good things about the gaming industry and the gaming scene. It's just that's basically the summary of many of the points I made during 1.5 hours yesterday. Yeah, of course. Overzealous application of capitalism, yeah, and corporate greed, basically. So greedy executives at the top levels of these companies. They become successful, or their companies, their game development companies become successful, and they just get greedy. The same thing happened, by the way, to an amazing project. What is it called? Star Citizen? Yeah, Star. I don't know if you heard. Have you heard of Star Citizen? It started as a humble, simple project, and it developed into a monster of a project right now, which may never ever be finished. And the executive that is responsible for it, he used to be an honest dude, and really care, who really cares about developing games and stuff like that. And now he just, after the success of the beta, or the early access Star Citizen, he started to develop just dodgy schemes of, like, basically, what is it called, the I mentioned the word, yeah, microtransactions. No, not micro. So basically, Star Citizen's dude, the executive, the CEO, he's not dealing with microtransactions anymore. He's dealing with macro transactions. So basically, he sells virtual ships. Like, you can have your own ship in this Star Citizen game for $500, $800, real life dollars, not money, not like in-game currency. Like, literally, you pay 800 euros or 500 euros to get a virtual ship, an electronic ship in this game. And he's selling these, and from what from what the reports say and the news say, he's filthy rich right now. And he posts, like, he shows it off. He posts pictures of himself with, I don't know, his family or whoever, on his yacht, and huge villa and or mansion or something like that. And yeah, the game has been in development for, I think, 8 years. I don't know how many years, but it's a ridiculous number of years, and it's nowhere near done. So yeah, gaming executives, they start as people who care about games, creativity, art. They want to make fun things and entertaining projects for people and for gamers. And then they end up, once they become successful and they make a lot of money, they end up being greedy executives, basically greedy corporate executives who are blinded. They're so blinded by their greed and need for profit, that they don't understand, that they don't even see sometimes when they are shooting themselves in the foot. Like, how this thing with the server, with the Call of Duty server, worked out. If they actually don't force people to log into a server, the servers won't be so so much under pressure. So, but yeah, making everybody's lives harder. I've been streaming for, man, I can't really remember. Um, Let me actually see. I think it's maybe 3 years or something like that. But not. I gotta clarify and say, not constantly. Like, it's not like non-stop. No, I actually quit for a year. This is also why you can see I've got like 1.2 thousand followers here on Twitch, but it's usually two or three viewers. It's because I got these followers like a year or more than a year. I think it was like 15 months ago, a year and a quarter ago, and then I stopped. I stopped streaming completely. I just disappeared from streaming completely for more than a year. And you know how people are. If you don't keep feeding this curiosity, they just move on to something else. So yeah, now I just started streaming again 10 days ago. I think, yeah, I think it was just a week or 10 days ago, no more. Before that, it was months, and I streamed for like 2 days or one day, and before that, um, it was, I don't know, maybe a year. Thank you. I'm checking. I'll try to find out now. When? Yeah. 3 years ago, man. Yeah, that's when I started, and I started streaming on YouTube. So yeah, yes, it's almost exactly 3 years ago. I started streaming, and I started on YouTube, and I started streaming Fortnite Save the World, like the PvE Fortnite, not the Battle Royale. I don't like Battle Royale games. I just don't learn much from them, to be honest, and it's just too much time spent running around and looting and then dying to a sniper rifle. So you don't really learn much, or basically it takes like years or months of 16 hours a day. So you have to play 16 hours a day for months and months until you can actually learn something about these games, because yeah, it's like you drop, and then you spend 15 minutes looting and running around and looting, becoming so powerful, and then bam, you die. You die to a headshot, a sniper, you know, uh, a sniper rifle. Someone got lucky with a sniper rifle, and they are like uber pro, or they're just aimbotting or something, and bam, they just headshot you. That's it. So you learn. So basically, what did you learn here, or how can you improve? I don't know. Like, don't walk, maybe. Don't leave a corner. So just run around, loot, and then stay in a corner. Don't move, because if you move, you're gonna get headshot. I think that's the only lesson I can imagine. One would learn. Yeah, I used to. I used to have quite a few, like I think more than a year ago. But yeah, since then, after quitting for so long, as I said, yeah, people move on. Yeah, if I'm not learning something on a stream, I usually move on. I mean, I check a lot of streams out of curiosity, but the ones I actually would watch for a while, usually like esports stuff, for first person shooters. Like in the past, when I watched streams, I would watch, for example, Overwatch professional players, kind of to learn from them, that sort of thing. So today, maybe if I get into it, I might watch like Valorant professional players or something like that, just to learn. I don't know. That's what I usually watch if I'm watching streaming. Oh, I tried, but I didn't try. I tried Apex Legends for I think it was maybe 2 hours. Yeah, I didn't. I just tried it for 2 hours, and that was my that was my experience too. I just dropped. Of course, I was clueless. Like, I went through the tutorial, and I was like, "Wow, these guns are good. I like the feeling of these guns. The guns, the sound effects, the shooting mechanics are really nice. And in Apex Legends, I like them. So it's like, wow, this is gonna be fun." and then and then I jumped into a game, I didn't understand anything. The very first match I got on in Apex Legends, I was made the I don't know what is it called? What's the word when someone gets to decide where the group lands? So I was like the I was the main the leader. I was the leader. And I was like, what? I don't know. I don't know what to do. Yeah, the jump master. They made the first match, my very first Apex Legends match. They made me the jump master. And I was like, what is the jump master? What do you mean? What am I gonna do? What do I have to do? Quickly, what do I have to do? And then it took me like maybe 10 seconds to figure it out. Oh, okay. So I'm the one. I'm the one who chooses where we land. Where do I land? I don't know. And then I picked. I don't know. I saw a building, and I remember. Okay, buildings usually have weapons. So okay, let's land there. So I picked that spot, and then after a while, my two teammates they actually separated from me. So apparently I picked like I picked a really bad spot, and that proved to be true because as soon as we landed, and I literally like I don't know 5 seconds after I landed and I picked whatever weapon was like nearest to me, I started getting shot at. People started shooting at me 5 seconds after landing. So I definitely picked a very like a too crowded spot. So yeah, and we died like my team died within 25 seconds. So man, yeah, that was just so bad. And then the second time I learned. So second time I think someone else was the leader, and then the fourth time I was the leader, but I passed it on because I looked at the screen. Okay, there's a key that I can press here, which allows me to pass on the leadership to someone else. So I did that. So I just passed on the leadership. And so the following 3 matches, I think what happened is, as I said, someone else was the leader, or I took the leadership one. I mean, I had the leadership once, but I passed it on quickly because obviously I have to. I don't understand what to do. I don't know what to do. So I started following, the next 3 matches I started following people, something like that. I think I don't know like the exact number of matches, but I think I played for maybe 1 hour and a half, 1 hour and 45 minutes after this first match. Something like that. So yeah, I started following the group leader and just looting, looting, getting into buildings with the other people and looting. And I remember running around every match, every one of those matches when someone else was the leader, for the jump master. We would run around for a minimum of 10 minutes, just running around and looting. And then, yeah, I mean, I didn't die by a headshot to be fair, but we still died. My group still died at the first. No. One time we actually survived. Yeah, one time I remember we survived for quite a while, and I think maybe we became one of the 5 remaining groups or something like that. But then we died. So yeah, I don't know. It just felt like basically, and then I stopped playing Apex Legends. I think that was just 2 weeks ago. I literally tried the game only 2 weeks ago, and then I stopped playing it after these experiences because the problem here is the lack of action. I don't know like how to explain this, but it's like Apex Legends definitely is better. It was definitely a better experience than, for example, Fortnite. I never tried PUBG. I don't know. I just didn't like get into it. I didn't feel like from the video reviews and the style of it, I didn't like it. But yeah, so I did try Fortnite, and I also tried recently. I tried Warzone. The problem is this lack of action that I feel like I spend basically when I play a battle royale game. I spend no less than 80% of the time doing something other than shooting. If you see what I mean. So for example, if I'm playing for an hour, that's like 60 minutes. Let's see, 0.8 times 60. So yeah, if I'm playing for an hour, 48 minutes of that hour is spent running around, looking for enemies, looting, searching containers, that sort of thing. You see what I mean? And then 12 minutes from that hour, I'm actually fighting. I'm actually, shooting, exchanging bullets with opponents and stuff like that. And that style of, no gaming, I don't know. I just don't enjoy it. I think there is lack of action. Basically, there is not enough action going on. In Warzone felt like there is a little bit more action when I tried it. I don't know, but I think I tried. I think I tried this looting, the money looting mode once, and I tried. No, the dirty bomb is in Cold War, but yeah, I tried this looting once, and there was a little bit more action, but it also meant that I was just dying a lot more, like just constantly dying. Basically, for every three fights I win, I lose 7. Wow, 20 wins in 200 games, man. That would be frustrating for me. I mean, I admire your persistence to keep learning and improving with such results. But yeah, that would be so frustrating. Like, what I feel like I can take is maybe if I lose 55 matches and win 45. So basically it's a ratio that's close to 50%, but because I'm new to the game, it's like less than 50. So I'm still a new guy and stuff, but I shouldn't be playing with, like, not everyone I play with should be new. And if the game is balanced, if the matchmaking is good, then I think most people should be close to 50% wins, 50% losses. Of course, the ones who are good and climbing the ladder, they win more, so they win 60% of the matches, something like that, like the really good players. And then as the less skillful players, they win less and less and less. But anyone climbing the ladder wins 51% of their matches. So, but if I'm new, I would, for example, imagine I lose 40% of the matches as I'm learning with, playing with others and learning from them and stuff like that. But if I lose, less than 40%, if I lose, yeah, what was it? If I lose more than 60%, yeah. So basically, if I'm winning 40% of the time, I'm losing 60%. So if I'm losing more than 60% of the matches, I'd probably quit that game. I would feel too frustrated and quit the game. Because in Call of Duty multiplayer, for example, it's kind of 50-50, for me. I lose some, win some, and I feel like I'm efficient. Like I actually like I sometimes get best play, like in here in Cold War multiplayer. I sometimes get the best play. I feel like I'm okay. I'm okay, not a bad player. Maybe not the best player. Maybe not the best Call of Duty Cold War player, but I'm also okay. I know how to be useful in a team. Yeah, so if I take this experience and then I compare it to an experience in a battle royale game, and I feel like I'm losing 70-80% of my matches. No, man, that would be very frustrating, and I would quit that game quickly. Any game, to be honest. It doesn't have to be a battle royale game, but especially battle royale games, because of the lack of action. That's what I mean, because of the lack of action. So if I'm losing 70% of the matches, okay, like for every 10 matches I play, I lose 7 and win 3, and also there's just lack of action. I'm running around looting most of the time. That would be too much. That would be too much for me as a gamer to endure. To keep pushing through, even if it's a popular. I know it's a. The thing is, I know it would be. I know I would be probably. I would like climb the, I don't know, the streaming fame ladder much quicker if I play a battle royale game, because obviously in the shooter genre, Warzone right now is the top. And Twitch, like in terms of viewership and stuff, people interested in watching Warzone are highest. Warzone, and then Valorant, and then Valorant obviously is in battle royale, which is good. It's an option out there if I want to try it one day. But then yeah, Fortnite battle royale. So one of the very top several of the top 10 games out there are battle royale. So I know that I would probably, I don't know, be a bit more, have more viewership if I play battle royale. But I just can't, man. I can't bring myself if I keep losing and stuff like that. I don't know. Maybe if one day I, meet someone who knows the game and kind of I can play with, and they help me, learn and help me basically, or I would hope obviously to be useful also in the group, but at the same time, kind of we all help each other get some wins, so at least 50-50. I don't mind actually if for example I lose 55% of the matches and I win 45, I wouldn't mind. I think I can endure that. But anything worse than this in terms of win-loss ratio, it's probably going to be too much to endure in a battle royale game, as I said, because of the lack of action. I'm reading some of your, some of the chat lines you sent, which I missed because I kept talking about so many things. Yeah, I see what you mean here. Once a person understands the map, then things become easier. Here's a question: Is there a way to explore maps without playing competitively? Like, is there an offline mode or bots? Can I play against bots, or can I actually, I don't know, like in Fortnite, there is what was it? There's a creative mode or something like this. I haven't tried it because obviously if you kind of felt from what I'm saying, I'm not so into battle royale games. So yeah, I didn't really look into it, but I know there is a creative mode in Fortnite where people can, I don't know, develop their own things or design things or what have you. But I'm guessing you can get into maps, and I think there is also a way of getting private matches in Fortnite, so you can make a private match or something like this, and then you're not playing against anyone, and then you can just explore the map and kind of get familiar with it a bit more. So is there something like this to be done in Apex Legends 2, where I can just explore the map without the pressure of getting shot at and stuff like that, to get more familiar with the maps? Oh, of course. If there are jump towers and stuff like that, then yeah, then it's a matter of being such a noob in the game. So I don't even understand that. Like I didn't know that you can get out of fights quickly. For example, I noticed that some champions, I don't know what they're called, but some of the characters have abilities to escape. I noticed that, and I think I used a couple of them, the characters that can escape, just because I probably might need it. But I failed miserably. I failed miserably in using, the ability at the right time. Anyway, so yeah. But if there are also certain jump towers that, if you know the location of, you can escape to safety quickly and stuff like that, that definitely helps. I mean, it means less action, but it should help at least in avoiding the frustration of losing too quickly. Yeah, your English is fine, man. I don't see any problem with your English. Yeah, I'm a mouse and keyboard all the way. I cannot play shooters with a gamepad. It's just impossible. I'll never do it. I mean, I did it in the past just to try it out, because I heard, console players keep saying, "Oh, you just have to keep doing it. You're gonna get better." But no matter how better I got playing shooters with a gamepad, I never came close to how good it feels, how in control it feels to be shooting with a mouse and keyboard, or basically shooting with a mouse. It's not the same experience, and it's never gonna be the same experience. So I can't. I'll never be able to play with a gamepad. So I'm a PC. So far, I'm a PC gamer, through and through, because of the keyboard and mouse issue in shooters. Maybe one day when keyboard and mouse are normal to use on the console, for many games, or for most games even. Maybe I can own a console. I wouldn't mind owning a console at that point. But at this point, I don't know. Gamepad is probably just for, play games like Assassin's Creed and things like that, but never shooters, whether third person or first person shooters. I don't think I came across those jump towers, and I don't think my the groups I played with, I don't think the groups I played with took me to any. Like, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember using something that like that, something where I can jump from one location to another, or I can teleport from one location to another. I know. I think I played for 2 hours and I didn't use something like that, as far as I remember. Yeah, yeah, no, I don't think I've used one. And yeah, MOBAs. I don't know. I didn't. I never. I tried Dota. I only tried Dota 2 just because it's free. I didn't want to buy League of Legends and then not play it. So I played Dota, and I don't know. I didn't quite get into it. Yeah, that style of. The thing is, the problem with good MOBAs, like like League of Legends, is that it takes a long time. I know that. I mean, I could see that it takes many hours until you understand how the different skills spells work with each other, how you counter certain heroes. So, for example, your opponents are using X heroes, this hero, that, the X hero, Y hero, and Z hero. Now, how do you counter these heroes? Which skills to use, and so on. This takes a lot of time. This takes dozens upon dozens of hours. You gotta take a long time to learn all these things. And when I felt that way, I was like, I'm probably better off putting these hours in improving my shooting skills. Like playing something like Overwatch, Valorant. What else? Well, Counter Strike. Yeah, I don't like the graphics. I think it's just outdated. So I do. I'm one of I'm one of the people who like to play a game with good graphics. So I wouldn't get in. I can't get into CS:GO because I just don't like the graphics, and I don't like the shooting mechanics either. I feel like the shooting mechanics are just a little bit outdated. So yeah, when I played competitively, I played Overwatch for several months. But yeah, when I look at the amount of time required to learn League of Legends, or Dota, or something like that, Dota 2, I thought, man, I can just put these hours into improving my shooting skills instead. So yeah, yeah. Oh, League of Legends is free. Wow, seriously? Was it always free? Yeah, consoles are much cheaper, of course. Yeah. Yeah, in order to get like a PC that runs some of the best the game some of the games with the best graphics, you have to pay like four times the amount of money you pay for a console, at least. So, yeah. Oh my God. I had no idea. I thought only Dota 2 is free, and the League of Legends costs some sort of, price, some money. Yeah, you pay with your soul. Exactly. I know. I knew it, man. I knew it while playing the tutorial of Dota 2. I just knew it. This kind of game is going to cost me thousands of hours if I want to become like really good, like one of the best players in it. I'm gonna have to put thousands of hours into that game, just this game, you know. So it's like, no, I'll put these thousands of hours in shooters and keep improving my shooting skills. Suffering. I heard, yeah, there's quite a bit of toxicity in the community too, and elitism. Like if you're a noob, you know, you're gonna get dumped on. Everybody's gonna pick on you, and you know, you're gonna see a lot of toxicity and stuff. I hope, brother. I hope that, yeah, I hope that God does love me. And I hope one day you learn Arabic. You learn also not just to speak it, but to also read it. It's uh, it's definitely worth it, man. The feeling of reading that language, or reading Quran in its original language and understanding it, it's just it cannot be replicated. You cannot get this feeling any other way. You gotta, yeah, you gotta know the language and understand it and be able to read it. And I'm not gonna say it's gonna be easy, but if you just keep, you know, basically learning a little bit, just a little bit every week, you should be able to, you know, understand it and read it in maybe 5 years. So what I mean is that it's very little. I mean, 5 years might seem like a long, long time, but what I'm saying is just a little bit of work, just once a week, you know. So very, very, very little work, literally, because you don't feel it, you know. It's just once a week, like on the weekend or something. Spend 1 hour learning something new. If you do it this way, maybe in 5 years, you'll find that you became fluent just like that, and you might actually get more and more interested with time, because you know, humans, like from a psychological perspective, humans tend to be the enemies of what they don't understand and what they don't know. They don't like, humans usually don't like, with a few exceptions, the explorers, the people who like adventure. But those are like, this is a smaller percentage of humans. Most humans like stability. So the vast majority of a human population would prefer stability. They would prefer to stay where they are, not really take risks and stuff like that. And then there's a small percentage of humans that like new things. They like discovery, adventure, and new things. So they get bored in their own village or in their own town, and they want to try to go out there and discover new places and stuff like that. So these are the sort of the people, the pioneers, the travelers, the people who go out there and discover new lands and expand the horizons of their own people. So there's no enemy. But of course, some of these people actually end up dying. So obviously, because risk is, you know, it's in the word itself. When you take a risk, there is a price to pay. The risk means that sometimes your risk will pay off, you know, well, and sometimes, you know, you will lose because you took a risk. So yeah, so basically both people, there's no good and bad here. Both sides are needed for the survival of the human species. People who like stability, they're needed because, you know, they take less risks, which means, you know, they die less. And people who like adventure and they want to go out there and discover new things, these people, you know, bring resources, they bring trade, they bring new lands and so on. So once again, they also help their own people survive. But you know, obviously, if some of them die, then those who die, you know, they don't benefit anyone. So yeah. Um, so to go back to my point, most humans don't like the things that are new to them. They don't like to feel incompetent, like, you know, like how I was describing my experience my experience with some battle royale games. But so it's going to be the same when learning a difficult language like Arabic, especially to learn to read it, not just understand it, but also to read it. It might feel that way at the beginning, very difficult, tedious, maybe intimidating. You know, it makes you feel like incompetent because you just can't learn it easily. But if you just persist, eventually it's gonna get much easier in just a few weeks. If you're doing it 5 days a week or every day for a little bit, like 15 minutes a day, in just a few weeks it's gonna get much easier. And if you do it like as I said, like 15 minutes a day, you probably in 1 year you probably start to feel like you're very competent. But if it's just 1 hour a week, then yeah, as I said, it might take longer. I'm born, alhamdulillah, I'm born Muslim. But having spent having spent most of my life in Western countries, uh, I don't know. Sometimes I feel more like a revert than a Muslim, because than a born Muslim. I feel like a revert because um, in a way I was by myself, like I was independent. I kind of read about my religion by myself. I discovered a lot of things by myself. I also read comparative religion, so I read about Christianity, I read parts of the Bible, I read about Judaism, about other religions too, Buddhism. So I read about several religions, and I kind of understood kind of the gist of a few of them. And that was in the past, so I might have through the years, because obviously I don't revise all this information. I forgot some of the stuff, but I still remember some too. So in a way, you could say that I chose Islam by myself. I chose, to be a monotheistic. I like to call, like in English, if we're talking English, I like to say that Islam is basically monotheistic submission. Submitting to one God, to the one Lord. So yeah, I like to think that I chose monotheistic submission again by myself, rather than just yes, as I was born with it, but I also through the years I also chose it, actively chose it, because I got convinced with it, and I compared it to other faiths, other belief systems and religions out there, and it's just the one that made perfect sense. It made the most sense. So yeah. Ah, I see. So you can read it. That's awesome, man. I just read that. I noticed that one. That's really good. Then you hit the ground running. I mean, what I said. Hopefully, what I said can anyway can benefit someone else who will watch this at some point, or any of the lurkers. Uh, but yeah, if you can read it already, then good. That's awesome. Just stick with it. I'm glad that you can, actually, because if you were born and raised in Italy, then it's kind of hard to imagine an easy way of learning it. So maybe there are some Arabic schools, like private schools there and stuff like that, and that's where some of the children in Italy and anywhere else really can learn the language. But yeah, obviously you gotta keep practicing and get better, because there are some amazing books out there, man, in Arabic. Um, like books by Ibn al-Qayyim, yeah, and he's the student of Ibn Taymiyyah. Yeah, and of course, other scholars. The old books and even new books. There are some amazing books out there about not just about religion, like not just about monotheistic submission or Islam purely, but about how all this applies to life, about why this is the truth, about the afterlife, about the meaning of life, and so on. And they're just insanely genius books. People who have never read these books, they are just really missing out, man. Yeah. Yeah, as you grow older and you start hearing questions and challenges, people challenging your faith and telling you, well, your religion says this and this says that, and that's not correct, that's not good, and then yeah, if you don't have anything meaningful to say back, then it kind of, at that point, at least when you're young, then that, I think, it's at least it should inspire some people to go out there and find answers and understand more about the their own faith rather than just inherit it, from their parents or from their tribe or however. And that's partially what I did. I went out there and I found more answers. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's definitely. I mean, especially people like Muslims around the world. The vast majority of Muslims around the world, they don't speak Arabic. There's just I think like we're close to 1 billion, or maybe more than 1 billion now, and the vast majority of that billion, they just cannot speak or read Arabic. Maybe they can read the Quran, but they don't understand it, and they're just really really missing out, man. There's just so much missing out. But of course, they're still our brothers and sisters, of course. It's just I do feel like they're really missing out. Alhamdulillah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, if you get challenged, especially in today's world, with the internet and with the tricks that skeptics have developed, and with some of the thorny issues that are starting to surface, like there are a few like mysterious things that we're starting to discover about our own, like our like the like they're not news. They were like things that were said a long long time, hundreds of years ago, and they're just surfacing for the first time in the last few years. And so there's a systematic network of groups around the world today. Definitely, they're like they help each other out, and it's a network. These groups are in every country, and what they do is they try to find thorny things, or things that are difficult to talk about or answer, or comment on when it comes, for example, to Islam. And then they propagate this. They take these issues and they make them famous, and they also exaggerate their importance. So some of them are not really important. They don't really affect anyone in their everyday life, but they make them, so they inflate the importance of these things, and start to plant seeds of doubt in the hearts of the existing Muslims. And at the same time also, not so this has two benefits for those people, for those groups. It plants seeds of doubt in existing Muslims, and at the same time it makes the reputation of Islam itself worse. And that serves their agenda. That's what they want. They want to weaken the religion itself in people's hearts, and they want to weaken the Muslim community itself around the world, because they see Islam as a threat to them and to their way of life. Which basically, their way of life is, to be summarized, of course, they tell populations that their way of life is freedom. But of course, their real way of life is the enslavement of humans generally. So they want to enslave the general population of the world. They want to unite all the governments of the world into one global government. And then so basically they want to centralize power. They want power to be in the hands of very few, also money to be in the hands of very few, and then control the rest and enslave the rest of the population by means of debt. And like today, at least, the most famous way of enslaving people is by mortgages and debts and stuff like that, but also by the constant need to work for them. So basically, by being an employee. So you work in a job, and that job ultimately serves all these executives and rich people, and money keeps trickling all the way up to a very small number of people who control the economy and control most of the companies. So the real way of life is the enslavement of the human population. Today, it's like yesterday, it was overt, as in it was obvious enslavement. So it was literally slaves. You buy a slave and you sell a slave, and you have slaves, and you can whip your slave and so on. Like not so long ago, just 200 years ago, that's what it was like. people literally own slaves, mostly, unfortunately, Africans. Today, the enslavement is still there, so there's still slavery. Some people think slavery was abolished, but exactly, it's modern slavery. It's just covert slavery, like slavery that's not so obvious. It's difficult to really see it, but it is there. Modern slavery, absolutely. So that's their way of life. Their way of life is to centralize power and resources and money, gold, riches, centralize that, have it in the hands of very few, and that group, that elite group that wants power and money centralized around them, their way of life is to enslave the rest of humanity, basically, to make the rest of humanity poor, basically slaves in a rat race, slaves to debt, slaves to their own jobs. Sometimes your own job becomes your own prison. You can't live without it, and you're serving them in it. So while doing your job, you're serving them, and so on. So that's their way of life, and Islam fights that in so many ways. So basically, Islam has the best of capitalism and socialism. So there is socialism. So that the best of everything. The best of socialism is in Islam. The best of capitalism itself is also in Islam. Of course, I'm not saying capitalism is good. I'm saying that capitalism is a mixed bag. It has good things and bad things. So, for example, what's good about capitalism is the right to private ownership. You have the right to own a home. So that's in capitalism. You have the right to own a company. You have the right to own a home. There's nothing bad about that, obviously. This is in Islam. You have the right to own a home. You have the right to own a company, to have a trade. This is also in Islam. But of course, in pure capitalism, or Western capitalism, it's almost like a cancer, capitalism today, because of the way it's applied and so on. On the other hand, extremist communism, where you cannot own private property. There is no private property. Everything belongs to everybody. And obviously, people realized after that it actually ends up, things end up being owned by the people in power in communism, rather than to be really owned by the population or by everybody. There's no such thing. So basically, communism, kind of was made less extreme in socialism, and now socialism is more accepted, as a good sort of system. But obviously, it has its own also drawbacks and weaknesses and problems. There's nothing perfect, or other than what God has ordained. Any system that is man-made will always have imperfections. But the system that God put for us is the only one that would be complete and perfect for us. So yeah, ultimately, as I said, these people have an agenda, and their way of life isn't about freedom. It's actually about the exact opposite. They just brainwash people by telling them, have your freedom. Islam is going to prevent you from drinking alcohol and having premarital sex. So yeah, it's your enemy, and these people are your enemies of our way of life. Dude, their way of life is nothing about freedom, and it's all about modern slavery and centralizing power and money, as I said. So yeah, Islam fights that. Islam fights the centralization of power and money in the hands of humans, and it makes people not submit. So people will never submit to anyone or anything other than God, because the word Islam literally means monotheistic submission. Basically, submitting to the one Lord, submitting to one God and only God. So Muslims do not submit to anything or anyone other than God. So they stand tall. I mean, that's like a good Muslim stands tall and doesn't submit ever to anything. But when it comes to his Lord, his Creator, he doesn't just submit. He throws himself on the ground for his own Creator and for his own Lord. That's what a Muslim is. Exactly, the only deity, the only Lord worthy of worship, God. So yeah, and when so basically. And that's why Muslims brave. They don't fear death. They don't submit to anyone or anything. But good Muslims, at least, as I said, practicing good Muslims. But when it comes to their Lord, they throw themselves on the ground, not just submit, but they submit completely to their Creator. And that's the contrast here, And that's what also they don't like. That's what they don't like about Islam as a way of life, as a belief system. As not just a belief system, as a political system, as an economical system. It's just perfect in every way. It has the solutions to all humanity's problems. But, in order to hide this truth, and in order to to stain it, make it look like something else, a danger. They they use media, lies. They plant seeds of doubt, as I said, in the hearts of Muslims themselves and also non-Muslims, by basically staining the reputation of Islam and so on. That's the reality, man, that we're living in today, unfortunately. Yeah, absolutely. They understand nothing of the core, or I mean, the few that do, they understand the core message of Islam, but they actually don't like it. They hate it, as I said, and they hate it because it means that humanity is not going to submit to them. The few people that have money and power, and they want money and power centralized around them, they obviously will hate Islam, and they will hate the core message of Islam. Because what is the core message of Islam? It is that humanity does not submit to anything or anyone other than God. That's the core message of Islam. And obviously, the richest people and the most powerful people in the world are really, really going to hate that message, that core message, and they're going to do everything in their power to fight against it. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Weak hadiths, exactly. Hadiths that are not really hadiths, so basically sayings of the Prophet that aren't really sayings that the Prophet never really said. They're just attributed to him falsely. Yeah, they use things like that, absolutely, to pretend that Islam has problems or wrong things or what have you. Absolutely. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. This is partially, to be honest, this is partially why I have a channel here, and why I named it Muslim. Why I put the word Muslim in it. So I called it Muslim Gamer TV. It's because I am imperfect. I am, definitely, I've got a lot of problems. I've got a lot of issues in my life and in my personality and stuff, which is obvious from what I do sometimes. I stream games for more than 10 hours. Of course, I take breaks. I do take breaks, several of them, and some of the breaks are long. So if I stream for 10 hours, I usually take like half an hour of a break sometime during that stream. But it's still a lot. It's a lot of it's a lot of time to spend playing a game. Definitely not like, not the best investment of your time. So yeah. But at the same time, so I thought, okay, so if I'm doing this, maybe I can balance it. So I'm trying to balance these mistakes that I'm making by doing something good. And my way of doing this is to interrupt my gaming sessions by having amazing conversations like this. So I definitely thank you so very much for all your comments and the things you mentioned, because you got me to talk about all these things, and I love talking about all these things. I absolutely love talking about all these things. So don't think that oh, I want to get back to the game. No, I don't want to get back to the game, because I play it I play it silently too. Like I say in the introduction, if you watch the very beginning of most of my streams, you see an introduction. Especially the last couple of streams, I started to kind of evolve. My introduction started to evolve a little bit. So um, so yeah, I say in the introduction that you might sometimes get hours of silent gaming from me. I don't say anything at all. I'm just playing a game silently, and I even have the microphone muted because I've got this opto-mechanical keyboard. It can be very loud. So yeah, it can be disturbing if someone just wants to enjoy a game, the sound effects, the music of a game. So yeah, I sometimes stay silent for hours and just play games. So I play more than enough games. So whenever there's an opportunity to actually say something useful, I grab it, and I keep saying useful things. I keep saying important things. I keep trying to focus on the important things in life. And that's to make up for my mistakes. As I said, that's to try to balance things. So not everything I'm doing. I want that not everything I'm doing is bad. I want to make some of it a little bit good, to just have a chance at purifying myself. And thank you. So yeah, I definitely need dua to be guided to the straight path, and to the righteous deeds, the right things to do, always, inshallah, regardless of what I'm doing. I try, I'm not always, so eloquent, but I try. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't benefit the greedy. Yeah, I actually, I mean, as I said a while ago, if I was looking purely for viewers and profits and sponsorship, man, I wouldn't like clash with any companies. Obviously, like in this stream that I linked for you a while ago, I'm bashing Activision Blizzard. That's a huge company. And obviously, if I do, then I'm definitely going to end up in their blacklist. They will never, sponsor me. They will never, like, even if I become a bit more well known one day, they'll never sponsor me or sponsor some of my videos or something like that. So yeah, they'll never send me free invitations to any betas or conferences or anything like that, because I would be blacklisted. So yeah, but I don't care. I just want to say the truth about anything that I feel is important to talk about. And by the same token, if I was just looking for viewers, I would probably be forcing myself to play battle royale games and pretending to enjoy them. But no, I just play my own thing. Whatever I enjoy playing, I just play it, and even if it's not popular, it doesn't matter. Yeah. That's also another trick. It's definitely a smart. It is intelligent of you to have noticed that. Yes, they take something ambiguous or an ambiguous concept that's not so clear and it's not so important. That's the thing. Islam has a lot of mysteries. There are a lot of mysteries in the Quran, in our holy book. Until this day, there are lots of mysteries, things we don't understand fully, or we only understand part, like very partially, just a small part of the verse or the concept we understand, but most of it we don't. And there are other things that we don't understand at all yet. And then there are verses or concepts that actually can be interpreted in more than one way, and all of them are acceptable. So it depends on the context, it depends on the situation, and so on. So they focus on these things: something ambiguous, mysterious, not very clearly understood, can tolerate different interpretations. All right, and then they focus on, for example, one interpretation only, and they ignore and they pretend that there is no other interpretation which is acceptable, or they focus on this ambiguous thing and they pretend that it's negative or means something bad and so on. And or as you said, exactly as you said, even if it's not bad or negative, they focus on something that seems contradictory to an established fact in Islam. So this is an established fact in Islam, and hey, you have this verse. Oh, guess what? This verse means X, and X contradicts with this. So obviously there are contradictions in your religion. And then they pretend that what they said is true or is always true, whereas the truth is that they actually, this second thing, this second verse or the second concept that they insisted means X doesn't just mean X, it can also mean Y, which doesn't contradict with what they mentioned, and so on. So yeah, absolutely, they play a lot of tricks to to basically stain the reputation of Islam and its holy book and its tenets, main concepts, and so on. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what I was thinking about, brother. That in the gaming community, especially, there are a lot of Muslims, whether Arabic speaking or not, basically foreign, like only English speakers, who are isolated from all this knowledge, especially in the gaming community. So all they focus on is just playing games and stuff like that, and they just inherited a few ideas or a few sayings from their parents, like inshallah, assalamu alaikum, alhamdulillah, these things. So they inherited these sayings and they barely understand them, and that's it. And they're just Muslim by name. They don't practice. They don't read Quran. They don't understand the religion at all, and they're playing games a lot. So they are isolated from all this knowledge. And my hope is that one day some of them at least can find my channel, can hear whether my Twitch channel or my YouTube channel, and they can hear some of the things I say and kind of revise their own path in life and try to sort it out, before things are too late, before some of the doubts, the seeds of doubt that the enemies, of Islam are planting in our community members and in the hearts of others really grow into trees and poisonous forests basically later on. So yeah, I really hope that I can do one small thing at least, and do or do little small acts that help others in any way. That's my hope. Yeah, absolutely, exactly. That's partially what I was hoping to accomplish. Some of the things I was hoping to accomplish. Like the other thing is to raise awareness among non-Muslims. So I don't need people to, and I don't need like the whole world to embrace Islam. Obviously, it would be a beautiful thing, of course, if more and more people embrace this amazing belief system and faith, because it is, sure, yeah, take your time. It is the truth, as I believe. But yeah, if at least a few non-Muslims, come here and hear me out, know the truth about here and there. I'm not saying I have the truth in everything, but hear parts of the truth about Islam from me. Even if they don't embrace the religion, it's fine. It's fine if they just move on after taking a few truths about this religion, rather than walking around still thinking, weird things and wrong things about Islam. So that's one thing I hoping to accomplish with some non-Muslims. And then the other thing is what you mentioned, that existing Muslims maybe they can benefit from me. Welcome back, brother. I kept talking anyway. I mean, as I said, I try to permanently archive my streams on my YouTube channel. So even if one day this stream is disappears from Twitch because it's too old, I archive most of my streams permanently on my YouTube channel. So they're always there to hopefully hear one day. Others can hear them one day, and so on. Yeah, exactly, absolutely, man. People who just repeat words like Alhamdulillah, Wassalamu alaikum, and so on, while they don't practice and they don't really know anything about Islam. It's they are hardly Muslim. Of course, anyone who actually really believes deep inside, they believe that there's only one God, and they believe in all his prophets, and he sent prophets and messengers to us, including Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, peace be upon them all. If anyone who believes in this is technically a Muslim. But of course, if someone doesn't practice, they exactly, Habibi, exactly, they just repeat all these inherited expressions, a mixed bag of Arabic words, general Arabic words, and Islamic expressions. But then they don't really practice, they don't read Quran, they don't understand anything about their own religion. So in this state, they are in such grave danger, because they are easy victims, or easy prey for those who we talked about a while ago, people who are trying to plant seeds of doubt about Islam in the community members in the Islamic community member itself, and in also the hearts of non-Muslims, to kind of stain the reputation and to stop non-Muslims from being attracted to embracing Islam. Because as we discussed, Islam is a danger to their way of life, which is nothing about freedom, but it's exactly the opposite: the centralization of power and money and modern slavery. So these kids, man, and generally even the mature Muslims who don't practice and they barely remember anything from the religion, they are just in grave danger. and I really hope that they wake up at some point. What do you mean on the condition of speaking Arabic? What does that mean? You mean like they wouldn't accept anyone into their group or team unless they speak Arabic? Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah. Five streamers started a game. All of them have Arab background. Yeah, but mother tongue is English. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Canadian, US. Yeah, and to have fun. They put the condition to speak Arabic. All right. So yeah, in the game on stream, just speak Arabic. In chat too, or chat is not included. No. Yeah. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I see. So yeah, okay. So yeah, I see what you mean now. So to make the game difficult, or to maybe, I don't know, maybe try to improve their Arabic, they said they won't communicate in English. They will communicate in Arabic. So they will try to find the words to communicate in the game. Talk about the game, do this, do that. All of this in Arabic. So yeah, okay. Oh my God. And yeah, if their Arabic is weak, that would have been sad to hear. I'm guessing that Arab background people not being able to speak Arabic, and it's the language of the Quran and language of Hadith, and my God, I would be ashamed, man. I could have ended up that way if it's not for my father. Oh, all right. But you're back. You're back now. That's good. Yeah, yeah, sure. All right, thanks. I got it.
Alright, chat.
Oh, it's League of Legends. Wow, that guy's got 1.5 million subscribers. I'm reading the comments and stuff. there's, there's this comment says, just so you guys know, their Arabic sounds like a Chinese person speaking English for the first time. My God. Wow. Yeah. That's what I'll do. Just because obviously, if I watch it now, then the sound is gonna play on stream, so I shouldn't. But yeah, that is just, my God. That is really serious, man. Like, if his parents are Muslim but he is not, that is just, wow. That is heavy, man. Just because from our perspective, that means that anyone like him, he and anyone like him would become an apostate, and that's basically that's it. They've lost everything for eternity. Basically they've lost their eternity, and there's nothing more valuable that you can lose. Islam teaches us that this life is trivial. It's not really that important. The only importance that this life has, it derives from what you can do in it to save yourself or to earn the best place possible in the afterlife, in the hereafter. But other than this life is nothing, man. Most humans are going to they're going to come to on Judgment Day, like resurrected. They're going to be resurrected on Judgment Day, and they will literally uh, not just feel, they will feel and they will know in their hearts that they only lived for 2 hours. Imagine this whole life. Someone who lives in this world, this whole life, they were babies, they grow up to become children, they go to school, then they become teenagers and they play games, and then they get in their 20s and they get, I don't know, if they are like not religious, they get boyfriends and girlfriends, and have premarital sex, and they try drugs, and they grow older maybe, and they have children, and then they go through jobs and issues and problems and midlife crisis, and then eventually they grow older and maybe become grandparents, and then they die. And all of this, when they get resurrected on Judgment Day, it's like it will almost flash in front of them, and they will feel it was just 2 hours, only 2 hours. Other people will be resurrected and they feel that what they spent in life in this world only one afternoon. Other people will feel it was just one afternoon. Other people will feel it was just one day, just 24 hours, only one day that they spent in this world. Others will feel it was just 2 days, and so on. So it depends on the person, but some people will feel that their life was just 2 hours. Imagine it goes as extreme as this, that it's just that basically after understanding the truth, because obviously when I say the truth, I mean everything. The truth about everything, about life, the meaning of life, about God, about yourself, about creation, about death, about the hereafter, about paradise, about hellfire, about eternity, about time. When you understand the truth about all these things, all of a sudden there is a certain veil in front that was in front of your eyes, preventing you from seeing, from understanding. This veil will be lifted, and you will see. You will, for the very first time, you will see and you will understand. Part of this veil will be lifted after death. Once the soul leaves the body, and a person can see the person's soul, finally they are free from their body, so it's only their soul. Their soul can see now, or they can see with their soul, rather than being trapped in this vessel, known as our bodies, the flesh and blood bodies. Once they are not trapped in this vessel anymore, and their souls can see, many veils will be lifted, and they will be able to understand so many things they couldn't understand before while they are alive. And on Judgment Day, even more veils will be lifted, and they will understand even more. And on that day, this understanding will make them realize that they just lived for 2 hours or one afternoon. Others, as I said, would realize they only lived for an afternoon, and yet others for a day, 2 days, and so on. But it is never years. Nobody gets resurrected on Judgment Day and feels like, oh, I lived in life, on earth for many years. It's never like that. It's always such a short time compared to the years they actually lived on earth. So yeah. Imagine, these people wasting their eternity for the 2 hours that they're living in this world, which feels like, while we are here in this world, it feels to us like it's, I don't know, tens of years. If someone is living until they're 70 or 80 years old, maybe they think they lived for dozens of years, but they are but especially, even regardless, even if this is too mysterious for someone to understand, it's enough to compare 100 years. Imagine someone living for 100 years, like very long time. It's enough to compare 100 years to eternity. And all of a sudden you realize, logically, mathematically, with no mystery here, you realize that this 100 years is like one speck of dust, one speck of sand in a desert, or it's like one drop of rain in an ocean. 100 years is nothing. 100 years compared to eternity is absolutely nothing, and that is the essence of it. So even if someone can't imagine how can 90, 80 years be equivalent to 2 hours, forget about that. Just just understand that once you understand that there is eternity out there, when you compare your life on this earth to that eternity, your life becomes literally nothing. It's like, as I said, like a drop of rain in an ocean, falling in an ocean. So that's why this life is just nothing. So imagine someone selling out their eternity for this life. This is just the stupidest thing that anyone can do, really. Yeah, okay, yeah, I could do that too, I guess. Yeah, I could watch it on stream and kind of comment on some of what I'm seeing. Oh, okay. Exactly. Even 1,000 years, exactly. Even if some of the very earliest humans lived for 1,000 years, still one century is, or 1,000 years is nothing, compared to eternity. Exactly, man. Eventually, all the numbers of years of this life here will be nothing when compared to eternity. And anyone who understands enough math will understand this concept very clearly. When if someone did math problems before, especially involving infinity, they understand that 100 years is just absolutely nothing compared to infinity. So this is not this is not something mysterious or esoteric. It's actually just logic. After that video, you lost all respect. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I definitely have to see what's up, man. This guy is famous, so I gotta see what did he say exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, yeah, of course, yeah, of course. It's I mean, it's one wouldn't like really judge him for whatever belief he chose over over his parents' belief, but because you don't know like how he grew up, and whether his parents actually really gave him good advice or not. Did they take the time to really explain you know their faith to him or not? So yeah, it could kind of partially be on the responsibility of his parents. We never know. But of course, after puberty, like once he's like 13, 14, or 15 years old, he becomes fully responsible and he becomes fully accountable for himself. No more, no more responsibility on his parents from that point on, because he can think for himself. He can make certain decisions. Of course, in the modern world, you're still your parents' kid at this age, and you have to go to school and so on. But I mean, you still you have a little bit of sort of autonomy over your thoughts, over your decisions. Like at least where what you can and what you want to do and what you don't want to do. You have a little bit of autonomy there, so you become accountable for your own actions. So he's definitely accountable today for everything he's doing, and saying and believing. But yeah, partially we never know like how things were when it came to his parents. But of course, behavior, yeah, behavior and what you say in a public video is another thing. Yeah. Wow. Wow. My God. Yeah, with 1.5 million subscribers, he better be in the top 1%. And yeah, League of Legends is very it's I mean, I don't know, maybe I don't know how accurate this is, but I'm inclined to say that it's rather easy to become famous if you choose, League of Legends to become your game, the game you focus on, and you really get better at it and stuff like that. Like if you choose to become very skilled at one game, and then that game becomes League of Legends, then yeah, it's it's an easier path to fame. Yeah, 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 exactly. Yeah, your parents can only do so much, and your parents usually also they only know so much. So their knowledge is limited, and what they can relate to you is limited. Each one of us has to go out there and really seek the truth by ourselves, and we also have to accept it by ourselves. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It could I mean, they could share. Only God knows how it is. Of course, there are always exceptions. What I mean is that sometimes, like we've heard stories of parents who have done the very best with their own children, to advise them, to raise them well. But unfortunately, the children just end up becoming I don't know, like corrupt teenagers. They get into drugs and alcohol and gangs and stuff like that. And then when they grow older, they can become alcoholics and failures in life and so on. So yeah, even though their parents really did their best with them, so there are always these exceptions where parents do their best, but still. So it could be that indeed the parents share a little bit of the responsibility for their child ending up as an adult being led astray, not really becoming misguided and stuff like that. So they share a little bit of the responsibility, but I would argue that after puberty, every individual, definitely shares the biggest share of the responsibility. Basically, they have the biggest share of the responsibility of the responsibility for how they end up, for their own mistakes and anything bad that comes from them. Every individual after puberty definitely has the biggest share for themselves. Yeah, it's good. It's good that, I mean, you can follow. I've also heard of stories of people who have been on a very corrupt and dark path for many years, man. They like, yeah, I've heard of people who were in gangs, doing drugs and stuff like that as teenagers, and when they grew older, they even went to prison for, I don't know, some fights or some other crimes like shoplifting, and also got addicted to alcohol and stuff like that, and so on. So yeah, even though they led this path for many years, sometimes something happens. I don't know. God works in mysterious ways. We just don't understand. But something happens at some point, and they just wake up, and they become different people. They become good people for the first time, probably, mostly. I mean, they always had some good, for sure. There's always a certain light that shows up at certain moments, like when someone does have some goodness in them. But of course, what I mean is that when they were leading that corrupt and dark path, they were mostly bad people. But then suddenly they just become mostly good people. Something happens. My God, that is just, wow. That is bizarre, man. Wow, that is just insane. Yeah, subhanallah. Yeah, brother, God guides those he wants. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter where you are. If God sees something good in you, then and he wills it, then that's it. You will be guided. Yeah. Yeah, he kept on selling. Yeah, may God reward him well. Yeah, subhanallah. It would be good to see him and thank him one day, but you can uh, you can find some consonants, and the fact that, you know, God will definitely reward him. So yeah, what he did is not gonna go to waste at all. And that is what defines the best Muslims, man. That is what defines the best Muslims, because you know, God says in the Quran, كنتم خير أمة أخرجت للناس تأمرون بالمعروف وتنهون عن المنكر. Now if I would try to find that. So this is what makes Muslims the best of people. It's not something that they are born with. Like you cannot be the best of humanity just by becoming Muslim, just by saying, you know, there's only one God and Muhammad, peace be upon him, is his prophet. That's not how. You actually have to do this. You have to do this. So that's 110. So if I go to 3 and then I scroll, so here in the Quran, so yeah, chapter 3, scroll all the way down to 110. So this is it. This is basically how.
You are the best community that ever emerged for humanity. You advocate what is moral, and forbid what is immoral, and believe in God. Had the people of the scripture believed, it would have been better for them. Among them are the believers, but most of them are sinners.
So yeah, this verse, كنتم خير أمة أخرجت للناس تأمرون بالمعروف وتنهون عن المنكر وتؤمنون بالله ولو آمن أهل الكتاب لكان خيرا لهم منهم المؤمنون وأكثرهم الفاسقون. And that's the translation that was read. So this is how to be the best of people, the best community that ever emerged for humanity. It's by advocating what is moral and forbidding what is immoral and believing in God. So that brother, man, that brother definitely was among the best of humanity at that moment, at that specific moment, you know, when he was giving you advice. Yeah. 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 Yeah, me too. I pray inshallah I gets rewarded. Yeah. Yeah, he definitely did. Sometimes sometimes we don't care about ourselves, don't we? Yeah. Donation messages. Wow. Seriously? The same reader? Reads donation messages. That's interesting. I think he's a good reader, the English one. I think he's a good reader. He's doing a good job reading the translation. Oh, that's weird. Ah, maybe. I think I'm not sure, but I think I vaguely know what you can remember what you're talking about. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that it's a familiar voice reading the Quran's translation, because I mean a familiar voice on Twitch at least, because then you know people can relate to it at least in one way. Yeah, yeah, they're definitely not going to be righteous messages like this if they're asking for donations. My God, I really wanted to go out there today and pick something up from the post office. I had a delivery. That's just something simple, but I'm looking through the window. It is like a freaking storm, ice storm outside. My God, I don't know what's happening. Weather is so weird, man. It's just so weird. It was super cold about a week ago, and then before a week ago, it was super cold. Always sub zero temperatures. I think even sub 10. It was like less than -10 the temperature. And then all of a sudden, just a week ago, it started to become warmer. Go all the way to 0 degrees, sometimes even one temperature, like 1 Celsius, and a lot of the snow melted. And then today, it's like a it's like a hail or something, ice storm outside. The place is white. All the houses are starting to get covered in white color. Very strange. Very strange weather nowadays. Yeah, yeah, Russia would be like that too. Yeah, yeah. So, brother, I'll make some coffee and yeah, grab something to drink. But yeah, I'm not gonna stop the stream. Just a short break. Are you gonna still be around, or are you gonna move on? Uh, okay, cool, cool. Yeah, and you take your time too. I'll just play. I don't know if it's appropriate to use the word play, but uh, let some Quran recitation be, running in the background. And yeah, just so that the stream isn't completely quiet and has hopefully something useful being said. But then yeah, I'll return and play some more maybe zombies, or unless you have something to say, then yeah, we can chat a little bit more. I really don't mind. I'm good with that too. So yeah, be right back. Maybe 10 to 15 minutes. I'll be back inshallah. Until then, stay safe.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the gracious, the merciful.
ألف لام ميم.
Alif, Lam, Meme.
ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين.
This is the book in which there is no doubt, a guide for the righteous.
الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة ومما رزقناهم ينفقون.
Those who believe in the unseen, and perform the prayers, and give from what we have provided for them.
والذين يؤمنون بما أنزل إليك وما أنزل من قبلك وبالآخرة هم يوقنون.
And those who believe in what was revealed to you, and in what was revealed before you, and are certain of the hereafter.
أولئك على هدى من ربهم وأولئك هم المفلحون.
These are upon guidance from their Lord. These are the successful.
إن الذين كفروا سواء عليهم أأنذرتهم أم لم تنذرهم لا يؤمنون.
As for those who disbelieve, it is the same for them, whether you have warned them, or have not warned them, they do not believe.
ختم الله على قلوبهم وعلى سمعهم وعلى أبصارهم غشاوة ولهم عذاب عظيم.
God has set a seal on their hearts and on their hearing, and over their vision is a veil. They will have a severe torment.
ومن الناس من يقول آمنا بالله وباليوم الآخر وما هم بمؤمنين.
Among the people are those who say, "We believe in God and in the last day," but they are not believers.
يخادعون الله والذين آمنوا وما يخدعون إلا أنفسهم وما يشعرون.
They seek to deceive God and those who believe, but they deceive none but themselves, though they are not aware.
في قلوبهم مرض فزادهم الله مرضا ولهم عذاب أليم بما كانوا يكذبون.
In their hearts is sickness, and God has increased their sickness. They will have a painful punishment because of their denial.
وإذا قيل لهم
And when it is said to them, "Do not make trouble on earth," they say, "We are only reformers."
ألا إنهم هم المفسدون ولكن لا يشعرون.
In fact, they are the troublemakers, but they are not aware.
وإذا قيل لهم آمنوا كما آمن الناس قالوا أنؤمن كما آمن السفهاء ألا إنهم هم السفهاء ولكن لا يعلمون.
And when it is said to them, "Believe as the people have believed," they say, "Shall we believe as the fools have believed?" In fact, it is they who are the fools, but they do not know.
وإذا لقوا الذين آمنوا قالوا آمنا وإذا خلوا إلى شياطينهم يضل به كثيرا ويهدي به كثيرا وما يضل به إلا الفاسقين.
God does not shy away from making an example of an at, or something above it. As for those who believe, they know that it is the truth from their Lord. But as for those who disbelieve, they say, what did God intend by this example? He leads astray many thereby, and he guides many thereby, but he misleads thereby only the evildoers.
الذين ينقضون عهد الله من بعد ميثاقه ويقطعون ما أمر الله به أن يوصل ويفسدون في الأرض أولئك هم الخاسرون.
Those who violate God's covenant after its confirmation, and sever what God has commanded to be joined, and commit evil on earth. These are the losers.
كيف تكفرون بالله وكنتم أمواتا فأحياكم ثم يميتكم ثم يحييكم ثم إليه ترجعون.
How can you deny God, when you were dead and he gave you life? Then he will put you to death, then he will bring you to life, then to him you will be returned.
هو الذي خلق لكم ما في الأرض جميعا ثم استوى إلى السماء فسواهن سبع سماوات وهو بكل شيء عليم.
It is he who created for you everything on earth, then turned to the heaven, and made them 7 heavens. And he is aware of all things.
وإذ قال ربك للملائكة إني جاعل في الأرض خليفة قالوا أتجعل فيها من يفسد فيها ويسفك الدماء ونحن نسبح بحمدك ونقدس لك قال إني أعلم ما لا تعلمون.
When your Lord said to the angels, I am placing a successor on earth. They said, will you place in it someone who will cause corruption in it and shed blood, while we declare your praises and sanctify you? He said, I know what you do not know.
وعلم آدم الأسماء كلها ثم عرضهم على الملائكة أسماء هؤلاء إن كنتم صادقين.
And he taught Adam the names, all of them. Then he presented them to the angels, and said, "Tell me the names of these, if you are sincere."
Alright, yes, I am back. I kind of really took my time because I had this Quran recitation on speakers, and I was like, yeah, it was good. It was good listening to the words and their translations, and just kind of thinking about it all. Yeah, I'm gonna try this setup for this gun. What the hell is this? Is this like a hippie zombie or a hippie skull? This is weird. I don't know. Let's remove it. How do I move it? Okay. Yeah, put it in 3. Let's try. Ah, same color. Green and green. Not too bad. Hey. Ah. Yeah. Occasionally, I mean, to be fair, it doesn't happen like a lot to me, but it's sometimes, like, occasionally it happens, maybe once every 2 weeks or something, I guess. And it's so annoying, obviously, especially for streaming, because I stream at, you know, the highest speed possible, so it's like 6 megabit per second, and 60, so 1920 at 60 frames, and also I kind of treat my streams as something that things that I can turn into videos, because I try to archive all of them on my YouTube channel permanently. So yeah, so that they can be nice, you know, quality later on to watch on YouTube. If I want to watch any of these videos later on for whatever reason, they can be nice quality, because I'm thinking about the future too, because today it's the normal in videos is like, or the most popular is high definition. You never know, man. Maybe in just a few years the norm would be 4K, for example. 4K would be the norm. So yeah, the better the quality of the videos now that I put on YouTube, the more life they will have, in the future, in the far future. That's at least what I'm thinking of. And I just realized I just really have to hold on. Let me just mute this.
I got strike team arriving at the village. They're ready to go.
Find Agent Maxis. Recover any intel you can. Ravenov, my
Good,
team has reached
yeah.
the village.
Finally done. So
I have taken shelter nearby. I will help you get to the Omega base.
yeah, I put on the headphones for the first time today. all this time, the whole until now, I was
Frank the zombie.
playing by speakers. Whenever I talk, I mute my speakers, my PC speakers, and then when I'm not talking, I mute the microphone and
You said Maxis
raise
was
the
taken
volume
to
of
the
my
Omega
speakers.
facility.
But I
Yes, the teleporter on the roof will take you there.
think
At
if
the
I'm
base,
gonna
find Peck. That fucking coward is holding Maxis somewhere. I would take you to him, but the ferocity of these beasts' attacks mean I can only observe from my monitors. I hope you show me a good fight.
yeah, so I was saying I don't like to speak over NPCs. It just gets confusing, listening to two people talk at the same time. But yeah, as I was saying, if I'm gonna be talking for a bit, then it's better definitely to wear headphones and not keep muting and unmuting stuff. Of course, my keyboard can be a bit loud, but it is what it is. No way around this disadvantage there. Oh yeah, I'm also just reminded me, man. I live in a small town. I'm originally, like, my family is like from the capital, but just due to university studies, I moved to a small town, and I also moved within this town. I moved. Was it what? I don't know, once or twice. Yeah, I moved also within this town, and and this place that I moved to last time, they actually did not have, the local company did not have ADSL internet here, believe it or not. So, so I actually was forced to buy 4G internet for homes rather than, for the mobile phones. I had to get one for a home. And then a year later, or a year and a half later, something like that, bam, the local company offers ADSL. But I was just, I honestly, believe it or not, I was just too lazy to switch. Of course, I get reminded by the importance of switching every time my internet connection goes bad because of, I don't know, signal, wireless waves, God knows what. But yeah, when it's working, I just forget. I'll get like better speed and obviously more reliable connection, but it just can't be bothered. It's just a long process. Obviously, you have to cancel a contract with an existing company, and I don't know, God knows how many months of notice they want for that, and then you have to wait for some sort of other modem to be delivered. You have to send the existing company their own modem. God damn it, man. It's so annoying switching. I think they do it intentionally to deter people from switching companies. But it's such a pain. It's just an annoying process. Did you get corona or something? Why do you have to be isolated?
Oh no. Requiem soldiers. How did you get access to the base? I know why you're here. You want the German girl, Maxis. Tell you what, you restore facility power. I'll hand over your spy. Heck, you better have Maxis ready for transport, or there will be consequences.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I
One
realized.
down, 2 to go. I'd pick up the pace if I were you, for Max's sake. If
I
you've
also-
hurt her, Peck, I will end you. Personally.
I also had to do several tests because I was traveling. I think a couple of months ago, I was traveling and yeah, the airlines require freaking COVID-19 tests. The countries require COVID-19 tests. Man, and it was so expensive. They basically treated me as a tourist. It wasn't tourism; it was just family stuff. And yeah, man, I paid a lot of money for the test. Things, because especially like tests like that are not they are not mandatory. Basically, the test wasn't mandatory, so Scandinavian countries aren't known exactly for the cheap prices when something isn't supported by
Hostile corps eliminated.
something isn't sponsored by the government. Yeah, they are not known for cheap prices. So, and then
Your brains went auf Wiedersehen.
when I returned, they basically recommended that I also self quarantine for a week at least. But they had a test, a free one this time, in the airport upon returning, because they were just checking everybody getting into the country, and I was negative. But I think I got it. I think literally after taking the test by a few minutes probably, I got the COVID-19, and I never went to take another test. I was just sick of it all. And I think I got it just because I had the worst flu right after I returned. For like 2 weeks I had a flu. So yeah, and I never bothered to go a third time, or God knows, like fourth, or when, like how many times I did it to test yet again. I just couldn't be bothered. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the issue. Maybe in Italy, but if you like here, if you want a COVID-19 test for traveling, then yeah, you have to pay. I think at the time it was 300 euros, 2 tests. So yeah, 200 euro, 240 euros for some sort of test, and then 90 for another, something like that, I think.
I'm getting to life.
Ether reactor online at military command. All ether reactors online. Facility operating at full power.
Weaver, there is a weapon forge at my location. It is now operational. It makes weapons fire bullets that cut like Soviet steel. Your team should use.
Wow, really? 75? My god. Man, these Nordic countries are freaking, yeah. I mean, they do come with their advantages, but as you see, there are some disadvantages, and one of them is that if you do not have symptoms, COVID-19 symptoms, and you really need to take the test to, basically see if you need to be quarantined and protect those around you or not. Like, if there is no necessity like that, you're just traveling, you're a rich tourist, you're a rich tourist, then yeah, go out there and pay about 300 euros to get the test.
I'm in mission control.
And I'm like a university student, for God's sake, So, yeah. was horrible. You know, in Turkey, like if you travel through Istanbul, in Istanbul's airport, you can take the COVID-19 test for $10. They send you the result. I think I can't remember how many hours, but it's like either 24 hours or less. They send you the results, and you get them on your phone or something by email. So yeah, that's also a tip for those traveling and those who actually can transit in Istanbul's airport. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me, man. You gotta be kidding me.
Nothing survives a headshot. Frank the zombie. I've killed enough to refill a cemetery.
Bonus points.
Yeah, you definitely shouldn't be traveling with all these COVID-19 issues, man. Definitely, I wouldn't recommend it. I was annoyed, to be honest. It was a very stressful trip for me. This COVID-19 BS is just unbearable in many ways. South Korea, why? Why do you want to visit South Korea next?
Eyes open, strike team. If there are more creatures like that one, this whole base is an ambush waiting to happen.
Requisitioning this weapon.
This just occurred to me that this this voice actor who's doing this German, like the German, he's probably German. He's pretty good. He's a good voice actor. At least one of the better ones in the options. Most of the other characters are just a little bit too badass. Like, I'm such a badass. I'm such a badass soldier. Wow. You know, that sort of attitude and that emotion there's just, yeah, it's one emotion, never changes, you know. that's the only emotion they can communicate in their lines. And then, you know, constantly cursing and stuff like that. Every second line is a curse of some sort. Yeah, that's the sort of attitude and emotion you get from the other guys. But this German dude is interesting. He uses like good vocabulary, and there's a change in his tone of voice sometimes. I like him. And then he curses only once. Like there's only one line so far I heard from him where, like, when if he kills like, I don't know.
No doubt.
Yeah, this one, a critical wound, no doubt. When he if he kills, like, I don't know, 50 or something, he goes like, I'm fucking unstoppable. And that's the only line he said, like, he curses in. But the other guys, like, as I said, every second line is a curse. Oh, interesting. I think the South Korean culture changed drastically through the years in the last few decades, at least, especially in the last couple of 20 years probably. Changed so much, I would say, from what I read at least, and you know, like comparing what I see in the videos now and this K-pop, you know, Korean pop bands, the Korean TV series or soap operas that are taking over the world. And then I compare that to maybe 20 years ago when, you know, you could feel like Korea was still traditional, or like a lot of Asian countries were still traditional. You still felt like, you know, I mean, if you visited those countries, you could feel like it's an Asian country. You know, the outfits are different, the culture itself is obviously different, and so on. Right now, there's a lot of globalization and westernization going on in many countries, including South Korea. So it's like we're all becoming a sort of a modern copy of each other in a way. The way we dress, the way we talk, the things we eat. You know, McDonald's is invading every single country, every single part of the world, for example. So even people's foods are changing, people's outfits are changing, becoming, you know, unified or some sort of outfit. Yeah, neither am I. But yeah, the thing is, these things I'm talking about, you won't be exposed much to them as a tourist. When you go, because as a tourist, when you go to, you know, tourist hotspots and stuff like that, basically those spots are usually made intentionally to preserve the local culture. Interestingly enough, it's just bizarre. It's bizarre, you know, isn't it? That basically the local culture doesn't really, like in many countries today, the local culture doesn't really shine except in front of foreigners. So like locals usually just don't really show off their culture much because they have adopted the global Western culture. But in tourist hotspots, you find local food. You find sometimes also traditional outfits, dresses. So, you know, those who work in tourism, they dress, behave, cook in the traditional way because they know that this is what's attracting the tourists. So there is also that interesting part of it. That you know, as a tourist, maybe you won't have to really worry much about any like, you know, the culture being eroded or eradicated, because it will most probably be there for you to see, because, you know, it's part of the tourism.
Raptor 1, RTB for refuel. Evac window closed.
Warning. Dimensional breach imminent.
Ah, another dimensional breach. This is the last thing we need right now. Quickly, you...
True, yeah. Globalization does have its benefits. In the internet, especially the internet, yeah. Like, true. In a way, everybody's getting to know everybody, and that includes, the whole world getting to know more about Muslims and stuff. So yeah, there's definitely that advantage there. I agree with you.
Push them back. Bleed them dry.
Security alert. Dimensional breach.
Yeah, I heard about South Korea, and I think it was also partially fueled by personalities like Dawood Kim, this revert brother that had some drama going on. some girl was, I think,
I never doubted your ferocity.
probably incited by enemies, once again enemies of Islam, trying to undermine his image and stuff like that. So something that is already talking. Yeah, something that happened in the past before he even became a Muslim. Apparently, he was with this girl, and yeah, so they had some fun together and what have you, and then she framed him for, sexually assaulting her or something like that, and the issue was already sorted out in a police station, and yet in spite of that, the whole thing was opened again. I mean, they already sorted it out. So why is this a thing? Again, well, it's a thing just to undermine his image, to shake his confidence, to make his life miserable. But yeah, and his reaction was a bit weird too, like weak. He did, like, it was really obvious to me that this issue for Dawood Kim shouldn't really be an issue, because we're already done with this dude. Girl, we already went to a police station, you already reported me for allegedly sexually assaulting you, and you already got what you wanted. So what's wrong with you? What do you want? We're already done with this. You are in the past, you are in my past. Why are you appearing again? Now that I'm famous, now that I'm a famous YouTuber, you're appearing again. Why? Who sent you? This is the reaction that I would have had, if I was in Dawood Kim's position. But the dude just got on YouTube, started apologizing, crying, appearing so weak. I don't know, weird. Saying he regrets this and regrets that. Dude, that's the past. It's not like you did something yesterday or right now. So I mean, you should be a bit stronger in your reaction, and kind of not really allow these people to walk all over you like that, and to undermine your image, and to basically compromise everything you've done so far. You've been involved in da'wah, you're involved in spreading the good message about Islam. Why do you allow these people to undermine your image now and just waste all this effort, years of effort and da'wah effort and stuff like that? You just throw it all down the toilet in a way by such a weak reaction and a bizarre reaction too at the same time. Reaction that really he should have known better, basically. Yeah, the I don't know. It's probably impossible. The option that I know you put it between quotations, quote unquote pious option, or basically an option to just clean. I would say a way, even like aside, like irrelevant or regardless of religion, we could say a clean option. Just a secular term word here would be clean. Why? I mean, can I have a clean gaming experience, please? I don't know, with no cursing. That's I think that should be definitely a thing, and I don't know why it's not a thing. I mean, obviously there is that thing, there is that link filter. You know, so a lot of games have this filter, but it only works for for written. It only works for written curses, not for spoken. So it's probably impossible. I don't know, maybe not impossible, maybe not like always impossible, but I think with today's technology, it's probably impossible to have that sort of filter that, you know, filters, you know, curses people use by voice chat or something. It's probably, yeah, probably impossible with today's technology. But chat, yeah, you can just turn on that filter that filters out swear words and stuff like that. And some games, a few of them at least, also offer you the option of some games also offer you the option of adding your own words, and that's amazing. I think unfortunately World of Warcraft doesn't offer that. I wish it did, because there is this despicable, disgusting expression that a few people in the gaming community use, which is cursing God, basically. So they pretend they're cursing their own God. So they use the F word with the word God, and it's like their God. But dude, I mean, if you're cursing your own deity, just call it that. Call it deity. Don't call it God, because if we're English speakers, like as English speakers, we don't really have a name for, you know, when you think about it, as English speakers, we don't have a name for God in English. You know, the name, I know these people use God, the word God, as a noun, you know, like a God, but I think it's much better to use the word deity, so a deity. So there's only God, there's no such thing as a God. There's God, and then there's a deity, or there are many deities and so on. That would be my preference for sure. And it's unfortunate that a lot of people today in today's world, including some Muslims too, they use the word God sometimes as the word ilah, deity, ilah. Whereas so basically, like in Arabic, we would say Allah, that's God. So Allah is God. Ilah, that's deity. So that's not God, that's deity. So there's a difference in English. There's a difference between ilah, which is a deity, and then there's the plural aliha. You know, like the idols that Quraysh used to worship, the statues that, you know, Quraysh used to worship. So yeah, that's definitely, this expression, this disgusting expression, is definitely something that I would want to, you know, block in a game. I don't want to read that crap, you know. I don't want to read God, the word God being cursed, basically. I definitely don't want to read that. It's one of the worst experiences I have in a game, to read this crap. This blasphemy, basically. So yeah, I would be grateful definitely for custom filters, custom filtered words that I can filter out from the game's chat. But I don't know about voice. Yeah, exactly. Very, very clearly and explicitly they insult God, and then they pretend, like when you object, they pretend they're cursing their own God. Oh, it's my God, because, you know, they say, oh my, you know, that word, and then God. So it's their God. Good, say deity. I don't worship you know, any deity that is called something. I don't worship Yahweh or Jesus. Yes, in Arabic it's Allah, but that's Allah is like that's basically Allah is God. Basically, it means God. So if we're speaking English, I don't have a name for the deity that I worship other than God. In English, I mean, if we're speaking English, I say God, and there is no name. So God for me is not a noun; it's a name. That's the name of the deity that I worship. And then, you know, they curse it. So it's someone who basically, for example, someone says, my F word John, the word John, for example. And then when you object, when you blame them, oh, he said I'm cursing my John. Dude, my father's name is John, you know, so what do you mean you're cursing your John? It just doesn't sound right when my father's name is something and then you curse that name in front of me. It's just disrespectful. And so imagine that's when it comes to the Father. So imagine when it comes to the deity, you know, like our Lord, the one we prefer to our own children and fathers and sisters and wives and everything in the world. You know, our Lord comes before everything, and yet they just use his name like that in vain in front of you. And they care, and those same people, those same, you know, pricks, they care about homosexuals' rights and feelings more than our feelings, for example. So, or you know, God forbid they would ever, you know, hurt the sensitive feelings of gays. But oh, Muslims, you know, Muslims' feelings are hurt if you curse God in front of them. Oh, who cares, you know? No, they only care about gays' feelings, but not Muslims, you know. Yeah, you know that I swear to you, bro. Many years ago, when that expression was still new to me, I swear I used to get sick. I used to get physically sick, like my stomach would feel sick, and I almost threw up when I heard that, because it's like the highest form of blasphemy. It is blasphemy of the ugliest and most severe kind. Blasphemy that is just indescribable, and it literally sometimes made me feel like I'm gonna throw up. I was gonna puke. A few times before, when I read that word and when I heard these words, I was gonna puke from the level of disgusting blasphemy in that expression, in that disgusting expression. And yet they use it so easily. These atheists and, you know, people with no brain, no respect for religious people. Just as I said, only respect for gays and women and I don't know whatever else they want to. Whatever else is in fashion. Yeah, that's the word. That's the expression I want. Whatever else is in fashion. Whatever else is fashionable. It's fashionable to, you know, respect homosexuals or LGBTs' feelings. Oh, let's follow the fashion. Now it's feminism and women's feelings. Good. Then let's respect women's feelings too, and, you know, turn it into a thing, as if, you know. As if anyone needs to be reminded to respect everyone's feelings rather than, well, I mean,
Time is limited.
I don't want to use that respect feelings in a generalized way, but, you know, just be mindful. Forget about respect. You know, be mindful of other people's feelings and stuff. As if anyone's, you know, needs to be reminded of that. No, just. Islam basically, we are forbidden to insult other deities in front of their practitioners, like in front of their followers. Like we cannot, for example, like we cannot curse. Let's say, I mean, I'm not gonna use something modern so that, you know, no one thinks no one misunderstands what I want to say. Lati wal Uzza, you know, these are some of the false deities that Quraysh, Prophet Muhammad's tribe used to worship. Lati wal Uzza. So we cannot curse Lati wal Uzza, because then they could worship, you know, our God, especially if we do it in front of them. So yeah, you are right about this. And of course, and forget about cursing. We cannot disrespect, you know, Jesus, Moses, because we believe in them. You know, he's our prophet too. Jesus, Moses, those are our prophets.
Head off. Right, protection back.
Raptor 1 is in range for extraction. Your call.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Exactly, man. Yeah, I mean, it's a free world. Nobody's forcing you to believe in anything you don't believe in. But, dude, you know, you don't have to curse our deity to feel good about your life or about yourself. I don't understand the. I wonder if I can. I can go higher than this weapon.
Under threat
Higher
clear.
until the finish.
Feeling pretty badass now.
Extraction is a no-go. Stand by for next window.
What do they do? What do you mean? Whoa! Wow! Wow! Seriously? People in Morocco can do that? Wow, that's insane. It's almost unbelievable.
Undead menace eliminated.
Yeah.
Your brain's been computer. Hostile forms eliminated.
Ah, yeah. My best friend here says he also met this dude. I can't remember. I think he was. I don't remember. I don't remember from which country. I think he was probably Egyptian, which is, I mean, at least like many years ago, it wasn't popular among Egyptians to do that, to kind of, you know, use expressions that would that have kind of insult the creator or something like that, or someone's lord. But yeah, my best friend heard this guy once talk to like a foreign person, say curse your creator, and my best friend was like, this guy who said this is supposed to be Muslim. So my best friend like kind of was like obviously appalled and looked at him like, what the hell are you saying? And he tries to explain. That dude tries to explain to my best friend that he's not cursing, you know, God or Allah. He's cursing that dude's creator. And then my best friend actually had to clarify to the dude and say, and who created him? I mean, yes, maybe he doesn't worship, you know, his creator. He doesn't believe in his creator. He doesn't share our religion. But who do you think created him? I mean, does it make a difference whether someone believes in his creator or not? Like, imagine, I think I mean, a Muslim would easily understand what I'm saying, but atheists would not understand. I think a good way to explain this to anyone, atheist, especially like atheists, for example, is imagine what is it called? These robots, an android. Imagine an android, you know, that was created. You know, of course, I know it's a fiction, but humans are dreaming that they will create an android with free will one day. Yeah, let's imagine this happening. So does it make a difference if an android doesn't believe that humans created it, or it believes? Like, does it make any difference in the truth? You know, the truth is that, you know, in this case, in this fictional situation, humans created the android. Whether the android believes that, you know, humans created it or not, it doesn't make a difference to the truth. The truth is that, you know, the humans created the android. So this dude actually doesn't understand this concept. My best friend had to explain to him that it doesn't make a difference whether he believes in God or not. You are cursing his creator, like, you know, based on the truth. The truth is that, you know, he was created, like God created him. So, and now you are cursing God because it is the truth is that God created him, regardless to what the guy believes. Imagine someone, you know, walks around cursing God, and that person needs to have this explained to them. I mean, I think it would have been obvious, regardless of belief, what anyone believes, because it is just obvious to me. But apparently, the idea is complex or not so obvious to some others. Yeah, exactly. Let's assume. Yeah, exactly. That's also another way of explaining to atheists. Just assume that God exists for the sake of the logic itself, because I'm not trying to prove anything scientifically here, but we're talking about logic. You know, logically speaking, if a creator did exist, then, you know, so and so and so would be logical. This would be the case. I sometimes use that, but for certain examples like this, you know, who created who, whether someone believes in God or not, does that make a difference? I like the android and humans. You know, humans created an android, so it doesn't make a difference if the android believes or not. In the truth, I mean.
Goodbye, fine.
Exfil window is open.
Yeah, me too. You do sound well traveled. I also traveled. I also lived. I lived and traveled. I traveled to many countries and lived in also many countries around the world. So I've seen a lot, and I've been exposed to a lot of cultures. It was definitely one of the, I think the best things that happened to me because I think it made me a bit open-minded, and it allowed me to also speak different, not languages. I don't speak 4 languages like you, but it allowed me to speak different. I don't know what to call it, but in a language that people can understand from different places, like not languages as in linguistic languages. I'm talking about kind of, let's say, styles of communication, scientific, logical, emotional, that sort of thing. So yeah, seeing so many different cultures and being exposed to them that way definitely helped me grow in a few other ways. And I don't mean to indicate that tourism does that, because I don't want to be misunderstood. I don't want someone to hear that and say, oh, traveling enriches you, makes you sort of a more cultured person. So great. Let me travel around, or let me spend all my money on traveling around. No, because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about tourism. I'm talking about actually living in countries and living and working in different countries, studying, whether it's for studies, a job, anything like that. This is what I'm talking about, and it was definitely one of the things that really enriched my experience the most. I am still a noob, Voltage. What did you just do? What does that mean, subscribe with Prime? I'm pretty sure it's something amazing. I'm pretty sure it's something amazing, but I don't know what it is. Freaking hell, man. And yeah, I will definitely never, I will never delete this video. Like, I export it to YouTube and keep it for history, so that if you know, if I'm very knowledgeable one day about all these things, I can still be humbled by this moment where, you know, where I'm advertising my noobness, my Twitch noobness very openly. It's not okay. Okay. All right, explain it to me if you understand it. You know, well, explain it to me, so you know, so I'm not such a noob. You know. 'Cause the thing is, I'm comparing myself, you know, to. Excuse me. I'm comparing myself to like some of the famous Twitch streamers I've watched before. And sometimes I see them, you know, I see all, you know, these announcements on their screen, and then they say, "Oh, thank you, Joe, for your donation. Thank you, Jack, for your subscription." And then someone, I don't know, does something, cheers. Thank you for the cheering, or what else? There was there was other stuff like that. So, and you know, all of course they are pros, so they understand everything. They understand what the they understand what the emojis, every emoji, you know, they know what every emoji means. They know what all these terms mean. But yeah, and I'm like, I'm lost. I don't understand what any of this is. Okay, and what's a normal subscription? How is it different from following? You know, you can follow me or you can subscribe. So what's the difference? Because I don't know. Hold on, I spilled some coffee, so I gotta wash that off. All right, back. So I'm definitely guilty of not, you know, not researching this and understanding it myself. Just going onto the, going onto the Twitch help pages and reading. But to be honest, I, I just felt like I don't need, because as you can see, I barely get like 5 viewers. So I'm like, so I said to myself, okay, you know what? Once I am like somewhere around 10 viewers all the time, and obviously upwards, then maybe, yeah, at that point maybe I'll start looking into all these Twitch, you know, terminologies and the different things and what have you, so I can, you know, understand what to say, how to thank people properly when they do something. Uh, but yeah, I've been waiting. I was waiting until it's worth it, to understand all these little different, you know, terms and stuff. So this is why until now I'm quite clueless and such a noob, such a Twitch noob, basically. Subs, Prime subs, gifted subs are the main ones. Wow. Okay, that is a lot of that is a lot of stuff, man, to understand. Following is free. Yeah, I understand following because I do it for others, and you know, others have, you know, done it for me. So this one is, yeah, clear. Subscription is $5 a month. If you already pay for the Amazon Prime service like I do, you can choose a streamer to sub. Ah, two for free. Okay, you can only choose one with your with Amazon Prime. I mean, because I'm aware of Amazon. I use them a lot, but I haven't paid for the Prime subscription just because I think like, or I felt that like I didn't need it. I don't know what to do with it, so yeah, I never really sub. But they keep but I shop from them a lot, so and every time I shop from them, almost every time I shop from them, they keep telling me, "Would you like a free trial of our Prime? And you don't have to pay. You can pay later." I'm like, "No, thank you," because I know I'll probably forget about it, and then I will pay when I didn't intend to pay. So no, thanks. Wow, one each month. Wow. Well, so I knew it. I knew it was something amazing. So yes, I knew it. It is something definitely something amazing. So thank you, brother. I'm really, really, really grateful that you chose me. Even if it's 1 month, it doesn't matter. Because I might not be active anyway. So I mean, in a month, who knows? God knows what's going to happen. As I told you, I was quite active 3 years ago. I was very, very active 3 years ago on YouTube at least, and then but I struggled. I really struggled to get any subscriptions on YouTube, in spite of having hundreds. I have hundreds upon hundreds of hours, streamed hours of Fortnite Save the World. It's because it's the battle. It's not the battle royale part of Fortnite. It's the PVE, Save the World. So I guess that's partially why. And I was also on YouTube rather than Twitch. So that's another reason why I struggled to get any views or subs or what have you. And then I started being active on Twitch. I think about 2 years ago, and through that year, I like through 1 year, I started to acquire. So I was a lot more successful in getting follows here in Twitch. So I saw the difference. Like in YouTube, I struggled. As I said, I think I don't have more than 27, maybe 20, 29, something like 30 subs. Only 30 subs in YouTube. They were more. Like 3 years ago, I think I had, I think maybe yeah, I definitely had over 100, because I became. I don't know. I don't think YouTube calls it affiliate or anything like that. But I had the right to pick my own name. So instead of having this what's the word, generic URL for your YouTube channel, you are allowed to pick a specific name. So I picked youtube.com/c/muslimgamertv. I picked that one. So I had more than 100, but obviously I stopped streaming on YouTube and I stopped uploading content too. So yeah, through the years I lost most of these people, and what remains is about 30, I think, subs. And then, as I said, a year later, I switched to Twitch, and I stayed on Twitch for about a year, on and off. But through that year, I was able to get this 1K, because I was quite active too. So I was able to get 1K follows. But as I said, I completely quit. I quit streaming. I went off the grid completely for a whole year. And yeah, and that's so I didn't lose the follows, but I lost the views after that year, because people's attention span is very narrow nowadays. So if you don't keep feeding, if you're not active, people move on usually. So yeah. Uh, so I thought, now that I'm streaming again, but as I said, I don't know, because I came from quitting, from being off the grid for a whole year. So you never know what might happen. I could also not be active. I think that most probably I will never completely disappear. Most probably, that's my feeling right now. So what could happen is I might stop playing games on Twitch. Maybe there is this chance that I might stop playing games on Twitch, and I could focus on just chatting. So I could get on Twitch just as part of this category called just chatting, and then just talking and stuff like that. Maybe I could do that, because I think there's no harm in this. Like I wouldn't waste a lot of time if I do this. Gaming, I have, like, as I said, I've got university degree and stuff like that. So obviously gaming takes a lot of time, especially if once I get into it, I just almost get addicted. Almost get addicted. So yeah. So hopefully I won't disappear again. But as I said, I don't know what's going to happen. But I thought, while I'm active, I said to myself, I'm not going to really get into all the details and understand all these details until I have a little bit of some decent viewership. Oh, your brother, your brother streams. That's cool. Give me his. And if you stream, do you stream? By the way, I didn't even ask. Do you stream? So because I already added you as a friend, but if you also stream, then I could also follow you. And if your brother does, then yeah, give me his tag or whatever it's called, his ID or tag. I can also follow him. Ah, yes, you have the founder badge. Another friend of mine, like he's also been following me for more than a year. I mean, we talked a lot. I mean, I don't mean that you've been following me for a while, but I mean I also talked to him, and I also talked a lot with him, and he's been following me for more than a year. He has that same badge, and I didn't understand how. I mean, I thought he got it because he's one of the very first people. I think he's one of the first 20 people who followed me. Yeah, I think so. I think he's one of the first 20 people, something like that, who followed me, and I thought that's why he got the founder badge. But maybe you also get it because if you're one of the first, you know, X number that subscribe. So maybe I don't know if you're one of the first 10 people who subscribe, or one of the first 100 people who subscribe to a specific channel, then you automatically become a founder. I think so, perhaps. Ah, all right. Devin Nash. The name sounds familiar for some reason. I hope so too, bro. I hope so. I also hope that I do stick around, inshallah. All right. Uh, what do you mean he's up to? Your brother subscribed to whom? To me? Ah, first 10. Okay. Ah, all right. Ah, you're talking about that friend that I mentioned. Ah, all right. Yeah, yeah. I got it now. Probably, yeah. That's also that was my first guess, but I would I first thought, okay, maybe the first 10. But then I thought to myself, well, what about the channels, like the really famous channels that, people with millions. Maybe though for those channels, maybe the first 100, get recognized, but I don't know. Maybe not. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, yeah. I got it. Yeah, I got it now. Ah, thank you. That's good. I've been interested in Valorant because I noticed that it's quite popular now. It surpassed Battle Royale, if I'm not mistaken. Let me actually confirm. At least some days it's more popular than. Sorry, I don't mean Battle Royale generally. I meant it's now more popular than Fortnite. Yeah, that's the word. So last time I checked, at least, sometimes. Oh, interesting. Very, very interesting. Right now, just chatting is at the top. Fortnite is second, then League of Legends. Man, League of Legends is just so it's burning it. It's just burning through the viewers. Lol. And then Rust is, interestingly enough, Rust is quite high too. I don't know why. I've never been really that interested in. And then Valorant, yeah, it's currently on the fifth. But last time I checked, the popularity. Um, I think, yeah, GTA, Grand Theft Auto 5 was at the very top. It was number one, followed by Just Chatting, followed by League of Legends, followed by Warzone. That's four, and then at number five I saw Valorant. So I was like, wow, Valorant is surpassing Apex Legends, Fortnite, a lot of other games. And right now it's actually surpassing Warzone 2. Like right now it's the fifth, but Fortnite is second. So on the weekend things apparently change. That's very interesting. Ah, man, very interesting to see how the dynamics of how the community you know gravitates towards different games at different times. Also, something that was very interesting for me was Black Desert Online. I saw Black Desert Online on in the second row. Like, you know, the first row had all these top games that were like are well known and you know, it's understandable. And then all of a sudden I see Black Desert Online in the second row, sir, you know, like going far above World of Warcraft. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. Because I do prefer, you know, the graphics and combat mechanics of Black Desert Online, but of course I prefer the PvE side of World of Warcraft more. Wow. All right. Well, but if he's very high ranked, then I can learn something. That's good. Uh, I maybe I can learn something from him while also, you know, kind of being nice and watching him instead of watching someone else. So it's all good. Now, good. So I followed him. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be saying much, so maybe not. Uh, yeah, but he doesn't say much on the channel on the channel. So maybe yeah, he does need some sort of care to basically pay attention to the details he puts, like put out a little bit about himself, a bit more about himself and stuff like that. Because for example, in the main part he says I play video games, but then you have to actually go to the about me section to read, you know, my name is Ayman and I play a shit ton of Valorant. So yeah, he's got quite a few followers, man. It's 234 followers. That's very good. He probably gets more views than me, definitely, with those, even though I have like 1.2k, but that's not that much more than his followers. Ah, yeah, it is. It seems to be getting bigger with time. Yeah, I mean, it's who are the devs? Because I'm not interested that much in League of Legends, so I keep forgetting the name of the developer. You know, LoL's devs, you know, they are the ones who did Valorant. So yeah, it has a lot of backing behind it. That's for sure, and and it also has years and years of experience, esports experience. I mean, the devs, League of Legends devs can't be taken lightly, man. Those people, those people, even if they stand behind a crappy game, they would probably push it to esports level by time. Just give them a few months, and they will push it to esports. Even if the game is crappy, it doesn't matter. I mean, with the amount of experience they have, with the amount of popularity they have, yeah, that kind of experience can't be taken lightly. They are forced to, you know, to oh, I forgot the expression. Rust have a lot of viewers because a server full of famous people on Twitch, private server. Otherwise, normal people don't get much attention. Ah, interesting. A private server, a private Rust server, with famous Twitch. What's the I mean, what's the secret, or what gives? You know, why did a few famous Twitch streamers decide to, you know, get into a private Rust server? What's so special about the game, or about being on a private Rust server? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I saw his link. Your brother's YouTube channel. I'll also subscribe to him. Kind of like me, 30, 30. Oh, yeah, I mean almost exactly the same number, I think. Let me check. Yeah, I'm 29. I'm 29 and he's 30. Almost exactly the same. Oh, really? If I'm not the Counter Strike, the thing is, to be frank, the reason I didn't get into CS:GO is because, well, it's a couple of reasons. I say a couple of main reasons. One of the main reasons is the graphics. I just think it's, the graphics are outdated. I would like to play something, a bit better in terms of the graphics. And the second reason is the gun mechanics. Like, there is no ADSing, aiming down the sight. It doesn't exist. Kind of like Overwatch, to be fair, it's kind of like Overwatch, but then Overwatch is a different breed, of game. It's got this cartoonish graphics. It's got other mechanics like, right clicking, for example, on Soldier 76 for Overwatch. Instead of ADSing, you shoot rockets from it. So yeah, there is that sort of thing in Overwatch. I kind of gave a blind eye. I mean, I would have preferred if there is aiming down the sight in Overwatch 2, because that's what I'm used to, and I find it very awkward. Like, when I quit Overwatch and I return to play it, and I find that I cannot aim down the sight with Soldier. I find that very weird. It's like, what is going on? Why can't I why can't I aim down the sight? So yeah. Um, but the gun mechanics. So basically, the second reason I didn't get into CS:GO is the gun mechanics. Like, I feel the guns don't hit the mechanics themselves. They don't hit as satisfactorily as Call of Duty. Like, when I play a Call of Duty game and I use a gun in that game, I really feel like this is almost a real gun. My brain, when my brain is immersed in the game, I'm like, wow, I feel like I'm holding a real gun, man. And I held like real assault rifles before in the army and stuff, so I know what a real gun feels like. So yeah, I was like, wow, man, these guns are amazing. But then when I play like Counter Strike, something is off. I don't wanna diss such an amazingly famous game, with a very, very long history, and it's a very, very nice game. But the best way I can describe it, which comes to me, is almost as if I switch to playing with plastic guns. So if I switch from playing a Battlefield game or a Call of Duty game, to playing CS:GO, it's almost as if I switched from using real guns to using plastic guns. That's how to best describe it. But I do know, with that said, I know that CS:GO is an amazing game, with a lot with a lot to learn. That's where human aimbots are made. And by human aimbots, I'm not talking about cheating. I'm talking about epic skill, amazing skill, a legendary skill. That's where legendary skill is made. It's in CS:GO, mostly, at least. Of course, there are a lot of skilled players who play Overwatch and Fortnite too, of course. But I think a lot of the old talent, the old school talent was bred in CS:GO, and that's the source of all these legendary skills, and especially snapping, sniping, amazing skills. They come from CS:GO. uh, voltage voltage prediction prove me wrong. I would presume even the movement isn't one of the reasons. The movement in CS:GO, the movement. I guess maybe not. I mean, yeah, in CS:GO's movement feels like Doom. Feels like Doom 2. I'm not talking about Doom Eternal. I'm talking about Doom 1 and Doom 2. Was it what, back in the 90s? I can't even remember how old is Doom, or when was Doom 1? Actually, let me look it up. Doom, because I played Doom 2 obviously many years after its release, but I played it because I was like, okay, what's the big deal here, guys? Show me what's the big deal here with this Doom business. So I played the very first Doom I played was Doom 2. Oh my god, that was released in 1994. Oh my god. So yeah. So basically, yeah, CS:GO movement feels like Doom 2 movement. Whereas if I play Overwatch or Call of Duty or Battlefield, yeah, the movement is a bit different. And by the way, I'm not talking about camera shaking. I actually hate camera shaking. There is just something, I don't know what it is, but maybe the weapon, the way the weapon moves, the sound effects. There's maybe a little bit, very very subtle camera movement. I don't know, but I hate camera shaking, you know. So that's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, yeah. I don't like I don't like playing C. I tried it and I thought I just didn't enjoy it, to be honest. I a lot too much twitchy like move, like twitchy sort of reflex training. Like that's what you need. Like you need super lightning reflexes. So basically, like if I get back to the game, you need like, you know, like if you're like this, you need to turn and shoot, turn and predict where this is. Like, so basically, I'm trying to emulate this. So I turn and shoot, or basically turn a little bit and aim at the correct enemy. I do that sometimes. Like I do this. If I'm running this way, I can turn quickly to my side and I snap to the head of a zombie. Sometimes I do that, you know, but no, yeah. CSGO is about doing this consistently, over and over and over again, and every single time. If you can do this, if you can snap right this to the head every time, then yeah, you can be a pro CSGO. It's just a little bit too much of that, you know. It's a little bit too much of that for me. So, nah. I enjoy more something with sort of a something that is, let's say, beginner friendly. And I don't mean easy, I just mean beginner friendly. Because what I mean, to explain this point a bit more, if you're playing with a pro CSGO player, I mean, and they are using the correct gun, they will just snap to your head, bam, that's it. One shot, one kill. That's it, you're done. You see what I mean? So there's no chance here. You don't have any chance. But if you're playing a Call of Duty or a Battlefield game, even if you're playing with pro players, of course they will you know, melt your face. They will melt faces and stuff, but you still feel like you have a little bit of a chance when you, because I remember when I started playing Battlefield 3 back in the day, especially close quarters. I loved the maps of Battlefield 3. I loved Donia Fortress, Operation, was it 9 something? But no, it's more than Operation. It was Donia Fortress and the other map. I can't remember the name now, but there were two maps. Other than Operation 925, I think it's Operation 925. You have Operation 925, and you have Donia Fortress, and then you have something something with a W, a name. So anyway, these two maps, so Donia Fortress and the other one, I just loved that. And when I just started playing in those maps and against, you know, good players, yeah, in the beginning I used to be destroyed, you know, and I would feel frustrated and annoyed, and you know, why is this happening? Why can't I beat these guys and stuff? But then after you know, getting used to the game itself and the mechanics and understanding the maps more, I became better. I became competitive. You know, occasionally I would get you know, MVP, the most valuable player. So basically the guy with the top objective score and top frags and stuff like that occasionally. So yeah, and I felt so. But so while learning, I felt like I had a chance, and I was learning something. As you know, as I'm getting fragged and owned by better players in the game, I felt like I was learning something. In CS:GO, for example, and some other similar games where, as I said, you can just one shot, one kill. You know, I feel like I didn't learn anything. The only thing I learned is that I am playing against a human aimbot, and I don't mean cheating. Again, I'm just using the word, you know, to basically symbolize this sort of move when someone snaps and bam, and she headshots you right away like that. You know, it's like almost like a human aimbot. So that's everything I learned in such a situation, is that I'm playing against a human aimbot. Haven't really learned much. And also another thing I hate about Call of Duty is it's about peeking. You know, the half of the match is about, you know, standing behind the wall and you just peek and get in. My God, what is this, man? No, I don't wanna. It's not like my style. I like to, you know, run and, like in multiplayer games, I like to hold the weapon that allows me to move fast. You know, go like this, run again, you know, that sort of thing. But yeah, peeking and nah. So maybe that's also why I think you probably predicted correctly. Maybe I'm not gonna enjoy Valorant because it has these elements that kind of like CS:GO, not exactly, but kind of. Shroud, Simple. Are you talking about CS:GO pros? Shroud, Simple, and is this ASU? ASU?
Uber zombie kill confirmed.
Uber zombie kill confirmed. I like, dude. I like this. I like this guy. He's like German, and even like as English speakers, we use that word Uber. You know, like this is like uber powerful. So, but he's German, so he has double the right to use that word. He's like Uber zombie. What does he say? Uber zombie confirmed kill or killed or something like that. Pretty nice. Pretty nice character. But I think it's time to switch to a different character, just to see like to hear different lines and stuff like that. Do I need to do anything in 28? So I've got full armor. This weapon is upgraded to the max. This other weapon is also upgraded to the max, and it's an exotic weapon. That's a good thing, because I haven't been able to use an exotic weapon to see if I can actually extract after level 36. I was wondering if it. Oh yeah, I know. To be honest, I'm not gonna be familiar with anything about CS:GO, so I don't even watch it. But I think I heard the name Shroud. To be fair, I heard the name Shroud before. Simple and ASU, not so much. I mean, at least they are not familiar to me. But I heard the name Shroud, so I might have seen a video for Shroud like 5 years ago or something like that. I don't know if he existed 5 years ago. Of course, I'm making assumptions here. And when I say 5, it's approximation. It could be 4, 4, something like that. So what else do I need here? I think I'm gonna try. I mean, if Valorant is free, isn't it? I think I'm gonna download it, because I downloaded Apex Legends only, as I said, only 2 weeks ago, something like that. I also downloaded Warzone 10 days ago. I downloaded Apex Legends and Warzone at the same time, but I tried Apex Legends first, and then I told you my experience, like how it was, and then after that I tried Warzone. I think I like the mechanics and the graphics a little bit more in Warzone, but at the same time this BR, the battle royale vibe and mechanics, general feel of the game is still there, and I can't get myself to enjoy that. I don't know, maybe if one day I kind of play with a group of nice, skilled players, they know what they're doing, or at least they're willing to learn, to really get into the nitty-gritty of the game itself, and kind of find out what we're doing wrong and do and so on, and without wasting time, because I hate running around in the map a lot, only to die quickly in the end. I feel like I'm wasting too much time. I mean, gaming is a waste of time if it's like more than 1 or 2 hours a day, but there is this fine line between wasting time and not really having that much fun, and wasting time, but at least having fun. So you're getting at least some sort of emotional or psychological benefit there. It's a waste of time, but at least you're having fun. You're relaxing. You're de-stressing. So yeah, but it's wasting time and also not de-stressing, but actually getting a bit stressed more. That's just stupid. So yeah, it has to be, I think, like to really have a fair chance in a game like in any BR game, any battle royale game. I think it's gotta be like with, as I said, with, at least one or two people who know what they're doing and who are willing to also improve, cooperate, think about what to do next the right way, instead of jumping, instead of just kind of keep, instead of playing over and over again. Because I used to do this. I used to do this in Overwatch. I used to lead a. I used to be in a very big. Used to be in a very big clan. Not exactly a clan. It's like a gaming community. And in that clan, I used to be a team leader for an Overwatch team at the gold level. Was it gold? Yeah, I think we were gold. I had an account in platinum, but another account was in gold, and I was using that account to lead this gold tier team. Nothing fancy, obviously. It was just gold tier. So there is, after gold there's platinum, and then after platinum there's diamond, and then after diamond there's the masters, the master tier. So yeah, a long way to go. Nothing fancy, but I was just leading the team. And one of the things I used to do is that I used to stream or record some of the matches, and regardless to the video, just to register, see how things went. But without watching, after the match I would stop. I would say, okay guys, we're not going to queue for another competitive match until we spend at least 5 minutes, if not 10 minutes, talking about what went right, what went wrong, what did we do that didn't work, what can be improved, what should we stop doing, and so on. So asking these questions and getting everybody's feedback, what went wrong, what can be improved, and so on. I think it really helped us, and it kind of made our gaming less brainless. So we played with a focus on improvement, with also awareness of what we're doing. We were more aware of how we're performing and stuff like that. So that's, if I ever get into Battle Royale games, that's definitely a must.
Raptor 1 standing by.
That's definitely something that I must do. So basically after every match, but that's if I'm playing with someone. I mean, if I'm solo queuing and playing with randoms and pugs, basically pick up groups, then it's difficult to really. I mean, I don't think it's going to be very useful for me to do this for myself, because the thing is, my performance is very much affected by those with me, by those around me. And yeah, I get people doing things that feel weird to me. Like, for example, I was playing Warzone the other day when I started trying it, and it was that mode. I can't remember the name of the mode, but it's about collecting money. Basically, you run around the map collecting money. And the two guys with me, I think they were Russian. Regardless of nationality, everybody can do these things. The two guys had sniper rifles, and they were sitting on hills and sniping people. And I was like, guys, I didn't say anything, but in my mind I was like, dude, we have to walk around, we have to go get into buildings, we have to start collecting money. What are you doing? But they just remained on hills sniping and stuff like that. So obviously, if I'm getting these matches, I'm definitely not learning anything at all. Being with teammates that do these things.
Expo window gone. Stay alive for the next one.
Traction back.
area. Fight for your
I'm
life.
gonna pay more
You
attention
make
to
us
what you
survive.
just said as soon as possible. Or actually, I can pause, man. Yeah, I forgot. I sometimes forget I can pause this mode because I'm playing solo. Or actually, even if you're playing a private game, yeah, solo and private games you can pause them. But of course, public games you can't pause them, even if you're the host. I think so, at least. Yeah, I think you might be correct anyway because one YouTuber, he's a funny, entertaining dude. You probably heard of him, Ragtag. I think he's called Ragtag. He used to be an Overwatch. That's how I know him. He used to be an Overwatch player. He does singing. He's a very talented dude. You know, I think he deserves more viewers than he does. But I think I vaguely remember now that yeah, he probably, yeah, I think so. I think he uses the same expression that despicable expression that yeah, that we talked about a while ago, unfortunately, and I think that's when I stopped watching him as an Overwatch player. I unsubbed, but of course YouTube, keeps recommending him. And then years later, I forgot about that. Yeah, like right now, I almost forgot about that. But then right now, when I talked about him again, I remembered. But anyway, he used to be an Overwatch player, very entertaining and stuff like that. And he switched to Apex Legends, I think exclusively now. And as I said, yeah, I used to watch him a lot and find him entertaining. But he once used that F word, before the word God, and since then I unsubbed and I stopped watching him. I just don't want. I don't need that in my life, to listen to this sort of language. So yeah, what reminded me anyway of him is that he used to be an Overwatch, player, and he enjoyed the game and stuff like that, at least sometimes. And then he switched to Apex Legends exclusively now, and he seems to be, enjoying it. So there is a chance that there is some sort of similarity there. If an Overwatch player like him became an Apex Legends player, then yeah, maybe me too. I could like it. Oh, really? Reduce the game volume. Oh, yeah, yeah. Apex, definitely. Apex is a team-based game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Man, you're like the third person that says this. If I could show you my OBS Studio window, you would see how low I have pulled the game audio. So like in OBS Studio, I've got the audio mixer tab or frame here. I've got the desktop audio and the mic slash auxiliary audio, and obviously my mic is all the way up, so it goes all the way up, and when I talk, it moves from all the way through the green bar into the yellow area, but thankfully never to the red area. Whereas the game now, so I think I had the game less than my desktop audio by maybe 3 dB, but there is a guy who came, on stream and asked me a few questions about, Islam and stuff like that. So I started to answer him, and he was interested. So he asked me the same. He said the same thing. Can you reduce the volume of the game? So I reduced it, and then another guy came, and I asked him after I reduced the volume, and I kept talking. I asked him, is it clear and is it easier to hear me now? And he said yes. So I kept the the volume of the desktop or the game where it is. Then came another guy on another day, and he said the same thing. Could you reduce the volume of the game because I can't hear you. I can barely hear you. So I said, oh, sure, I already did, and some guy said that he could hear me. So I reduced it even more, and I asked him, is my voice clear now, or can you hear me clearly? He said yes. So and now you came. So you're the third person who said the same thing, and I'm telling you, the game volume or the desktop volume is half of the microphone now in OBS Studio. And I'm not saying this to say that I shouldn't reduce it. I actually will reduce it so I just reduced it. Not so much, but I did. I think about how many? About 5 dB. I think I reduced about 5, at least 4 dB. And let me also go to the volume mixer, Windows volume mixer, just to make sure that nothing weird is going on here. Maybe I reduced the game volume or something. Nah, so the game, I mean, maybe I reduced the microphone volume. So yeah, the game is on the same level as, go sound settings and see the microphone volume. No, yeah, so in Windows the microphone volume is all the way to 100. Of course, my microphone, I don't use headphones with a microphone. I use a blue, can't remember the brand, but it's a blue microphone, so it's on the desk. So it's on the desk to the side, so it's not right in front of my mouth. So there is also that possibility, I guess. Okay, so I reduced the game, but be honest, because I don't want people to be shy. Tell me, yeah, okay, it's better now, but it's not really better. They're just being nice. So once I get into the game again and there's shooting and it's hectic and I'm talking, definitely see how clear my voice is compared to the game. If it's not, let me know so I can reduce it again, because obviously this is very important for any streamer, that when they talk, people can hear them, even if there's a lot of noise in the game. Oh, okay. User itemp2. Wow, really? itemp2. What a name. Yeah, sure. I can. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna follow this dude to. Wow, 1 million.
Twitch, welcome back to another video. Today we are playing some more Apex Legends, of course, and in the past I've been asked about my settings many times, but I've never really answered beyond my 5.4 sensitivity.
Is he a PC or a console player?
Something
Item.
always felt off about Apex.
Alright, so I subbed. Item plays. For almost 2 years. Wow, my god. But when someone says settings, I kind of imagine they're talking about the controller, because obviously I don't use a controller. I use a mouse and keyboard. But yeah, let me. Oh, console. Okay, so yeah, there might be some settings regarding consoles in his talk. No, yeah. If he's nice, if he's a nice dude, then that makes up makes up for it. It's as if it's a bad thing, It's as if it's a bad thing that he's on a console. Well, to me, as an exclusively PC player, it almost is. There is that slight, what's the word? Racism, PC racism. PC master race has to be racist, isn't it? man. Ah, what a shame. PC supremacy, yes. Do you know PC Master Race? Reddit? The Reddit, the subreddit, I mean, PC Master Race. Yeah, yeah. I'm just kidding, of course. I definitely will. I'll check out some of his vids, and also your brother's. If he's high rated, then surely I can learn a few things. Oh yeah, yeah, that enemy. Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, yeah, it was. No, it is a big, huge zombie monster, and I'm like, it's like the biggest bullet sponge ever. Just absorbs bullets like nothing else. The only reason I was able to kind of like take some of its life is because I used my field upgrade. This thing here, I used my ring of fire, which allows me to shoot without without needing to reload, and obviously also increases the damage and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's the only reason I got like half of its health away or something like that. But then after I got down, because I was focusing on it because it's so dangerous, so I have to down it. But maybe I should focus on the little guys, and yeah, if they are around, I should focus on them, I think. Yeah, so I'm learning in a way. A tree. It does look like a tree, doesn't it? Like it does look like the biggest mushroom in the whole universe, basically. The biggest mushroom. I think. Freaking hell, man. And as I said, it's just it can take pretty much the whole your whole ammo reserve. It can take it, no problem. It'll take it. It'll just absorb it like a bullet sponge. I wonder which one should I get. So I got this brain rot. Maybe I should also. I was thinking of trying the Shadow Blast. And yeah, I don't need to do anything here. Field upgrades also no need to do anything. So it's just perks on. Yeah, so remove sprint speed fall off, killing an enemy while downed. I shouldn't use this. At the beginning at least I should get something that helps me while I'm actually standing on it helps my character while they're standing on their feet. Instead of getting down and lethal head, armor is depleted and health is reduced. Though this might be this might be good instead of getting down, getting an enemy. Remove this might be good for speed. Remove. Or if I want to try explosion. Yeah, okay, I'll try the explosion. Yeah, events in life do sometimes do humble. I think a lot of events in life humble humans, because it's so easy, it's so bizarre, man. We are such weird creatures. Humans are like so vulnerable, so squishy, and yet we find it in ourselves sometimes to feel uber powerful. It's like, I'm such a badass. dude, just, know yourself, know thyself, know thyself properly. Really, really know thyself. And if you really, really know thyself, you would know how squishy, vulnerable, weak, and needy you are as a human, generally speaking. I mean, you can only just put some muscle on. Like, you go to the gym a few months, you put some muscle on, you can lift heavier weights, but
I got strike team arriving at the village. They're ready to go.
you're always going to be an ant
Find Maxis
compared to
and
a
bring her
building.
home. Ravenov, my team's in position.
Haroshi, the soldiers of Requiem have arrived. I knew you would heed my warning. It is time to spill unclean blood.
Even with all that muscle, just a little bit of a it doesn't even have to be a sharp knife. Just you know what? Not a sharp knife. I think one of the most humbling experiences for a jacked muscular dude on steroids is to bring a special type of paper. You know those? Have you ever been wounded on your fingertips by a paper?
She is held
Ever?
by Dr. Peck. A real Gonyuka among bastards.
Living the thug life. Yeah, man, I know. Like, drinking orange juice from the bottle and stuff. I know what you're talking about.
I must help you from my monitors. Take the teleporter on the roof.
And instead of pouring orange juice in a glass, you just drink it from the bottle like a thug. Yeah, exactly. Flexing to yourself. Absolutely. Exactly, isn't it? Who hasn't? So yeah, I think one of the most humbling experiences is this. But if someone actually thinks of it, whoever has the experience should like really think of it. Just stop for a minute and think of it. You just got slashed by a paper. You literally just got slashed by a paper, man, and you're bleeding. That's like you could be the most jacked, hunk on steroids ever, but you can, as the jacked, hunk on steroids you can still be slashed by a paper. It doesn't need to be an army knife, just a special kind of paper, like a really well cut, freshly cut and well cut paper, and bam, you can be slashed by it and bleed, and you will start bleeding. That's human strength, that's what kind of puts you in your place in a way, something that puts you in your place. So yeah, at least if someone thinks about it for a bit when it happens. But yeah, we definitely need constant reminders of our weakness and vulnerability and our need for help. However strong we are, like however physically strong we are, like if we're muscular, and however powerful we are, like however political power anyone holds, they should really think carefully about the real strength, which is actually weakness. So the reality is that they are weak. Wow. Oh, if you want to see the real power of paper, type on YouTube paper beat scissors. It's like a 30-second video. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely do that. Let me put it. Paper beat scissors. It's so true. There's weird. There is does paper actually beat rock? There is a video, and then there is the music channel. There's a whole channel called Paper Beat Scissors, and I think it's a music channel. But yeah. Yeah, there is a YouTube channel called that, and it's for an artist. Imagine, go figure. one of, one of the, one of the videos that showed up in the results says cat doesn't care that it's on fire, and the preview shows a cat literally, a cat's tail is burning, and the cat turns and stares and just looks at his burning tail so calmly, you know, like curiously, what is happening to my tail? Kind of like, you know, that's what you could imagine she's like or she or he, the cat, is saying in his head, what is this? And and his tail is literally on fire, it's burning. And it just turns its head and looks at its burning tail. What is this? You have to see it, it's probably hilarious. Yeah.
Nothing survives a headshot. A critical wound, no doubt.
You saw that video. It looks hilarious, man. Cats are just hilarious. I have a be right back, like when for long breaks I put the Quran recitation that I put a while ago, and when it's a short break,
It's about time you showed up. Wait, you're not Omega. Requiem? Can't say I'm surprised. But I know why you're here, but I'm not gonna just hand her over. You turned the power on. I'll consider that fair payment for one Agent Maxis. Okay, we'll play ball. Then we're coming for Maxis. And you.
yeah. So yeah, I gotta show you. I like, you know, some cats, not all of them, because they have personalities too. I don't own a cat, my sister does, but I generally like cats. So sometimes I put this screen. Look at this. So this is my short be right back. Like if I'm going for just 1 or 2 minutes, I put this on. So the game is in the background as it is, and then there's this be right back to the right, and then I put this pictures, like image slideshow. So yeah, it's an image slideshow, and currently there are just 4 pictures. I have more cat pictures, very cute, but I just wanted to put something funny, you know, funny things rather than just cute cats. Something funny too. So yeah, I put these. And I talked about I put like the captions. I talked about zombies in a few of them. And this cat, this is, yes, I cute, innocent, and hungry. It's so true about cats, isn't it? You feel like some cats, this is exactly what they're saying. Yes, I cute, innocent, and hungry. Yeah, so but yeah, some cats are just hilarious, man. And that cat that is watching its own tail on fire, this is just, it's a riot. It's absolutely a riot. I think when I actually watched the video, I'm probably gonna laugh my head off. It's just a riot, man. From the preview, just turns its head, looks so calmly at its own burning tail. I know, how funnier can you get, man? Cats are just hilarious. I still can't, you know, shake off that picture from my head. some cats are lovely.
First one done. Let's get the other two back online, shall we?
Some cats are really lovely.
Better keep your end of the bargain, Peck.
Because they are like nations like us. God tells us in the Quran, animals are kind of communities and nations just like us. So they have personalities too. They're actually like really, they're like, I don't know. There are rude cats and dogs, and there are kind ones, and there are sweet ones, and there are like tender ones, and then there are also selfish ones, evil ones, maybe even, who knows, I don't know. I don't think there are evil animals, but I think there are definitely other personalities, like selfish, greedy, gluttons, eating a lot, sweet, and so on. So there are like good personalities and bad personalities. So yeah, some cats are just amazing pets and animals. They're just so sweet, kind. Especially the ones that never scratch you, like the cats that know how to play when they're playing with you. There are certain cats that when they play with you, they never ever kind of pull out their claws ever. Some cats are like that. And then there are other cats that are so stupid that every time they play with you, they scratch you. They take out their claws. But I've been with, like, I've experienced cats that never take out their claws. They just play with you, touch you, and they just keep their claws in. So yeah, really, there are personalities out there. Like, there are stupid or dumb cats that will take their claws out when they're playing. And then there are the ones that have some brains, they kind of have some common sense. Okay, I'm playing with this other person or creature, maybe I shouldn't scratch them. Yeah. Some cats are downright mean. Exactly. Some cats are just so mean, man. It is so true, and that's where cats generally get the reputation. For some people, have only 1-2 experiences with cats, and unfortunately they were cats with mean personalities, literally mean, so they thought, they ended up thinking, oh, all cats are like that. Man, no, they have personalities just like dogs, and just like humans too. Good personalities and bad personalities. you only met the ones who will hurt you. Oh my god, that's unfortunate, man. I was blessed enough to meet some nice ones, luckily.
Neutralized. Fight targets vanquished.
How about that? You got the job done. Come by mission control. I have what you want.
Yeah, when I was very young, when I was a child, I once owned a dog too. I kept insisting, and they let it stay with us for, I think, 3 months. But then my grandma just couldn't take it anymore. It was just too difficult to train. It was so dirty, hairs everywhere, and just didn't it would like poo and pee all over the apartment. So yeah, I just couldn't take it anymore. They said you have to give it to someone. So I gave it to my best friend at the time. He added it to a bigger dog that he got, I think, afterwards. I think so, at least.
Keep your head on a swivel. Those things could look like anything. Ammo crate, oil drum, toilet brush. At this point,
Claiming this.
Yeah. There are dogs like that. There's definitely dogs like that. And then there are other dogs with different personalities. Like if you provoke it, it will actually, bite you a little bit at least. Like some of the mean ones, I think really mean dogs that would literally bite or hurt are rare, but there are many who will just hurt you a little. Like they would bite you and hurt just a little bit, hurt you if they bite. Like if you provoke them, of course. And then there are other dogs that would never. They just don't have. I don't know. They don't have the ability, or they're just personalities. They can't. They can't, hurt their owners or their companions. Ah, died. That's a shame. So, definitely. A sad thing when that's how you part ways. Like, as I told you a while ago, the way it happened with our dog was that we just gave him away. We had to give him away because my grandma and the adults, like the older people in my family, just couldn't tolerate it anymore in the apartment. It's just too much for them. Oh wow. Oh my god. Yeah, I do hear about that. Like a lot of dog lovers and dog owners they refuse to believe that some dogs are actually they are mean because they don't think that animals have personalities. There are people like that. They just worship dogs, and there, those people that prefer dogs to people. This line is actually in games. Quite a few games have been released in the last few years with this line. You see characters in the game. You say, for example, they say this well-known line. They say, "Oh, the more I know people, the more I prefer my dog." This specific line, you can hear it. Or like something similar to that line. Basically, that message, that general message. You hear it in games, and so even games are trying to spread this sort of message. So yeah, you get these people that prefer dogs to humans or worship dogs, and they think that animals don't have personalities or they can never be mean or what have you. But it's anyone who's bred cats or bred dogs, like someone, or sells them, or he or she has dealt with hundreds of cats or dogs through the years. They would tell you, I would say the vast majority of such people with such vast experience with animals, they would tell you, yes, animals have personalities. So, and these personalities include negative personalities or bad personalities. So basically, dogs will, some dogs, or a few of them, I like to think a few, they will eventually bite someone in the family. So yeah, man, some dogs can be dangerous. And this is also why keeping a dog in Islam is forbidden. It's haram for any reason other than hunting or agricultural reasons. So farming, or not agriculture. I think the better word here is farming. So for any reason other than farming and hunting, those are the reasons that you are allowed to own a dog for. Some scholars, some modern scholars, add the reason of security to that. So they say, if you can keep a dog for security reasons, to bark if your house gets attacked or gets a burglar, tries to steal something. But other scholars they say no. You can get a camera. get a security camera, or you can just lock, make sure to lock your windows and lock your doors. So yeah, the only reasons are hunting and farming. So it's forbidden, yeah, to keep dogs. And I read, I don't know if you've read that article, but I read an article, a news article about, I think, a year ago or something like that, roughly, that said that a woman in, I think she was in Florida, an American woman, had a wound in her arm, and she still, I think they still have the same dog. So this woman and her husband, they own a dog. They have a dog at home. The dog licked her wound, and she, I think, I don't know how long, but I think it's within just a few hours. It's not even a day. In less than a day, she started getting, I think, very too much pain, and I can't remember all the symptoms, but there's something horrible. Something horrible happened to her arms, to all her 4 limbs, her arms and legs. Something horrible happened, like too much pain or something, and she had to be taken urgently to the hospital, like emergency. And in the hospital, when the doctors like checked her and stuff, they eventually had to cut her limbs, man. They eventually had to cut all her 4 limbs, her arms and her legs, all of them. They had to cut them because the dog's saliva, her own dog's saliva, left a specific kind of bacteria. It's not super common, but anyway, I mean, it can be found in dogs. Left a specific kind of bacteria on that open wound and got mixed very quickly, within hours, within minutes maybe. Got mixed with her bloodstream through the wound on her arm, went into her bloodstream, started to basically propagate, or like increase. So the numbers of that bacteria increased her bloodstream, and they were going to, the bacteria was going to kill her. She was going to be poisoned and killed. And the only way the doctors could save her was by cutting her limbs, because apparently, I think at that point the bacteria was concentrated in the limbs. It luckily didn't get into vital organs or heart or something like that just yet, but it was in all her limbs, and they had to cut her. So she became paraplegic. No, well, not paraplegic. There's another word for people who have to undergo such an operation. Yeah, just like that, man. One lick from her own dog, and bam, she doesn't have any arms or legs anymore.
That announcement was the last thing we heard before the base fell, before the beasts poured into our
yeah, our religion has wisdom in everything. So when God, when God forbade the breeding of dogs, it was for good reason, man. It was for our own good. I'm learning. It didn't help me that I'm learning. It still followed me. Yeah, it was forbidden, man. Yeah, it is forbidden. I mean, keeping dogs is forbidden for any reason, as I said. Any reason other than farming and hunting. So yeah, that's it's one unfortunate thing. Nah, yeah. It's not.
Prepare yourself for the next breach.
Yeah, it's not just about being inside the house. I read the hadith, the saying by the Prophet, peace be upon him, and the saying says keeping. just keeping a dog with you takes away from your good deeds every day. Just simply having a dog, you know, having the company of a dog, a specific dog, helping dogs, just so I'm not misunderstood or people don't try to, you know, distort the image of Islam. We also have a hadith, so before I talk about these details, we have a hadith that says that a man will go to paradise, or I think the hadith comes in the past, because obviously time, you know, means almost nothing. You know, it doesn't mean much to God is outside. Let me just put it this way, rather than put it in a negative way. God is outside time, so God doesn't follow. You know, he's not affected by time. Basically, so yeah, it happened. So people entered already heaven, and so on. So a man. So whether it happened or it will happen, regardless. A man goes to heaven and he enters paradise just because he put some water for a dog to drink in his shoe. So a man basically was at a water well, and he saw a dog come near the well and start to pant. So he understood the dog is very thirsty. So he took off his own shoe. And put some water in it, and gave the dog some water in his own shoe. God sent that man to paradise just for this deed, only just for this deed, mainly this deed. Apparently, you know, the man didn't really do anything good in his life other than that, something like that. I think so. Regardless to the details, I mean, because this is a saying by the Prophet. I'm not trying to claim that the Prophet said or even hinted that. The hadith strictly says a man went to paradise, or God granted one man paradise because of this deed, just because of this deed. Now the details we don't know. Like, is it like that man didn't really have any other good deeds in life? We're not sure. We don't know, but that's just my guess, because, you know, because of the phrasing of the saying of the Prophet. My guess is that the man didn't really have much else to go to paradise with. So yeah, mercy with animals, you know, good treatment of animals, definitely part of our religion. However, now keeping a dog as a companion is a different thing. So keeping a dog as a companion, regardless to whether it's inside the house or outside, inside the apartment or outside, keeping a dog as a companion is only allowed for farming and hunting, no more. If you don't have these needs, the farming or the hunting needs, then you cannot keep a dog a companion with you without sinning. Every day the dog takes away from your good deeds every day. And it's like a good chunk. So every day a person has a dog as a companion for something other than hunting and farming. The dog takes away a good chunk of their good deeds every single day. So yeah, man, it's not allowed. Or anything other than farming and hunting, as I kept saying, of course. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely, exactly. So God created space-time. So God created the universe, and then some atheists, you know, I heard in the past atheists are arguing that, oh, you know, man, we have telescopes now and we can see, you know, so far away in the universe, and there is no God in the clouds, or people, or basically, yeah, they think that all religions, you know, for example, are saying that God is in the clouds. He's like a man. He's an old man. He's a bearded old man living in the clouds. You think they have that sort of naive picture of who God is and what God is, or what religions say, you know, about God. So they think all religions say that, like Roman, like as if, you know, Abrahamic religions are like Roman mythology and Greek mythology or something. So yeah, I've heard atheists before say, you know, we have telescopes now and we travel in space and God is not in the clouds. So yeah, God created the universe, so he's outside the universe. He, just like, you know, just like a human would build a box, for example, or build anything really, and then the humans are not going to be trapped inside that box or whatever they created. They are independent of their creation as humans. So imagine the creator of our creator. You know, if we can do this, imagine our own creator. So yes, he created space-time. He created the whole universe. So, and I say this. I say that no matter how much we advance. Also, some atheists think that technology is going to prove something, or it's going to prove something or disprove something. Technology is never going to prove or disprove God's existence. By the way, it's never going to happen. Like even if we reach the edge of the universe, even if we invent portals that take us to, even if we actually succeed in living on Mars, no matter how much we advance, we are never ever going to be able to prove the existence of God or disprove it, simply because our technology, our advancement, our knowledge, but especially our technology, it all obeys the laws of physics and chemistry of our universe. So there are atoms, there are molecules, there are physical laws, physics. So gravitational forces between objects, the way force interacts with mass, and so on and so forth. All these physical laws, all this physics is within our universe, this universe. It obeys the rules of this universe. So no matter how much we advance, if we reach the edge of the universe, basically, we are never going to be able to go outside the edge. If we reach, that's if we do. If we hit the edge of our universe, we're never going to be able to get outside. Why? Because our spaceships, that spaceship that we use to reach the edge of the universe, has a specific molecular structure. It's made from whatever metal.
Undead pest has been exterminated.
Yeah, so it's made from whatever metal. And yeah, it obeys the laws of physics and the chemical also the laws of physical chemistry. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Not just physics, but also physical chemistry, as in the forces, the gravitational forces between electrons and the neutron. Like an atom has protons and neutrons inside, and then around that nucleus there is space. For every atom, inside every atom there is space, a very large space. Very large, compared to the size of the atom. In that space, electrons don't exactly move. They exist. Electrons exist in a very strange, in a very, very difficult sort of way. Their movement or the way they behave, it's very difficult to put into words. It's very difficult to explain. Like back in the old days, we used to think that electrons rotated around the nucleus like planets rotate around the sun, revolve around the sun. But it doesn't really work that way. Electrons kind of vibrate, or the way they behave is just difficult to put into words. It's like quantum mechanics and stuff like that to really get into the details of it. So all of this, the way electrons interact with the nucleus, the gravitational force between the electrons and the nucleus, and the gravitational forces between the protons and, for example, neutrons, if there is, because neutrons are, being neutral in charge, you don't really get attracted or repelled. But anyway, the point is that the subatomic particles themselves have some sort of forces, have gravitational forces between them, whether they exist or not. All of this basically exists in our universe, obeys the laws of physics and chemistry and physical chemistry in our universe, and so on. So if you get outside the universe, you are basically on a different level of existence. So there's no more that our laws of physics don't apply anymore. It's almost like black holes, and I think black holes are the perfect example to humble us, to basically tell us about our limits. what exists outside our universe, basically. So we don't know what exists outside our universe. But oh my god, I think I'm in the wrong. God damn it, I'm in the wrong spot. But what how the way I would describe it is that what exists, black holes are basically kind of like the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Black holes are like the tip of the iceberg compared to what exists outside our universe. So if you want to understand or know what is outside our universe, study black holes. Try to understand black holes, and well, try to get inside black holes, research them, and so on. So the day we can do all this, maybe it's the day we can begin to understand what is outside our universe itself, outside the laws of our physics, chemistry, and so on. So yeah, and from what we understand so far of black holes, it seems it's just never going to happen. Why? Because matter itself, the atomic structure of matter disintegrates when it enters black holes. It just becomes no more. It's just matter disintegrates. We don't know what happens to it. It just almost like disappears. So yeah, black holes, like they're known to swallow whole stars, like suns and planets and stuff like that. Poof, gone, no more. So matter itself disintegrates inside black holes. So imagine, and as I said, and black holes are like the tip of the iceberg compared to what's outside our universe. So imagine what's outside our universe. It's just so yeah, we are never ever going to prove or disprove the existence of God scientifically. We can't, because we can't move outside our universe and survive. Oh, not just us biologically, even our own spaceships, our own iron, stainless steel and iron and aluminum, all these metals that we use to build spaceships and stuff, it just cannot survive. It's gonna disintegrate as soon as it gets out in the universe. So yeah, atheists are, have a hopeless case. Basically, they're trying to find some sort of physical or materialistic proof of God, or scientific proof that God exists, and this is pointless scientifically, because, as I said, if logically speaking, if there's a creator for the world, for the universe, then that creator is not limited by that universe. Obviously, if an entity created our universe, then it's not going to be limited by that universe. Most probably it's going to be outside the universe. So, or at least, even if the entity is not outside the universe, at least it can be outside the universe if it wished. The entity wished. Just like us, we can create a building. Humans can build a building or create a building. And of course, creating something from nothing, like how God created the universe from by using the Big Bang, is completely different from using materials that exist in front of you and turning these materials into a building. That's not creation. That's more like building. But anyway, if we are to hypothetically say that humans create buildings, well, you can create a building and be inside it, but you can also be outside it. So yeah. Yeah, so logically speaking, if an entity created our universe, it must be either outside or just simply capable of being outside it. So you can never really prove, the existence of the creator of the universe that way. It's just not going to work. And logically speaking,
Raptor 1 moving out.
logically speaking, if you can prove the existence of a creator or some sort of source for our universe, then if you can put that source of the universe or the creator of the universe under the microscope or in front of a telescope and study that creator, then guess what? The creator is not a matter of faith anymore. It's not a matter of religion or faith or a heart. It's a scientific phenomenon. So basically, the creator, instead of being a creator and being something unseen, requiring faith and belief and religion and all that, you don't need all that. The creator becomes a scientific phenomenon, and the existence of a creator doesn't stay as religion. So when you think about it, atheists want to destroy religion. They want to destroy religion, all of religion, so much that they are not even giving us a chance. Like when you think about it, atheists are not giving believers a chance to prove anything to them, because or to basically show them the way, because what they require, what they are asking for, is the destruction of the religion. The very request they want. They say, well, prove to me the existence of God. Well, how do I prove to you that? I mean, you're not accepting logic. You're not accepting historical evidence. You're not accepting anything. You're just accepting materialistic proof. You want to see God in front of your eyes. You want to touch God, or you want something like that. You want to prove God scientifically. Well, guess what? What you are asking for is the destruction of religion. Why? Because you are asking to turn religion into science, into a scientific. You're asking God, you're asking that we turn God, for your highness. You know, we turn God into a scientific phenomenon for your highness, and you're asking that religion is destroyed and is replaced by science, even when it comes to matters of faith, creators and scripture and prayer and all that. So yeah, so whether we do what atheists are asking of us or not, in all cases they want the destruction of religion, because as I said, if you were able to prove anything about religion scientifically, then guess what? Religion is not religion anymore. It's a scientific phenomenon, and or a science. And the things the concepts that are attached to religion are not matters of faith anymore. They are scientific phenomena, things or natural phenomena that you can study and prove and research and so on. So yeah, that's also one thing I usually say about this some of the weird requests that we hear from atheists in today's world. Yeah, exactly. Signs, absolutely. That's a very good word, brother. It's a very good word that you used. We are giving signs of the existence of God. No, not scientific proofs. And why? Why are these signs? Like some atheists would also love to ask. Well, why signs? Why not make our life easier? Why not simply if God is there, why not just show up? Well, the answer to that is life is a test, because life is a test. It's and it's not just a test of one thing. It's not a test. It's not a scientific test. It's not a math test that you can sit and answer, to show your intelligence or your prowess in the scientific endeavors. It's a test for many things. For the mind, are you brainless? Are you brain dead? Or actually, do you have a brain? Can you use your brain? Can you think logically or not? And it's also a test of the heart. Do you have some humbleness? Can you be humble? Can you humble yourself to your creator? Can you submit to your creator, or do you refuse, or do you want to rebel against your own creator, like what a lot of the atheists in the media industry, generally speaking, whether it's Hollywood or gaming industry or what have you, you see a lot of stories nowadays involving androids and artificial intelligence being, humans' creation, rebelling against humans. What is this? This is basically the subconscious. This is an expression of the subconscious wish of the creators, of the artists, the creators of these stories, the creators of these worlds. There's a subconscious wish deep inside to rebel against God. And some of these people can be atheists in that sense, that they basically they don't believe in God, and if God exists, and even if God was an inevitable reality, they would still refuse to worship him. They would still refuse to bow to God, because they don't want to. They think that they won't bow to anything or anyone. Whereas of course we all know that they bow to mortgages, to debt, to the laws of their country, and so on and so forth. Nobody is safe from bowing to something. And the answer that I heard from some atheists before to this is say, well, our country and our rulers and our laws, we choose via democracy. We choose these rulers, so we are the ones who pick our laws, and our laws get discussed in the parliament. So we pick these laws that we later on submit to keep the peace and what have you. That's what they say. And my answer to that is that if you really think that democracy is real, at least in today's world, then you are desperately in need of waking up. Democracy itself today is a sham. It's a front, to put specific people in power. And the proof is this: have you picked the candidates? Did you have any say in the candidates, or were the candidates chosen for you? People would think, well, the candidates were sometimes they are chosen from local politicians like mayors. People, what are they called? There's a certain type of politician, the lowest level of politicians, the ones who I forgot the word. In Arabic it's naib, because they are usually local. Like in the US, they represent the people of a specific state or a specific district. So yeah, usually they usually represent the citizens in a district and what have you. So yeah, anyway, these people, so they would say, well, presidents are usually picked from these people, and we also pick these people. Well, you never know really who's because you have to remember that the voting campaigns involve a lot of money. So you gotta ask yourself, who pays this money and why? And can you even always find out who financed the campaign for a specific candidate or not, whether it's a presidential candidate or a local mayor or something like that? So yeah, believing that you actually really do choose all the rulers in today's world, or like in all democratic countries, is very naive. I would say stupid too. So yeah, ultimately people do submit to laws that they never ever chose. And this is becoming more and more in reality because of the quote-unquote war on terrorism, the so-called war on terrorism. So because of the war on terrorism, you get laws that restrict civil rights in today's world, and civilians have to submit. People have to submit to these rules. And you gotta ask them, did you pick these rules? Did you pick those laws, or were they picked for you because we are in an emergency? We are fighting terrorism, man. So we gotta restrict some of your liberties. We're gonna take away some of your liberties because there's an emergency. What's the emergency? Terrorism. Who are the terrorists? Well, we don't know. They are just where do they live? We don't know. Well, we do know that they live in a Muslim country, most probably. So yeah, because Muslims are dangerous and Islam is dangerous. So yeah, they live in some sort of Muslim country. And forget about the Australian dude who killed I don't know how many unarmed praying Muslim civilians in 2 mosques in New Zealand. Yeah, that's not terror. He's just wrong in the head. He's a poor psychological patient. He needs he has psychological issues. It's not and don't worry about all the dates, all the Crusader references on his weapons, and all the dates of old Crusader or Christian victories, battles between Christians and Muslims in the old days. Forget about all these dates, and he's just psychologically disturbed. That's all. It's not terrorism. So yeah, because of this mysterious terrorism that only comes from one specific source, never from white people, from white non-Muslim people, we're gonna take away the liberties of people in democratic countries by laws that they never enact or contribute to in any way. And yet, people still think they're living in freedom and they have real democracy and so on and so forth. So yeah, I've had these conversations, as you might have maybe concluded. I've had conversations like that a lot with people through the years, and it's always cookie cutter, illogical crap that they say and delusional crap that they say about the, their life and their freedom and their democracy and their atheistic choices in life and their requests and what they want God to do in order for their highnesses to accept worshipping and submitting to him. That sort of thing. Yes, I just read your words exactly. Like a real creator of the universe needs to be independent of, and it doesn't matter what kind of technology his people, like the creation has. If the world has a creator, then that creator has to, be recognized, regardless of the level of technology of his creation. So yeah, requiring science and spaceships to really prove the existence of God, or to be able to accept that, it's just bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. And it's also this dependence on technology is an issue that is related to another completely different topic for me, which is veganism. I also use this argument to talk against veganism. When I say basically, veganism requires technology. It's a technology-dependent lifestyle. Why? Because, for example, how are you going to get? This is a classic question that you can ask many vegans. How can you get vitamin B complex using a vegan lifestyle? I would like vegans to answer that question. Independent of technology, which obviously means the pills on your supermarket shelves and your local pharmacy shelves don't count. You can't depend on those because that's technology dependent. Of course, it has to be something universal, something that you can find anywhere in the world. So people who live in the desert can be able, will be able to find it, to sustain themselves, to basically get vitamin B complex. People who live in the jungle can get it. People who live in forests can get it. Up in the mountains, people who live up in the mountains can get it, and so on. And if you ask this question to any vegan, they won't have an answer for you, because there is no answer. There is no way. There is no way for a vegan person to sustain their. That's just one example. I use vitamin B complex because it's just easy. You just finish the argument before it even starts. They can't really talk much after that. But of course, there are many things to say, about veganism. But I think the best point to make is this: just to say you cannot sustain yourself with vitamin B complex, the vitamin Bs, different vitamin Bs, using veganism you are using a vegan lifestyle without technology. You have to depend on technology. So, and if it's not technology, then you have to live in a specific part of the world that has a specific sort of vegan, I don't know, like or a plant has a specific type of plant or a mushroom or whatever to kind of get a little bit of it, you know, vitamin B complex. But yeah, other than that, you can't. So how do you get vitamin B complex? Well, it's from meat and liver. So you gotta eat. Meat has a little bit of it, but the richest source of vitamin B complex is liver. Whether it's, you know, from chicken, cows, whatever, any cattle. So if you eat liver, you get it. So yeah, what moved me to talking about this veganism issue is the technology, the technology dependence, because technology dependence is it's a central issue. You can use this, you know, like you can talk about technology dependence. Basically, is a sort of it's a universal weakness. Technology dependence, universal weakness, and you can consider technology dependence a weakness for anything that you're talking about. It doesn't have to be something specific. So whether religion, faith, belief, or veganism, health, you know, being technology dependent is bad. That's at least how it is in my book. Why? Because, well, it can't be a universal lifestyle. And this is also this is why I say, well, if veganism was a righteous lifestyle, you know, it was the right thing to do, the right lifestyle to live for most or all humans, then it would have been technology independent. It would have been something that all humans could do in any region of the world, or it would have been a lifestyle that all humans could have followed in any region of the world, and without relying on a specific technology. So anyone can do it. You know, if you're even if you live today, regardless to ancient times, even if you live today, but you're like in a simple village or in an island in the middle of the ocean, you can still, you know, follow that lifestyle if it's a good lifestyle for humans. But if you actually depend on technology to try to achieve something, then obviously that's not suitable for all humans. It's only suitable for people who have access to that technology, whether it's an economical access or a sort of a chronological access. Chronology is like, I mean, time. So basically time-based access. Chronological, so access means something that the technology is available in your era, in your current date. So you have, that's what I mean by chronological access, or economical access, which means you can afford the technology. So yeah, that's why, you know, being technology dependent is a bad thing, because it's not accessible to all humans. If it's technology dependent, then it's not accessible to all humans.
Raptor 1's nearby. Call if needed.
Yeah, sorry, I got things are getting so hectic, so I got distracted by the game. I also am in final stages, so I wanted to wait. What? Oh, really? I didn't know I can actually. Oh, wait, I can actually upgrade it even more. But no, I shouldn't. I have to buy. Just in case. I gotta buy it first. Or am I imagining? I think I'm imagining. I probably can't buy it. Anyway, I've got one monkey, so I need one more monkey basically. Yeah, I was imagining it, of course. It's 1,000. So I gotta get one more monkey. And there we go. One monkey, and then ideally a chopper. I still have four levels to do that. Yeah, they are getting faster. Yes, exactly. This is getting much faster, I think. And not just that, but like all of them get faster. So at the first round, all of them are slow, very slow. And then the second round, I think the second and third round. So the first 3 rounds, yeah, all of them are slow. But then as the difficulty rises, I'm on level 32 now, difficulty level 32, which is showing at the top right corner. As the difficulty level rises, they become faster and faster, basically. Yes, you also said something very interesting. If you, and this is in the Quran, if God showed up and became a scientific phenomenon, atheists, people who just have no interest, they don't want to believe. Even if God literally showed himself in front of them, they just won't believe, because they are not interested in proof. They are interested in rebelling against the Creator. That's their end goal. That's the real need or the real wish. That's what they really want to do. They want to rebel against their Creator. They don't want proof. It's just proof is just BS. It's something they try to fool people with, because their brothers and sisters in disbelief back in the days, they didn't have technology and science and all that jazz, but they had other things to say. They said, oh, this is magic, this is just the prophet, these miracles are just magic. And if God showed up in front of them in today's world, guess what? They would say, this is surely not God. This is some sort of superior. Literally, that's what they would say. This is a superior race, a technologically advanced alien race that has studied us. They studied us. So this is a superiorly advanced race that studied humans, and they know that we have this weakness to God, or that we worship God. So they studied us, and they invented, or they designed this entity that looks like God in order to fool us into worshipping them. So we have to resist this. We shouldn't be fooled. They would say we shouldn't be fooled by this technologically advanced race and let them enslave us by pretending to be God. That's what they would say. And they would start basically waging war against God while pretending that they're just waging war against some sort of technologically advanced race. But they're really just waging war, and they've been waging war against God for a long time. The war against God is one of the subjects I really wanted to talk about for the longest time, because it's been such a common theme in today's games. It's become so bizarre. Another very important one is also the preparation for the Dajjal, the Antichrist. with his one eye. You see a lot of games and movies in today's world glamorizing that look with the one eye. So one healthy eye or one natural eye, and the other eye looks weird, looks different, or doesn't look natural. You get a lot of glamorization of that look. So basically, heroes in games and movies and very nice companions in games have that eye, one natural eye and the other eye is unnatural. That's in preparation for the Dajjal. Another thing is that subject, the war against God. There is a war against God being waged overtly, so secretly, and they are expressing it in movies and some games. I have a video on my YouTube channel referring to this, and I'm using a specific game, which is what was it? The game by Larian Studios. Not the current one, not Baldur's Gate, the one before. But anyway, that game, I use it on my YouTube channel. I have that video, and I use that game by Larian Studios as an example of the war against God, ridiculing God, and but not directly. Obviously, it's as I said, it's a covert war against God, so secretly. Nice. So now I'm ready for. Got the self-revive, the chopper. I've got the best C4. I've got the monkeys, 2 monkeys. So this is the preparation for the. I hope I can make it actually. Exfiltration into in round 36. Oh my god! I forgot to buy. Armor. I need armor desperately at this point. That was so close. I mean, I have cell revive, but man, that it means I have to run all the way back to the machine for drinks and blah blah blah. So I am grateful that I didn't fall down. One more round of this hectic stuff. Perhaps, yeah, perhaps. But those are like the common people. You know, I just read what you said about, you know, the deity that they worship. Some people, they worship their own desires. True, very very true. A lot of people worship their own desires, their arrogance, themselves even, and so on. But those are the common people. There are decision makers, people in power out there who actually have they like literally worship the Antichrist or some other entity like that, you know, because it gives them actual power. It doesn't just promise like the devil. Satan promises power and what have you to people, but it's BS, you know. He never actually gives that power to humans, because he can't anyway. Like, Satan or the devil just can't give power to humans because they are powerless. They can only whisper. However, the entity that has the ability to give power to, you know, corrupt evil people is the Antichrist, because the Antichrist himself is very very powerful, which is why he constitutes the hardest fitna test that humans will ever see. You know, imagine an entity, a one-eyed freak, basically raising the dead in front of you, curing the blind, just like the Messiah, because that's why he's called the Antichrist or Masih in Arabic, and Masih, which is Messiah, so Christ is also Messiah, so Christ means Messiah, or kind of similar. So in Arabic or in Islam we call him al-Masih al-Dajjal, which means the false Messiah, because al-Masih means, it comes from mash, you know, as in moving your hand, rubbing your hand, or running your hand on someone to cure on their face, for example, to cure their blindness. So that's what Jesus, peace be upon him, did. And now this Antichrist, the false Messiah, will do the same kind of similar stuff, basically. Raise a few dead, cure blindness, make plants grow right in front of people's eyes, and then you know, tell them that he is God and ask them to worship him as their God.
Requesting immediate exfil. Over.
Raptor 1 approaching facility. Evac before the window expires.
Monkey away. Stay clear of the monkey and chopper gunner on my grid. Undead neutralized.
Yes. Oh, finally.
Music to my ears, Raptor 1. Bring him home.
So yeah, as I was saying, it's a good point you make about commoners, common people. They probably worship, they worship their own desires, they worship their own fake freedom, that sort of thing. But decision makers, people in power, at least a lot of them, they, in a way, they worship the Antichrist. Some of them, they worship the Antichrist, the Dajjal, and I think very few of them might worship the devil. Kind of just buy into the. And obviously, it's not the devil that gives them money or power in today's world. It's the other humans that have the same interest. So, you know, other people who worship their own desires, they like people who worship the devil. Like, you know, like that joke. You know, some people say some artists, music artists, sell their soul to the devil for fame and money and what have you. Maybe that's partially true. Uh, perhaps, of course, I mean, I don't like, I'm not saying this is based on what we know in Islam, because Islam doesn't say much about what the devil can do for at least humans that worship him, or ally themselves with the devil. We don't know, but we do know that the devil is ultimately powerless. All he can do is whisper, and humans either whisper and invite the human to do certain things, and the human can either do that or not. Of course, by the way, this idea is being eradicated in the minds of most people by games like World of Warcraft, and many other games that basically depict demons as those powerful, uber powerful entities. Look at the demons and hell and all that, such powerful creatures. But in Islam, we know that this is what demon worshippers and demon allies do. They are boosting the image of their ally or their own deity. Whereas the reality is that demons are just powerless, and some demons are dumb. They're like little children that can't do anything other than just whisper, give you certain whispers and invite you to do certain things that they want you to do. But that's it. They're like literally like dumb children, that keep nagging and insisting and asking you to do certain things. And that's it. That's some demons are like that, and few demons like have a bit more power or abilities and what have you. And even that power is powerless against humans. So God made it so that demons cannot really hurt humans physically or really harm them in that way, unless a human actually opens himself up to that willingly, allies himself with the demon or worships the demon or something like this. So yeah, but I think a lot of the people at the very top in today's world are basically worshipping the Antichrist, the Dajjal, and Masih al-Dajjal, or the false Messiah, or the Dajjal, because he does have some power. He has abilities. He has technological superiority. He has a lot of knowledge. So yeah, I mean, and very unfortunately, our fellow Christians in today's world will be the most vulnerable people to him, because they believe in their own modern version of Christianity. They believe that God can manifest as a human, or the Son of God can manifest as a human in front of them, walk among them, and so on, and do these miracles. So imagine when the Antichrist comes with his one natural eye and does all these things, raises the dead, cures the blind, makes plants grow in front of your eyes. Which Christian can resist that? I don't think they can. They will literally believe in him as Jesus, as the Jesus coming down again, or God. So yeah, and of course other humans, even non-Christians, will be very vulnerable, because they are miracles that they cannot really wrap their minds around. They don't understand. They don't know better. So yeah, even atheists, if atheists see this Antichrist comes and raises the dead and cures the blind, and invites them and also speaks their language, says fornication is okay, adultery is okay, as long as you're not hurting anyone. You see the logic here. So yeah, he's gonna speak that language and at the same time raise the dead, cure the blind, and do all these miracles. So absolutely, he will be the most amazing entity ever for a lot of people out there. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that not a single messenger or prophet came to his people and did not warn them of the coming of the Antichrist or the false Messiah. Every prophet warned his people of the false Messiah. So yeah, whether of course our current Bible, the Torah, and the Injil, both the Bible and the basically the Old Testament and the New Testament, both of them have very little references to all this, because we know that a lot of it was distorted, was changed by humans, guilty humans, and also a lot of it was simply just not passed on. It was buried by the Roman Empire before they accepted Christianity as their official religion. They changed it. They changed it so that it can match their own pagan beliefs. So Trinity, God, God having a son. There's more than one God, but it's kind of like a three in one package and all that stuff. So yeah, the Roman Empire did a lot of things to the faith itself, including burning authentic, actual scriptures and things like that. So a lot of the scripture has disappeared from the face of earth because it was intentionally destroyed by the politicians and the powerful people of the Roman Empire before they accept Christianity, and so that they can accept Christianity. But yeah, if the Torah, if the Old Testament and the New Testament actually reached us in its original form and its complete form, in its real form, with no distortions and no changes and no missing pages, we would have definitely seen the description of the Antichrist, the Dajjal, just like the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, described him. And we would have also read the predictions of Jesus, peace be upon him, of the coming of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, after him. So, yeah. Wow. Yeah, I just read what you said about this story of this Muslim streamer, or so-called Muslim streamer. Yeah, so basically abandoning his beliefs. Yeah, basically abandoning his Islamic beliefs for the sake of getting unbanned. I don't like talking a lot about homosexuals themselves, because it's not worth the trouble in today's world, getting into these arguments. All I say is that Muslims should get some respect for their own rights and beliefs. Like you guys, like the rest of these people, they respect homosexuals' desires and lifestyles and needs and feelings. So yeah, why not respect Muslims' feelings too, man? So you don't want to say something bad about gays or homosexuality because you want to respect their lifestyle and their emotions. Well, by the same token, you should do the same with Muslims. So don't curse God in front of Muslims, or don't curse God at all, because you don't know if you don't know everyone's religion. I mean, I am on stream here on a channel that advertises my faith, but I don't walk around in the street and advertise my faith. I don't really advertise it that way. And at work, at university, I also don't work around unless if someone asks me, I answer honestly. But I don't walk around and just volunteer, personal information about myself or about my life or about my personal life and personal beliefs. I don't do that. So you don't know if you're standing with me in university or something. You wouldn't be able to tell if I'm Muslim or not. You wouldn't be able to tell what I believe and what I don't believe. So yeah, cursing God in front of me would be catastrophic, for me. For example, in real life, face to face, and what have you. So I don't know why people do it online, and they are ashamed, or like they have some shame, or they have some shyness about saying anything bad about gays, but no problems at all cursing God. And of course, we are living in such a double standard world. So even platforms, media platforms, they go out there and ban people for saying anything that would hurt gays' feelings. But what about religious people's feelings, man? Aren't they humans too? And aren't we humans? What about this cursing God on stream? It offends. This offends me a lot more than cursing me. Honestly, I would rather be cursed. I would rather be called names 1,000 times than hear God's name being cursed even once. This is my honest feeling. I don't care. I mean, you can hurt my own feelings. You can insult me. You can do what you can say whatever about my lifestyle or about myself or about my person, but don't curse God in front of me, because that just makes me physically sick. And I seriously doubt that any homosexual person feels physically sick or reaches that point where he's about to throw up when someone says something about their own lifestyle or what have you. But I'm not talking about disgust. I'm not saying I feel physically sick because I'm disgusted. Because I know everybody, has certain things, whether they're homosexual or heterosexual. They have things that they feel disgusted about, so they can feel sick. No, I'm talking about the blasphemy of it. It's not about disgust. It's not something dirty or disgusting that makes me physically sick. It's the blasphemy of it. It's the weight of this thing that I'm hearing that makes me physically sick. Almost almost throw up from the blasphemy of it. So yeah, so there is absolutely nothing you can say or in front of me, or you can type in front of me, that would be more offensive than than using God's name in vain like this, or even cursing God. And yet, media platforms don't care. To them, it's fine. Cursing God is fine, no problem with that. Even it offends some Muslims, maybe some Christians and some Jews. Who cares? Who cares about that? But God forbid you would offend homosexuals. No, that's a red line, man. You can never offend homosexuals. But it's okay, yeah, offend Muslims and some Christians too, because I'm pretty sure we're not alone. I mean, ultimately, Muslims, Christians, and Jews, we all worship the same God, just in different ways. So of course there's the Christian way of the Trinity and what have you, and then there's the Jewish way of not believing in Jesus or Muhammad as prophets, and so on. But ultimately, we worship the same God, just in some different ways. Some of the of course, some of the ways are going to be wrong, and there should be one correct way, because He's one God. He is one God ultimately. So there is one way, one correct way to worship Him. That's for sure. And if there is no correct way, then He wouldn't have sent Scripture to show us that way. So anyway, I'm pretty sure we're not alone as Muslims when we feel offended by people cursing God that way. I'm pretty sure a lot of English-speaking Jews and Christians also feel offended. Maybe not all of them, but some of them. So yeah, all of us are just down the toilet, man. The feelings of people like us are down the toilet, in the opinion of executives of some of these platforms. It's just that's the kind of world we're living in. And then yeah, some Muslim dude abandons his Islamic beliefs and says there's nothing wrong with these practices. So yeah, they give him partner status and famous streams. Famous streamers embracing him, of course. This story repeats itself in today's world, not just in streaming and in the gaming industry, but even in acting. Like if you want to become a famous actor in the Arab world, you can do something similar. If you want to become a famous singer, same thing. Politician even, yeah. If you want a lot of money, you just you can just basically abandon your Islamic beliefs, and wow, a lot of demonic gateways are gonna open for you in today's world, full of money, fame, and more. This is the dude. Wait, let me. Wow. So he actually started worshipping the Dajjal too. Wow. What the hell, man? That's him? Anti-political conspiracy stream. Team Liquid. Just chatting. And yeah, his icon is like Dude, his icon is like a terrorist, isn't it? Isn't that like isn't that face kind of like a terrorist? Beard and bushy eyebrows and bald. And then yeah, one eye, with the exception of course is this one eye is different than the other. This is such a dodgy icon indeed, man, to put in a channel. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I am regarding what you said, Japanese anime, not much. I think I liked. I'm aware that it involves a lot of blasphemy, a lot of a lot of blasphemy basically, and of course, demon ally. Getting allied with demons and fighting God and stuff like that. At least some anime movies are about that. I'm aware of this, and I haven't watched any, luckily, any anime like that. And I liked some of the martial arts one. I think in the past, like many years ago, I watched a few of them, but I forgot because I'm not really watching any now. Haven't like watched anything recently, but maybe 5-7 years ago I watched quite a few anime movies about especially the ones that I found, the ones that I like were usually about martial arts, ninjas, that sort of thing. But I played the beginning of what's that loaded Japanese game, very very well received, great reviews, very beloved by Near Automata, or however, I don't care, however it's pronounced. I don't know how it's pronounced and I don't care, but yeah, Near Automata. Basically it starts by this character, the character that I don't know which one, but there's a female speaker, there's a female voice that narrates the beginning of the game, and it starts by wondering if they will kill their creator. So the female speaker basically complains about the cycles of death and life in the world. In her opinion, that is so bad, and she doesn't like that there is death. She wish, I don't know what she wants. Maybe she wanted to live forever before. Well, your eternity is already promised. You will live. You actually are living forever. It's just you think there is death because you think that the death of the body is the ultimate death, but it's not. Your soul is eternal, and you will live for eternity, whether in paradise or in hellfire. But they don't know that. They think that life is about the body, and if the body dies, then that's it. That's death. So yeah, so her feelings are so hurt, poor her, by the cycles of death and life, in this life, and the struggles. Yeah, that there is war and the struggles. So and instead of blaming humanity for waging all this war and fighting each other, no, she blames God, and she blames the creator, basically the one who created all this. And she wonders to herself, whether she and her allies are ever going to be able to kill that creator. That's for example, what Near Automata starts with. So yeah, interesting premise, and I'm pretty sure it's not new for a lot of Japanese anime. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you might be right. I mean, I've always thought about it. I just read what you said. Sadly, that was the plan behind the very shaping of modern Christianity, making it easier for those followers to believe in Dajjal. Uh, True. I never thought about it this way, but it's true. I always thought about it in the sense that basically the way it was shaped was mainly influenced by the Roman Empire. In order for the Romans, obviously, the Roman Empire persecuted Christians for so long, and and all of a sudden, after a few years after a number of years of this persecution, they suddenly embrace it. They suddenly embrace Christianity, and you got to ask yourself, why such a powerful empire that was persecuting these people, torturing them, and they have the ability to do all this, and suddenly they embrace the very religion of the people that they were persecuting and enslaving and so on. It's bizarre. But yeah, when you look into the history of everything that happened, there's the word, for example, one of the, let me try to translate that. Yeah, the Council of, is it Nicaea?
The Council of Nicaea.
Nicaea. So yeah, the Council of Nicaea, for example. So that's like one of the councils that happened through during these events. Of course, like even the council comes a bit later, but it's just an example of many councils or a few councils that occurred, and the Council of Nicaea is an iconic one. It's the main one. But anyway, these events, I always thought of them as fueled by the Roman Empire's own pagan beliefs and their wish to consolidate their own pagan beliefs with the Christian beliefs of the time. So they succeeded because they had the power, they had the money, and all that. So yeah, they succeeded, and then they produced our current modern form of Christianity. I always thought about it this way, but when you put it this way, true. It just so happens too that this modern form of Christianity, or this modern belief system, is very compatible with following the Dajjal. When an Antichrist comes with all these miracles, then yeah, the most suitable people, the people who are most vulnerable to follow such a false Messiah would be Christians, because he speaks their language. He speaks the language of the modern Christian. These miracles, showing up as a human, saying that he is God, he is their creator, and he's coming to save them and perform all these miracles and so on. So bam, that's it. Job done. Yeah, and some scripture is hidden until this day, in the Vatican, and also in certain Orthodox historical churches around the world, including in Egypt too. And I think what we know is that the Mahdi, our well-guided and descendant of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So we the one we call Al Mahdi al Muntadhar, or the long-awaited, well-guided one, who is the descendant of Prophet Muhammad. He when he shows up, when he comes and starts spreading his message and correcting all the wrongdoing around the world, but starting from the Arab countries. One of the things he will do is he will bring those scriptures out in the open. So yeah, I don't know how he's gonna do that, but yeah, one of the things we know he will do is that he will show some of these long hidden scriptures to kind of, I guess, guide some of the remaining Christians to the truth. Yeah, he probably, I would be surprised if he identifies as a Muslim. Yeah. Oh yeah, like demons are the good guys, yeah. Of course. Yeah, and then you have like deities, and then yeah, so the demons are the good guys, and deities are like cruel and mean and bad. So yeah, the creators and the deities are so cruel and mean, but the demons, no, those are the good guys, you know. Oh god. And then some people just consume this trash and they think it's just entertainment. But no, man, it's not entertainment. It's a piece of culture and propaganda, and it has an effect on you. So you have to be aware of that, at least to kind of reduce the effect. My god. Demons are the good guys. Yeah, but I think I kind of know what you're talking about. I vaguely remember something like that. Oh, almost funny. Almost. Hold on. All right, back. I'm still I'm still smiling, man, while I was doing some real life stuff here quickly. Still smiling at this thing about the poor, cute, innocent little demons. What would we do without them? It's it's bizarre. Like I mean, the people who watch these things, I mean, don't they ask themselves why? I mean, did human creativity suddenly cease, to produce other ideas? Like why do that? Why depict demons, a long established icon of evil in the world, in so many traditions and religions, not just religions, like demons in the three Abrahamic religions, they are evil, evil entities. So in Islam, Christianity, Jews, all of them believe in demons as evil. And then even in some other traditions and pagan belief systems around the world, so many from South America through Native Americans, like North America, to all ancient Scandinavia, to Asia. All these traditions and cultures, like at the ancient times, you would see that they also treat demons as evil entities. And then all of a sudden, you have these anime movies depicting demons as the good guys. People who watch these things, they should ask themselves why. Why is there like no other ideas to make movies about? Why this idea? Why this concept? Yeah. 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 I heard about the seven deadly sins. Yeah, I heard about that anime. Oh my god, when the deities tricked the demon race into treaty and then betrayed them and slaughtered them. Yeah. Dude, this, oh my god, these people literally worship the devil. They literally worship the devil. They are sympathetic with the devil's cause. This line here, this story, my god, they are literally listening to demons. I'm pretty sure they are listening to demons, and they're sympathetic with them, and they're relaying the demons messages and sort of ideas to humans, to little, children and teenagers and other young people who, every like us, who watch these anime movies. They're relaying these ideas to them, so so humans can be sympathetic with the demon, with the demon's cause, or the demon's cause, so that we can unite with them and wage war against our creator, together. Is That's what demons would like to do, because they know their case is hopeless. All right, and they want to make the only thing they can do is basically fool humans, even though all humans have a chance at an eternal happiness, or eternal happy life, but demons don't. Well, like, with the exception, actually, jinn. Actually, there are some good jinn, because we know demons are basically the evil jinn. So jinn is divided into evil ones, who are the demons, and then there are also good jinn, Muslim, even Muslim jinn, who are going to, I don't know how it works exactly. We don't really know, or it's not like super important, but we do know that some jinn are going to be rewarded in paradise, just like us. They have free will. They can choose to believe or disbelieve, and so on. So anyway, but demons, who have chosen disbelief, somehow they are basically, they don't have any hope. They're eternally damned. So they want to take as many humans with them as possible to this eternal damnation. So now they 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 lure some humans with the idea of waging war against their creator, rebelling and waging war against their creator. And now, and in these movies, or anime movies, they're trying to relay this all this information, to kind of make the subconscious, at least, of the audience sympathize. And this idea of uh, tricked the demon race into treaty and then betrayed them. This idea of the creator basically betraying the demon, it's not new. This is in the Quran. I'm gonna show it. This is what the devil basically claims happened. So I'll just find it. I'll find the verse, inshallah. So it's 1539. 1539. Here it is. He said so. Well, we don't know who. So let's start from a point where it's more understandable. Here it is. Well, it's called this is so. It starts from here. Your Lord said to the angels, "I'm creating a human being from clay, from molded mud. When I have formed him and breathed into him of my spirit, fall down, prostrating before him." So the angels prostrated themselves all together, except for Satan. And by the way, that doesn't mean, just to stop the translation reading, that doesn't mean that Satan is an angel, like some Christian schools of thought think. They think that Satan is a fallen angel. He was an angel, but he fell. There's no such thing as a fallen angel. Angels are infallible. They cannot disobey God, and they cannot do anything wrong. They're just compelled. They don't have free will. So angels don't exactly have free will. They are compelled to obey God and do what God says. Not like us. So only humans and jinn have free will, and jinn includes Satan. He's the evil. So he's the evil jinn. So yeah, so except for Satan, he refused. And in another verse, by the way, so I mean, if someone asks, so why not? Why so? Why is this not clear? I mean, if someone reads this, maybe they might think that Satan is a fallen angel or was one of the angels. Well, no, there's another verse which literally says, except for Satan, he was one. Yeah, he was one of the jinn. So another verse. So basically this is clarified in another verse that says, except for Satan, he was of the jinn and he refused, and so on. So it not the same exact words, but it clarifies this concept. So anyway, except for Satan, he refused to be among those who prostrated themselves. He said, so God said, he said, "O Satan, what kept you from being among those who prostrated themselves?" He said, "I am not about to prostrate myself before a human being whom you created from clay, from molded mud." He said, "Then get out of here." So God, he said, "Then get out of here, for you are an outcast." And the curse, and God continues, "And the curse will be upon you until the day of judgment." And then obviously I have to clarify, all of this is translation, so these are human efforts. This is not the word of God. This is not the word of God. This is the word of God. So yeah, in case any non-Muslims are reading, they might have anything to say, some sort of criticism about the choice of words or whatever. This is human. This is like just human effort. This is some human who made an effort to translate these words into this. So this is not the word of God. This is the word of God. So yeah, this is just the best effort, the best translation possible that a human could come up with for the word of God. So he said, which is God, "Then get out of here, for you are an outcast, and the curse will be upon you until the day of judgment." So basically God told Satan that he has no hope. That's it. He's done for it, and the curse will be upon you until the day of judgment. So there is no hope for Satan anymore. He said, so that's Satan. So he said, "My Lord," look at this. Look at Satan's politeness. Even though he was literally, that's it. Satan was literally denied any hope at all. That's it. He's done for. He has a curse until the day of judgment, and he knows. So he understands. He knows his fate. His fate is to be eternally tormented and tortured in hellfire. That's it. Right now, Satan knows. And he responds, look at the respect, and compare this with the stupidity of some humans who curse God, and they think that there is no God, so they can curse God. He says, "My Lord," or he said, "My Lord, reprieve me until the day they are resurrected." So give me a chance. Reprieve me until the day they are resurrected. So God says, he said, "You are one of those reprieved." So basically God accepted his request. And God continues, "Until the day of the time appointed," which is the day of judgment, or it could be some other day. Depending on. So there are like a couple of interpretations for this. He said, "My Lord," so that's Satan again. He said, "My Lord, since you have lured me away, I will glamorize for them on earth, and I will lure them all away." He continues, "Except for your sincere servants among them." And then God responds, this is God. God responds, he said, "This is a right way with me. Over my servants you have no authority, except for the sinners who follow you. And hell is the meeting place for them all." And then, descriptions of, it has 7 doors, for each door is an assigned class, and so on. So these are descriptions of, continued description. But this is the very important part of it. This part here, this is what reminded me of this. "Since you have, my Lord, since you have lured me away." Basically, this translation is just the best translation that this specific human translator could come up with. But other translations might kind of find another word other than "lured me away." It's about trick, a word like "trick me." So you have tricked me. or you have deceived me, something like that. So basically, that's what obviously this is not true. This is what Satan thinks. This is literally what Satan thinks. Satan thinks that God has lured him away, lured him. Imagine, he thinks God lured him somehow, basically into a trap. This is literally what Satan thinks. He thinks God made a trap for him and lured him to that trap. He thinks God tricked him or deceived him somehow. But I think the best translation here is that, yeah, Satan thinks God lured him into a trap, set a trap for him, and then lured him into it. That's what Satan thinks. So what you're saying here is very interesting, because that basically the seven deadly sins anime is about the deities tricking the demon race into treaty and then betraying them. This definitely sounds like a story relayed by a friend of the demons, someone who befriended Satan or something. They are allied themselves with Satan, and they're listening and they're having conversations with Satan, and they heard this idea from Satan or from some sort of demon, and they sympathize. They now sympathize with Satan's cause, because they got convinced that their creator is luring them into some sort of trap, or setting traps for them and stuff like that. Of course, stupid, naive thinking about God. Kind of racist towards that race. Oh my god, racist. Yes, this is exactly the idea. Oh my god, this is the story from the Quran, man. Because unlike the deities tricked them, because they were kind of racist, quote unquote, towards that race of demons. Basically, I know that's what you mean. So because the deities were racist against demons, and they despised the poor devils. Oh my god, this is the story here, man. This is the story right in front of our eyes. Because basically, yes, the deities. This is what Satan would say, that that the creator was racist against me. He preferred Adam, to me. He wanted me to prostrate. He wanted me to kneel down and put my head on the floor for Adam. But I am better than Adam, because Adam is made of clay and I'm made of fire. Isn't that what Satan says? This is Satan's case, basically. My God. And by the way, we notice from the Quran here that Satan is actually very, very respectful of God. Like, he talks very respectfully, even on judge. This is right after he's saying these words, my Lord. He says, my Lord, and talks politely, and he asks for permission to be given a chance until Judgment Day. He's talking like this, and right after he was cursed, and like forever, he knows that he's done for, and there is another time, even on Judgment Day. Even in Judgment Day, that Satan will still be respectful and polite. I will show that other verse. Yeah, this is an amazing verse, 848. I have to show it. 848. Here it is. Satan made their deeds appear good to them. Of course, he's talking about like those who left homes showing off. Yeah, like basically some evildoers and disobedient or disbelieving people. So Satan made their deeds appear good to them and said, "You cannot be defeated by any people today, and I am at your side." Satan says that. But when the two armies came in sight of one another, he turned on his heels. Satan turned on his heels and said, "I am innocent of you. I see what you do not see. I fear God. God is severe in punishment." See, so that's what Satan does. He promises aid, he promises help for people who are going to war against another people. But when the two armies came inside of one another, so that's it. It's over. The two armies are standing in front of each other. It's too late. There is war. Now there will be a battle, and there will be bloodshed, and people will die. So what does Satan do? At that moment, when it's over, no one can run away. It's war. There will be, and anyone who runs away is going to be killed, as either as a traitor or by the opposing army. That's what he does on Satan. That's what he does. Uh, he turned on his heels and said, "I am innocent of you. I see what you do not see. I fear God. I fear God." Satan is saying that. I fear God. God is severe in punishment. And he's and by the way, he is truthful. Satan, some people think that Satan always lies. Sometimes Satan says the truth, but of course, this happens very, very rarely. And this is one of those very rare moments when Satan says the truth. He says, "I am innocent of you. I see what you do not see." And he's correct. Satan sees what humans cannot see. I fear God, and he's correct too. God is severe in punishment. Yes, he is correct too. So yeah, it's just insane, man. It's insane how these people literally are in bed with the devil, and they're just listening to the demons' stories, and they sympathize with the demons, and then they write these anime stories, in tribute to their demons, and in sympathy with them. So yeah, I also wanted to show this this verse to basically emphasize the idea that Satan is actually very respectful and very polite with God, even though he thinks God tricked him. Imagine this: even though he thinks that God tricked him, God lured him into a trap, and and even though he knows very well that God has, already basically judged him cursed and guilty. He's out of God's mercy. He's never going to receive God's mercy because of what he did. And of course, why have no hope while humans can keep doing mistakes in life, but they can repent and they have hope in God's mercy? But why one mistake from Satan makes him deserve that fate? This is a long subject, but it can be summarized by the point that Satan used to look at God. Satan used to see God in front of his own eyes. He used to talk to God directly. Imagine someone who talks to God, directly, receives, these orders directly, and suddenly so this is God. So he knows who God is. He listens to his Lord. He worships his Lord and so on. And then his Lord orders him to do something, and he disobeys. So he disobeys the Creator that he knows. He knows very well. He knows, like, on a first-hand basis. So yeah, it's not like us. In our case, the Prophet, it's only Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He talked to God once when he was ascended to heaven, but we have never heard God directly. So we can only hear about God from the Quran, from Prophet Muhammad's words and so on, peace be upon him and so on. But it was different at the time before Satan made that the decisive mistake. He was a very close servant to God. So yeah, so the punishment was as severe as the mistake. The mistake is so severe that you would disobey your God after God knows how many years, how many hundreds of years. I mean, we don't know this information. We just don't know. We don't know for how many hundreds of years or how many thousands of years Satan worshipped God and was a close servant to him. And then all of a sudden, after all this time, he disobeys his Lord. In something so important, and it's God. It's God telling you to do something. There's just no argument here. You cannot argue. This is the Creator. So yeah. So obviously the punishment has to be as severe and final as the severity, on the same level of the severity of the mistake itself. So yeah. But in spite of all this, as you can see, Satan is very respectful with his Lord. He's very polite. When he talks about his Lord, or when he talks to his Lord, he's very respectful and polite. Yeah, but and in spite of this, he is going to hell forever. But why would he do this? Because he knows. Because Satan, in spite of him being cursed, he knows his Lord, and he knows that, his punishment can be even more severe if he crosses another line. If he crosses another line. So yeah, but you know, you get these poor humans who are clueless, they just walk around, you know, cursing God and stuff like that, and talking about God disrespectfully because they do not see, you know, what Satan sees. So that's also another clue here, that Satan still sees until this day. He sees what we do not see. So this is also why. So he has access to knowledge. He has access to understanding that we don't have access to. And this is also why his mistake was so severe, because with that kind of knowledge, there are no veils in front of your eyes. You can see, you understand the truth, and in spite of understanding the truth, you disobey your creator. No, man, that's just, yeah, that would be a severe final mistake, fatal mistake to make. So yeah. Yeah, normal people, yeah, and then amongst the deities, one of the top four white angels is evil and despise them and want them eradicated, while the demons were like, we just want to coexist. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Once he has achieved his goal, he will tell the truth, yeah. Because there's no need more to anymore to lie, exactly. It's just man. Oh yeah, yeah. Same here. I've got a lot of friends, obviously, here in Europe and you know, others from Arab countries. But yeah, you're probably about to say something about your friends. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. A lot of people in Europe, I hear you. They watch anime. Yeah, especially here too. Like here in Nordic countries, they do. There's a lot of interest in anime. Man. We're in very, very difficult times, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, of course, because you tell them the truth, isn't it? Yeah. Because you tell them the truth, you're trying to warn them. You tell them that what they are, what kind of crap and BS they are absorbing into their, you know, subconscious. So yeah, they don't want to hear that because they want to keep consuming this material. It's kind of like, you know, if someone tells me, you know, games are bad for you. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I will hate, you know, listening to that. At least, I mean, if someone says it in a in an informative or convincing or an intelligent way, I'm not gonna hate listening to it. But I mean, I don't know if I will want to. Oh wait, I yeah, I'm gonna exit because I think I can upgrade something, but I forgot. Yeah, yeah, but they're like, come on, man, we know what.
I got strike team arriving at the village.
It's just for the action of it. Yeah, yeah. Like, they keep telling yourself that. Yeah. Keep telling yourself that, man, that you're not consuming that you're not being affected, and you're not being affected, and you're just having fun or for the entertainment or the action or whatever. Of course they have to make. Of course they have to make these anime. I mean, of course they have to make them, you know, kind of likable. I mean, how else are they? How else are they going to let you watch something so ridiculous, something so, you know, so stupid? You know, obviously they, you know, like demons being the good guys. You know, how else are they going to convince you to watch that? They have to make the anime itself very attractive, very interesting. You know, flashy. You know, a good action, good dialogue, drama, amazing music, amazing drawing. Everything has to be, you know, just spot on. You know, the effects, the music, the dialogue, the story, the action, everything. So yeah, I mean, otherwise you're not. Nobody's gonna watch this trash. You know, these trashy ideas, these stupid ideas. So yeah, once you've grown, not by age, once you've grown mentally, intellectually, once you've grown intellectually out of something, it is very difficult to accept it again. It's very difficult once you've understood the absurdity of something. It's just, you know, difficult to get yourself back to, you know, like embrace it again. I think I kind of understand it at least that way. Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. You're just curious. You're just curious what it is like. I know that feeling. Yes, yes, exactly. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Of course. Of course. This is a fact, by the way. The biggest trick the devil has ever pulled was convincing the world that he didn't exist. Absolutely, man. And this is a fact. Um, you know, even like it just, you know, matches everything we know um, in Islam. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Of course. The people who believe it are very easy to manipulate. Absolutely, man. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And they wouldn't believe in religion at all. Hold on, brother. I just gotta be right back. A quick one.
قالوا سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم.
They said, Glory be to you. We have no knowledge except what you have taught us. It is you who are the knowledgeable, the wise.
قال يا آدم أنبئهم بأسمائهم فلما أنبأهم بأسمائهم قال ألم أقل لكم
He said, "O Adam, tell them their names." And when he told them their names, he said, "Did I not tell you that I know the secrets of the heavens and the earth, and that I know what you reveal and what you conceal?"
وإذ قلنا للملائكة اسجدوا لآدم فسجدوا إلا إبليس أبى واستكبر وكان من الكافرين.
And we said to the angels, "Bow down to Adam." They bowed down, except for Satan. He refused, was arrogant, and was one of the disbelievers.
وقلنا يا آدم اسكن أنت وزوجك الجنة وكلا منها رغدا حيث شئتما ولا تقربا هذه الشجرة فتكونا من الظالمين.
We said, "O Adam, inhabit the garden, you and your spouse, and eat from it freely as you please, but do not approach this tree, lest you become wrongdoers."
فأزلهما الشيطان عنها فأخرجهما مما كانا فيه وقلنا اهبطوا بعضكم لبعض عدو وقلنا اهبطوا بعضكم لبعض عدو ولكم في الأرض مستقر ومتاع إلى حين.
But Satan caused them to slip from it, and caused them to depart the state they were in. We said, "Go down, some of you enemies of one another. And you will have residence on earth, and enjoyment for a while."
فتلقى آدم من ربه كلمات فتاب عليه إنه هو التواب الرحيم.
Then Adam received words from his Lord, so he relented towards him. He is the relenting, the merciful.
قلنا اهبطوا منها جميعا فإما يأتينكم مني هدى فمن تبع هداي فلا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون.
We said, "Go down from it, all of you. Yet whenever guidance comes to you from me, then whoever follows my guidance, they have nothing to fear, nor shall they grieve."
Alright, I'm back.
rendezvous point. They're in position.
Strike team, the Omega base is nearby. Max's contact will help us infiltrate. Ravenoff, are you there?
Finally, there is little time to waste. The dead have already ravaged the facility.
Frag tagged and bagged.
Ravenoff, you said Max's is being held at the Omega facility.
Yes. The teleporter on the roof will take you there. You look ready. Laroche, perhaps you will not die today. I would join you for the slaughter, but they already took a chunk out of my good arm. I will watch from my surveillance cameras. Go. Now.
Undead neutralized. Down. Goodbye, Schwein.
Max ammo.
Zombie eliminated.
This is a reminder for something real life too, so hold on guys. Alright, back.
Frag tagged and bagged.
About time you showed up. Wait, you're not Omega? Requiem? Can't say I'm surprised. I know why you're here, but I'm not gonna just hand her over. You turned the power on. I'll consider that fair payment for one Agent Maxis. Heck, you better have Maxis ready for transport, or there will be consequences.
Nothing survives a headshot. Undead threat cleared.
Okay, Peck. We did as you asked. Where is she? That's one done, but I count 3 reactors. Guess we can confirm now math isn't your strong suit.
Hostile corpse eliminated. Frag the zombie.
Weaver, your team has powered up weapons machine. It is down in the village when they need.
eliminated.
How about that? You got the job done. Come by Mission Control. I have what you want.
Heads up. Stay alert. There'll be more hiding in the shadows.
Carpenter.
This one comes with me. Coup de grace. Undead threat cleared. frag the zombie. Arming C4. Frag tagged and bagged. Undead neutralized.
Man, when there's intel, I don't know if is it legendary? I didn't notice, but I don't know, for some reason I doubt it. Ah, yeah, good. So I have to pick up. I got it now. I gotta pick up the reward, the intel, and now it shows that it's legendary, so I can pick it up.
Chopper clearing out for now.
Forward. Let's see what this can do. Undead threat clear. Never expired. Critical wound.
Warning. Dimensional breach imminent.
Wah! Another dimensional.
About time we caught up, don't you think? Tick tock, tick tock.
Prepare yourself. They are coming to kill you now. You must hold the area. You are our last line of defense. Ura!
Omega air support authorized for use upon request. Security alert. Dimensional breach at mission control.
Five down. Zombie eliminated.
Dimensional breach collapsing. Ether reactor integrity nominal.
I knew there was Soviet strength within you! Sadly, that will not be the last breach. Prepare yourself.
Undead neutralized. Frag tag effect. Coup de grace. Target.
Be advised, exfil window is open.
Zombie eliminated. Now I'm getting serious.
You have to get through that armor, then get me a closer look at that energy weapon. Exfil option closed. Raptor 1 will be back.
it down. Coup de grace. I hit them exactly where I wanted. Undead neutralized. Debra expired. Let's hit the target. Bye, Schwami. Let's hit the target. Strike the zombie. Hostile force eliminated. Skull shot. At least 2,000 destroyed. A critical wound, no doubt. Can't miss today. It hit the target.
Exfil window available.
Frank the zombie. Brain eater down.
Exfil option expired, strike team.
Undead threat cleared. They just cannot stop me. grass. Undead neutralized.
Strike team, you have an exfil opportunity.
Smoke the fuel with one shot. Brain eater down. Undead neutralized.
Window expired. They'll circle back around.
Third corpse eliminated.
Hey bro, that's alright. It's good you're calling your mother.
Critical wound. David coming. Skull shot. Zombie eliminated. That was the most stupid.
Once more they break through, once more they will die. Make them suffer.
Napalm strike awaiting orders.
It's made out of human bodies. What the fuck? Kill that fucking thing.
Fight dividends. Bring it on, Scheißekopfer.
Hey, welcome back, bro. How's it going with the family?
Critical wound. No doubt.
Be right back. Alright, back. No! Why? Why heated debates? Is it about games? Because I can relate to that.
Now I'm getting worked up. That is at least 15. I'm having a good day. Picked up a few. Five targets vanquished. Frag connected back. Frag the zombie. All will fall eventually. Moving guns. Frag even down. Hey, baby. Undead threat clear. Five down. Mein Gott, picked off a few.
No window opening up, team.
Yeah, if you're not talking to your dad now, what's up? What's going on with these arguments?
Hostile corpse eliminated. Fight down. I intended to do that. Right, take it back. Fight targets vanquished. Jumping imminent.
Hey guys, so if you feel like letting off some steam, talking about what the arguments are about, I'm all ears in a way, or eyes reading. About burqa or niqab, basically. Well, what I do know is that there is a difference in opinion. The majority of current modern scholars deem the niqab or the burqa optional, whereas a few of the scholars deem it mandatory. I personally feel like maybe there is difference in opinion because it might be like a little. It could be a bit too much for some, women to unmarried women to be specific, like ladies who are not married yet. It might be difficult, for them to receive proposals, get married if they were if all the women basically were covered that way. Then there is the question of how are most girls gonna get married if you can't see their faces. So from this perspective, I feel like it's probably optional, most probably going to be optional for unmarried girls. But yeah, it could be favored for married women, basically. Of course, this is after passing puberty and being after being eligible for marriage. I mean. But yeah, aside from my own feelings or opinions, this is what I know, that there's a difference of opinion. Most scholars say it's optional, but a few, including today, say it is mandatory.
Breaking it down. I'm dead neutralized. Bring it on, Scheißekopfer. Breaking it down. They're losing. Under threat clear. Uber zombie kill confirmed. Careful, expires.
Yeah, definitely. For me too. You know, I mean, I have like some friends and family to talk about, religion with, but none of them, play games. So yeah, sometimes it's difficult to like really spend time with them because they wouldn't like look favorably on playing games, and I guess for good reason. Play too much, I think. So yeah, absolutely, it's definitely good and refreshing to be talking about games and religion. I like that. It's partially why I created this channel.
eliminated. Smoke the fuse of one shot. William, run the middle mark. C4 armed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's difficult to be like semi-skilled, like a reasonably skilled gamer, and to be patient, you know, with watching family. At least it was for me when I experienced that. Like watched family trying to play games. It was just, it was difficult, man. It's just, the thing is, you become so skilled at some point compared to a person who's completely new to the gaming, you know, the whole gaming scene itself. Like a person is new to gaming generally. You become like super skilled compared to them, that certain things come to you naturally. Like you feel like certain things are self-explanatory in the game, but to them, like, they are completely clueless. They don't understand what does that mean, what does this do, and so on, you know, all these things.
Chopper gunner awaiting orders.
So yeah. I don't know, should I keep going? Because with coming bullets, I think I definitely can't keep using this one, so I'll try to. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. It's a shame. There's no way to tell. Yeah, there's no way to tell how many I. Yeah, I'll exfil. Maybe another time I can try to keep going higher.
Get to the LZ.
Monkey bomb out. Monkey bomb in the vial. Get that chopper gunner on station. Frag tagged it back.
out of here.
40. Oh.
Music to my ears, Raptor 1.
Flawless.
Bring
How
'em
many?
home.
Dude, I don't know. They didn't tell me how many flawless they gave me. Thank you. Oh, you're talking about. Oh, I just realized because I was, during hectic gaming moments, I was just taking quick looks at some of your messages to comment and stuff. I just realized you're talking about figures like, da'wah figures, people, preachers, kind of, playing games, video games on their channels to get like close to the youth. Wow. Yeah. That's cute. Yeah, it's cute that they. Of course, yeah, you gotta keep in mind that some games are gonna be like forbidden, basically. So like you can't play them. Oh, gotta try some others. I think I haven't tried this dude. So this is the guy I was playing with. Oh, Naga too. I mean, he's not exactly a role model. This dude is like a warlord. But it would be interesting to hear what he has to say. So yeah, well, I'll pick him. Yeah. Let's see what he has to say when he kills zombies. Ali Dawa, if you know him, and Smile to Jannah. Smile to Jannah sounds vaguely familiar, I guess. But Ali Dawa, no, I don't think. No, he doesn't ring a bell. Like Ali doesn't ring a bell. Ali Dawa. But I might have come across Smile to Jannah. So yeah, I'm not familiar with either of their views because I don't really watch them. I mostly listen to Arabic speaking scholars. My very favorite today, like, is alive. I hope he remains alive for a long time to come. Is Dr. Iyad Qonaibi. Iyad Qonaibi. I think I feature his YouTube channel on my YouTube channel. Dr. Iyad Qonaibi. He's a pharmaceutical. He has a PhD in pharmacy, but he's also a scholar of Islam. MashaAllah, he's an amazing guy. He has a whole series on covering the evolution, hypothesis, basically.
Reached the village, awaiting further instructions.
Like, showing you the holes in.
Find Maxis and bring her home.
The holes in the.
My team's in position.
Haroshi. The soldiers of Requiem have arrived. I knew you would heed my warning. It is time to spill unclean blood.
So, Dr. Iyad has a whole series of lectures on evolution, and he covers it like from a scientific perspective first to get that out of the way. With the evidence, he brings you quotations from the best scientific papers around the world. And then he.
There is no better time for Russians to speak than when they must persevere. Take the teleporter to the Omega base. That is where you will find your Maxis. It would help but I have persevered enough for one day. I will watch and help from here. Go now. Find Max.
Dead. For real now.
Yeah, good, good. Yeah, check him out. I would definitely recommend subscribing to Dr. Iyad and listening to as many of his lectures and videos as you can, man. He is amazing, mashallah. I hope, God blesses him and gives him a long life and benefits us and him more from his knowledge and efforts. He doesn't do this, he doesn't do all this alone. He has a small team with him of other scholars and scientists, like Muslim scientists basically, and professionals, and he consults with them in the parts that kind of can be out of his specialty sometimes. But yeah, and he talks. So he like when he gives those lectures, he tells you about the parts that fall under his area of expertise, chemistry and pharmaceutical stuff, and also like the biology and chemistry too. So basically, obviously, as a pharmacist, especially with a PhD in a pharmaceutical topic, he would know a lot about both chemistry and biology. So yeah, he uses this knowledge to explain certain things, and whatever falls out of this scope, he consults others. So for example, he consults others in other videos he makes about other topics, for example psychology, things that have to do with raising children or psychology. He would consult with psychologists and so on. But yeah, and in evolution he also worked with other Muslim scientists and scholars, as I said, and has a team of volunteers, Muslim brothers and sisters, who basically do research to help him out. So yeah, it's a collective effort, but Dr. Iyad would be definitely the most important figure there. He's not just the speaker; he's also the main decision maker, and the one who does most of the research. Also himself, at least, decides what research to use and stuff like that. So yeah. And he's just a nice guy, and you feel like he really cares about people, about people and the world generally. He wants to make the world a better place, and he believes that Islam is the solution. Islam is the way to make the world a better place, and he tries to prove this to you with everything he talks about, basically.
Bullet to the head. I win.
That's well. I just read what you said about constantly using the dictionary, dude. I guess what I mentioned like at the beginning of our chat, when I didn't realize that you can actually read Arabic, applies here. Just stick with it, man. I mean, there are. I've definitely heard some good, English-speaking Muslim scholars, but I don't know, the best knowledge, to be honest, I just find it comes from those who preach it in Arabic. That's at least my experience. So you might find yourself, like, if you're listening to lectures weekly, you might find yourself needing to use the dictionary for maybe the whole year, the whole first year. But after that, I think you should basically find yourself just not needing it anymore. Like after a year of doing this regularly every week, you should be able to just listen to almost any lecture, Islamic lecture in Arabic without needing to use the dictionary. I think so. It's just the saying. This saying is secular. It's not just in our. It's just not just in Islam. So it makes sense from both the Islamic perspective and the secular perspective. The Islamic perspective says أحب الأعمال أحب الأعمال إلى الله ما دام وإن قل. I believe that's a hadith, an authentic hadith. So it basically means the most beloved deeds to God are those that last, even if they are little, even if they're like simple or little. So those are the deeds that God loves the most, the ones that last. You keep doing them, even if it's a little action. So, for example, to give you an example that's Islamic, to spend the whole month doing dhikr 5 minutes a day is just 5 minutes a day. It's better than spending 10 hours in one day doing dhikr and then nothing for the rest of the month. So you see what I mean? So you can spend 10 hours in just one day doing dhikr non-stop, or 5 minutes every day for 1 month. This would be, God would love that a lot more, doing the 5 minutes per day for 1 month. It's very little, very short time, doing dhikr, or saying subhanallah, alhamdulillah, Allahu akbar, astaghfirullah, just for 5 minutes a day. This would be, God would love this more than just spending one whole day doing it and then stopping. So yeah, by the same token, or on the same spirit, you can just listen to lectures in Arabic a little bit every day for a long time, and kind of improve just a little bit every day.
I meant to do that.
And what I mean is that eventually you won't need a dictionary. Just stick with it for a while, and inshallah eventually you won't need it. And it's gonna feel great too, after the effort.
Back to hell with you. serve a race.
Yeah, exactly. Quran was sent to the world in Arabic for a reason, and the reason doesn't just. I mean, some people might think that the reason has to do with the Arab people. This is only maybe just a little bit. There's a tiny factor, very tiny factor. I think I sometimes say that maybe God chose Arabs for the message of Islam, because Arabs have the potential of being the best people if they apply it, but there's a price to pay for that, and that price is that without Islam, they are also the worst people in the world. That's my general feeling. That's my conclusion. I lived in Arab countries. I dealt with a lot of Arabs, and I just feel that this is the case, man. The price that Arabs paid for getting the message of Islam is that if they don't apply it, they're gonna be the worst people in the world. Which is why, with just a little bit of, because they like now, that's partially why they, like, in today's world, they're not advanced. They're economically suffering, and, well, like, with the exception of the countries that have oil. So if it wasn't for oil, I don't know where Arabs would be today.
I should have known Maxis was doing Requiem's bidding. Look, I need the power back on. You fix that, you win the big prize. Take a guess what it is. I'll even put a big bow on her head. Raptor 1 en route to Outpost 25. Get out of there, team. Team, we may be walking into a trap here. Let's play along, for now.
So yeah, as I was saying, Arabs themselves would be a very tiny reason of why the Quran was given to us in Arabic. The main reason is because of the language itself, the Arabic language itself. It's just it is the language that was best suited to be the word of God. The final. And to be specific, the final word of God, because of course there's the Torah, that was even before the Torah, Ibrahim, Prophet Ibrahim, peace be upon him, or Abraham in English, he had some scripture, and Moses, of course, received the Torah. Jesus, peace be upon him, too. Moses, peace be upon him, and Jesus, then, peace be upon him, got the Injil and the Bible. Well, of course, at least the original one before it was, changed. And finally, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So there is, Jesus got it in Aramaic. The Torah, Moses got it in Hebrew, and Muhammad, peace be upon him, got the Quran in Arabic. So what we can understand here is God's final message to humanity, had to be in Arabic. It was just the best language suited to deliver it. Could, yeah, it could be. It could be that the character of Arabs has nothing to do with it. I just sometimes I like to say that just because really, because I see a lot of good things in some other cultures and nations that don't have that don't have Islam. Uh, and then I see some a lot of Arabs just much worse than these people, the ones who are not practicing, the ones that are not practicing, not religious at all. They are just much worse, man. They're much worse than some other cultures. Uh, so yeah, I found myself, you know. But sorry, I say this and I'm like half Arab, so obviously I'm talking about just my experience, with with a lot of fellow Arabs that I met when they're just not practicing, man. So, so yeah, this obviously cannot be racist because I I would be like racist against myself if if, if it is. So yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, why? Yeah, back. Uh, yeah, yeah, me too. True, yeah. It's an interesting mix for sure. To to sort of behave like, you know, you believe in God and thus you're, you know, you're fearless, you don't have anything to fear, but at the same time disobey him. I just brother, I just noticed that my stream has surpassed 10 hours now. It's 10 hours and 10 minutes, and I usually have problems exporting streams that are that long to YouTube. So I should wrap it up here and restart in a while. But yeah, it's been 10 hours, of course, so that's a long time. So I definitely should use a long break here, do a few things here at home and stuff, and then most probably I will return maybe in an hour or something like that to, you know, grind a bit more, level up some other weapons maybe and stuff like that. And yeah, I would definitely love, like, if you're awake at the time or still around, definitely love to talk some more. Otherwise, maybe tomorrow. It was definitely a lovely conversation, Voltage. Thank you, brother. I'm very grateful. It was a very good change of pace, and I don't know, a boost for me, you know, to keep doing what I'm doing. With the exception of, you know, playing games too much. Okay, all right, cool, cool, good, good. So yeah, thank you. I'm grateful. Right, you take care of yourself, and I hope I'll see you soon, inshallah. Thank you. You too. And for any lurkers, thank you very much for sticking with me to the end. I hope I'll see you in a while, maybe an hour or so. Until then, and if not, tomorrow. Until then, stay safe, rational, intelligent, and remember that intelligence is a choice and question almost everything. Thank you.